I see it is 8 o'clock. And just owing to the circumstances today, with a few of us here and a few of us online, I think maybe a roll is in order to call. Does that make sense?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Madam Superintendent. Mr. Secretary of State.
Here.
Mr. Treasurer. Madam Auditor. Here. And Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Treasurer is excused. I expect he'll probably join us, but very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is my understanding as well. Mr. Chairman, this meeting has been properly noticed as a regular meeting. The first item on your agenda is approval of the minutes from both the December 4th, 2025 meeting and the January 8th, 2026 meeting.
Members of the commission, you've had a chance to review the minutes. Are there comments, changes, observations? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move approval of the meeting minutes for December 4th and January 8th.
Second.
It's been moved. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, voting on the motion for the minutes approval of December 4th and January 8th. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Mr. Secretary? I did not, did you vote aye? Yes, okay, thank you. That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As noted on your agenda, next the board will proceed to matter I-1. And I will turn things over to Abigail Bodewines, the conflict counsel for the board on this matter.
Counselor, good to see you this morning. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Would you like me to read through this board matter just so everyone has sort of the facts and what's going on in this case?
That would be fine.
Okay. This matter is an appeal from the director's decision to conditionally award a vacant grazing and agricultural lease to collectively the Heths on July 26, 2024. In March 2024, the Office of State Lands and Investments solicited vacant land lease applications for state lease number 1-8906, which is a 640-acre tract of land in Niobrara County. The same land had been previously awarded to the Hansen Livestock Company through multiple successive one-year temporary use permits for grazing and agricultural use. In early November of 2023, OSLI sent Hansen a notice that its current 2023 TUP would expire and provided direction on how to reapply for a new 2024 TUP. The notice further stated that if Hansen did not intend to reapply, to please submit a termination request in writing to OSLI. Hansen submitted a timely 2024 TUP application to continue using the lands and tendered payment to OSLI. OSLI did not make a determination on Hansen's 2024 TUP application. Instead, OSLI decided that the use of lands in question would be more appropriately authorized through the board's grazing and agricultural leasing process. OSLI advertised the lands as lease number 1-8906 in March of 2024. The Heths and Hansen both applied for the lease. OSLI allowed the Heths and Hansen to submit final competitive bids because both applicants claimed to be eligible for the adjoining landowner preference. The Heths submitted a final bid of $5,585 per year, and Hansen submitted a final bid of $4,480 per year. On July 26, 2024, the director conditionally awarded lease number 1-8906 to the Heths as the highest bidder. On September 3rd, 2024, Hansen appealed the director's decision on the following grounds. First, that the director inappropriately listed the lease on the state vacant lands list before issuing a decision on the Hansen's 2024 TUP application. Second, that the director incorrectly determined that the Heths were eligible for a preference under Wyoming Statute 36-5-105, which is the adjoining landowner preference. Third, the director incorrectly determined that awarding the lease to the Heths would inure the greatest benefit to the state land trust beneficiaries. OSLI referred this matter to the Office of Administrative Hearings to conduct the contested case proceeding. OSLI and Hansen filed cross motions for summary judgment, and on November 7, 2025, the Office of Administrative Hearings issued its recommended order regarding the cross motions for summary judgment. The hearing examiner concluded that the director's decision met the requirements of Wyoming Statute 36-5-105. OSLI was authorized to advertise and conditionally award grazing and agricultural lease number 1-8906 because the leased land was technically vacant under the law. Additionally, because the Hess owned, leased, or lawfully occupied lands that adjoined the lease, they qualified for the preference as described in Wyoming Statute 35-105B. Accordingly, the hearing examiner recommended that the board grant OSLI's motion for summary judgment, deny Hansen's motion for summary judgment, and uphold the director's July 26, 2024 decision. Upon review of the recommended decision and the parties' arguments, it appears neither party nor the hearing examiner analyzed the applicability and potential effect of Wyoming Statute 16.3-113B in this matter. That provision of the Wyoming Administrative Procedure Act states, when a licensee has made timely and sufficient application for a new license with reference to any activity of a continuing nature, the existing license does not expire until the application has been finally determined by the agency. And in the case the application is denied or the terms of the new lease limited until the last day for seeking review of the agency order or a later date fixed by order of the reviewing court. Wyoming, the Act further defines a license as including the whole or part of any agency permit, certificate, approval, registration, charter, or similar form of permission required by law, but it does not include a license required solely for revenue purposes. The recommendation today is to require Hansen and OSLI to submit legal briefing analyzing the applicability and impact of Wyoming Statute 16.3-113B on this case, including any relevant state and federal case law. Brief shall be filed with the director by March 6, 2026, with responses to be filed by March 16, 2026.
Thank you. Are there parties here? If so, they would approach. Please.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, there you go.
All right, that's on now. It's like my first time. Connor Nicholas with Hansen Livestock. Yesterday we were asked if we would be willing to extend to the April meeting. We have no objections to do so, to allow for briefing before this board. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholas. Mr. Brown, good to see you. Frank, yeah, I'm sorry. Right there, and
that one? There we go. Mr. Chairman, Dan Frank Law Office, PC out of Meriden, Wyoming. I'm here representing the Heth family, Lauren, Robin, Logan. Oh, there's 4 of them. I can't remember Logan's wife's name, but anyway, I represent the Heth family. They have the old Geisinger Ranch, and they are adjacent to this state lease. It's kind of in between them and Hansen's, but we did not file any briefing because we thought the state's attorney covered it very well from our perspective. But on this narrow issue, we are requesting to also be able to file briefing on this narrow issue that's been brought before the board. So that's our request.
Thank you, Mr. Frank, and I'm sorry. I can't remember your name either. So thank you very much. With that, Mr. Nicholas, I understand you have no objection, and Mr. Frank, you have no objection. Ms. Gamble? Let me.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
There you are.
Hello. Kate Gamble, representing the Office of State Lands and Investments in this matter. We have no objection to moving oral arguments to the April board meeting. We also have no objections to Mr. Dan Frank filing a supplemental briefing as well as doing an oral argument at the April 2026 meeting.
Very good. Members of the commission, what is your desire in this matter?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move to require all parties to submit legal briefing analyzing the applicability and impact of Wyoming Statute 16.3.113B on this case, including relevant state and federal case law. Briefs to be filed with the director by March 6th, responses filed by March 16th, with oral argument on the matter to be postponed until our April meeting.
Is there a second?
Second, and hopefully I could just reiterate that all parties would be inclusive of the Hess.
Friendly amendment.
Yeah, thank you. Is there any further discussion?
Question.
Mr. Treasurer, good to see you. Thank you.
No, I'm just calling for the question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all right, calling for the question.
Yeah.
Well, nice to know that you're here. Thank you very much for the record. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nays? That motion carries. Thank you very much for your accommodation.
And I apologize. I had one thing I wanted to ask for clarifying question regarding oral argument. We originally had 30 minutes scheduled. It was going to be 15 and 15 for each side. If the Hess are able to do oral argument, I would request that that be part of the 15 minutes on the state side rather than taking time away from our side.
Mr. Chairman, the state would object to that. If there's any possibility that the Hets could also have 15 minutes, given that they are a full party to these permit proceedings in front of the board, I think it would be understandable for them to be given the same amount of time to present an oral argument as every other party.
And I guess I would say they're on the same side. And so that would basically double their time against us.
Mr. Chairman, to the extent that we have similar arguments, I would say that that might be true. However, I would object to the notion that we are on the same side, that we are the same party.
They are supporting the application.
I'm going to sustain that objection because I do think there is a distinction. I understand the decision is one, but I am going to sustain that. I will note for the record the objections and we'll proceed. I suspect you will have an opportunity to sort of put forward the form of how the arguments are produced.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. I can coordinate with the parties and let them know how it will proceed, the order.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, you got oral arguments, you got 2 against 1. Is there any chance that there could be a 10-minute rebuttal?
Mr. Treasurer, I think why don't we take that under consideration? I think that's appropriate. I think that's normally how arguments are done. There's a presentation and then a response in dividing that time. So not being an attorney myself, someone at sea, I think we want to make sure we hear from both parties and we want to have a fair hearing too. But I do sustain the notion that there are distinct arguments for the state and the Hess. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that the parties maybe figure out something that works for all of them, understanding that it's the board's desire to allow the Hess to present oral argument in terms of time and rebuttal. And if there's no stipulation, then we can set appropriate times.
Mr. Nicholas, is that okay with you?
That's okay with me.
Ms. Gamble, is that okay with you?
Mr. Chairman, that works well for us.
Thank you. Mr. Frank?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, that works for us.
Very good. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, next on your agenda is tab B, reports. These are all informational only, but staff is available to answer any questions the board might have.
Are there questions for the matters under tab B? Any questions? One more time, any questions? If there are none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, having briefed each of the board members individually, I have a list of items that appear amenable to treatment on a consent list. This consent list has been provided to all of the board members for their review. The items proposed on the consent list for today's Board of Land Commissioners meeting are items C1, E1 through E11, F1 through F5, G1 and G2, G4 through G10, H1, H3, and I2.
Members of the board, you've heard the suggested consent list, items C1, E1 through E11, F1 through F5, G1 and G2, G4 through G10, H1, H3, and I2. If there are no objections to any of the items on there or reasons to call them off, I would entertain a motion for a consent list.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move the consent list as proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Second?
It's been seconded by the auditor, moved by the superintendent. We are voting on a consent list for items C1, E as in Edward, 1 through E11, F1, F5, G1, G2, G4 through G10, H1, H3, and I2. That's the motion before us. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. I would now entertain a motion for the director's recommendation on the items on the consent list.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved by the auditor. Is there support?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Madam Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on your agenda is tab C, Forestry Matters, and that brings us to an update from State Forester Kelly Norris.
Ms. Norris, good to see you this morning.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. Happy New Year. I have high hopes for State Forestry and having another great year ahead of us. I have provided each board member with a copy of State Forestry's 2025 annual report, along with the newly updated shared stewardship agreement with the U.S. Forest Service. For board members online, I will be sure to send those to you electronically. I'm going to kick off our presentation with the 2025 wildfire summary. Wyoming recorded 1,664 fires that burned approximately 250,535 acres. 79% of the fires reported were on private and state lands, while 35% of the total acres burned were on private and state lands. The 2025 fire season was notably above average. We had multiple days with double-digit wildfire responses occurring within the state. And we even had a few wildfires on the last day of the year this year. So we had 18 emergency fire suppression account fires that were approved within 8 different counties. State responsibility suppression costs estimated for these fires totaled $20 million. Wyoming received one FEMA Fire Management Assistant Grant for the Red Canyon Fire, which burned 1,024 acres in Hot Springs County. Last year was the 22nd season for the Wyoming State HeliTAC. With the additional funding provided for the Fire Aviation Program and last year's Senate File 152, our HeliTAC seasonal supported initial attack response with a Type 3 helicopter and a Type 2 helicopter. The helicopter supported 14 counties with 96 initial attack responses to wildfires, delivering over 220,000 gallons of water. State Forestry utilized the additional funds to contract 2 more single-engine air tankers, which brought us up to a total of contracted 4 single-engine air tankers. 2 seats were based in the Casper Tanker Base, and 2 seats started at the BLM Warland Seat Base, and then were moved over to the Gillette Airport for the first time in 5 years to support response in that area. The seats responded to 76 wildfires in 18 different counties, delivering over 189,000 gallons of retardant. Last year, our Smoke Buster inmate hand crew responded to 10 fires in 6 different counties. The crew also completed 156 acres of fuels mitigation treatments within Crook and Weston counties and helped burn over 3,000 piles. In the last month, Wyoming recorded 62 fires that have burned approximately 50 acres. Snowpack is currently under 70% in eastern Wyoming and near normal in western Wyoming. Currently, with the low to mid-elevation fuels that are largely snow-free, Wyoming is also entering a typical windier period. This means from the Colorado Front Range into southeast Wyoming, above normal, significant fire potential for February is likely to occur. Last week, State Forestry closed public comments for the private fire prevention and qualified insurance approved resource rules. The purpose of these rules is to establish a framework for safe, effective, and coordinated use of private insurance wildfire resources operating within the state of Wyoming. We received 5 public comments and are working through next steps to finalize the rules before fire season. The next set of rules State Forestry plans to work on is for the fire protection revolving account, specifically the non-EFSA fire billing account. And we plan to have these proposed rules out this spring. Transitioning to the Good Neighbor Authority update, in 2025, State Forestry Good Neighbor Authority program grew, excuse me, with the additional full-time G&A foresters in the Black Hills, Bridger Teton, and soon to be one in the Medbo National Forest. Additionally, State Forestry expanded G&A foresters for the Black Hills and Bighorns. We have taken the Wyoming Executive Order of increasing active forest management seriously and continue to focus on increasing timber sale offers and enhancement project work. In state fiscal year 2025, our foresters sold 4 million board feet of timber on 890 acres of state trust lands and over 12.26 million board feet of federal timber on 3,000 acres, a little over 3,000 acres on federal lands. And most recently, State Forestry sold a 5 million board foot timber sale in the Bear Lodge district of the Black Hills, helping to secure sustainable supply of timber to keep the local industries operating within that area. Unique to the Good Neighbor Authority program, this past year, State Forestry sold 4 large deck sales on the Bighorn, Shoshone, Bridger Teton, and Medbo National Forests. 3 of these were fire salvage decks, with the Medbo sale being a very large aspen enhancement project. Last month, Wyoming finalized updating our shared stewardship agreement with the U.S. Forest Service. The new agreement reflects significant progress Wyoming has made with the Forest Service over the past 5 years. An addendum was added to the new agreement, and it includes additional work and commitment for state forestry, specifically selecting 2 pilot landscapes for State Forestry's G&A program to administer all timber and vegetation projects within them. The 2 pilot areas will occur within the Bighorn and Bridger Teton National Forests, and we are working closely with the forest supervisors and district rangers to implement. The updated agreement also includes a commitment to explore collaborative opportunities in wildlife habitat, recreation, energy development, and grazing. I want to give the board a quick update about the status of the U.S. Forest Service state and private program grant funding. Recently, President Trump signed the 2026 fiscal year appropriation bill for the USDA and the Department of Interior. Our federal, state, and private grant funding was included in this appropriation, which means continued funding for state fire assistance, forest health, urban and community forestry, and fuels mitigation. State Forestry has received a small seed extraction grant from the U.S. Forest Service to upgrade our electrical capacities in our Newcastle office for the operation of seed processing equipment and training of staff for our seed extraction program. And lastly, I have a fun story. So an elm on the grounds of the Capitol happens to be a sapling of a tree under which George Washington took command of the American Army in Massachusetts, July 3rd, 1775. The tree was donated to Wyoming by the Daughters of the American Revolution in the 1930s. In conjunction with the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, the Daughters of the Revolution would like to take a cutting from the tree to propagate and distribute new seedlings across Wyoming to continue the legacy and celebration. State Forestry will be assisting with the propagation and the cutting of the elm. The plans are City of Cheyenne will be taking a cutting tomorrow on February 6th, just right outside here, the Capitol. So with that, I'm going to end my presentation there, but a fun little story to celebrate the 250th with trees. And with that, I'll take any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Forester Norris. Any questions? I would have a few. I'm sorry to do that to you. One of the questions I have, noting shared stewardship has been in place for some time, and that we have worked with the USDA on timber sales, et cetera, et cetera. How many of those have been affected by wildfires?
Mr. Chairman, That's a good question. I am aware of a few, not that were specific to under our Good Neighbor Authority, but they were Forest Service sales, specifically associated with the Fish Creek fire that turned into the pack trail. That is a significant one. And we had a couple, I think, in the Uintas that didn't actually make it into Wyoming. And I'm trying to think, I don't think any of the other ones out, well, the Mullen fire impacted quite a few timber sales as well in 2020.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
The other question is there's been an effort to reorganize, and I thought in January they were going to announce how they were going to reorganize federal resources. Have they been in contact with you, and do we have a good idea?
Mr. Chairman, that is a good question. The USDA has not implemented their reorg yet. The Department of Interior has begun. They have started. They have a brand new wildland fire service with a fire chief. Interesting enough, though, the appropriations bill still has the appropriations for each of the departments for fire in them. So I think they're trying to figure out how that's going to look. But the plan is to take the Bureau of Land Management, the BIA, National Park Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, pull all of those wildland fire resources out and put them under the new U.S. Fire Service, Wildland Fire Service. That transition is slowly occurring, I think, because of the way the appropriations came through. But I believe that is still on track, and there will be different phases. And yes, State Forestry has been in contact with Department of Interior. We've met with the Undersecretary, and I did speak with the Chief Schultz, from the Forest Service just recently on Friday, but it was more of a check-in on the Black Hills versus the reorg. But yes, that we are expecting to occur in the coming months.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, I just want to commend you on your work over the interim here for looking at how Wyoming can do a better job. Just putting a plug in, I think it's important that we have west and east resources. In the Colorado River Basin, we're at 68% of normal. There is some thought this could be less than 50 this year. And as you walk around the state, and I know you know this, we have snow up high in places, not as much as we normally have, but none on the ground. And so the potential for a fire this year is very scary.
Mr. Chairman, it's an even year. Even years are typically our very active years. When I look back at Wyoming's history, I don't want to jinx us, but we're not walking into a very low potential fire season. We'll see what April and May bring. That is when we're going to really understand what that's going to look like. But yes, we are in the process right now of doing a substantial amount of training. So just so you're aware, this weekend, there's just under 200 trainees in the Southwest Wildland Fire Training here in Cheyenne. So if you see a bunch of firefighters, that's what they're here for. And we're trying to get prepared, but more resources always would be helpful.
Thank you very much. Well, once again, any questions? Hearing none. Very good. Thank you. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, next on your agenda is tab D, Policy Matters. This brings us to item D1. This is proposed rule changes to Chapter 29 Sage Grouse Mitigation Credits. During the 2025 session of the Wyoming Legislature, the Wyoming Sage Grouse Compensatory Mitigation Act was amended to allow operators to receive mitigation credits from the State Board of Land Commissioners in lieu of or in addition to the existing compensatory mitigation credit system that exists. These are the rules to promulgate that into effect. So approval of this board matter would start the rules process and allow the office to open public comment on these rules for that purpose. Therefore, our recommendation is to authorize the office to begin the regular rulemaking process with the draft amendments in this board matter.
Thank you, Madam Director. Are there questions? Are there comments? If there are none, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would recommend that the board, or I would move that the board authorize the Office of State Lands and Investments to begin the regular rulemaking process, which the included draft amended rules for Chapter 29 sage grouse mitigation credits.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there support for the auditor's motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay?
I'm a no.
Okay.
I'm a no.
Thank you. Recording the secretary as a no. That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on your agenda takes you to tab E, Surface Lease Matters, Board Matter E12. E12 is an application for a special use lease in Uinta County. The applicant is Uinta Trade School. This is on a little under 80 acres at the old Wyoming Hospital complex that is no longer used by the Department of Health. The proposal for the board today is a 13-year lease that, as indicated in your board matter, has a sliding scale where the Uinta Trade School would take over the campus but work to lease each building additionally through the years of that lease. Phase 1 being years 1 through 3, where the lease would be $650,000. The next 2 years, $1.1 million. Phase 3, $1.6 million, and phase 4, $1.9 million. Finally, with phase 5 in the last 2 years of the lease being $2.5 million annually. In working with the applicant, the desire is to develop this campus into a trade school for purposes that students would be able to have hands-on learning experiences in the trades and to develop the curriculum and infrastructure to host the students at this location. In working with the applicants for this special use lease, our office notes that this is an institutional land for the Department of Health, and the Department of Health holds an appropriation to potentially demolish the buildings that are on this campus, which creates a decision point for the board today because those dollars do expire at the end of this biennium. The request was made of the applicants to potentially bond to protect the state asset should something not work with the plan as planned, or if anything were to go wrong. A letter has been provided in your packet from the applicants, and I believe they're here today to also explain to you their plans and ideas that they would like to do. I would note that the director's recommendation is not to approve this application because of the desire not to bond by the applicants and an insufficient exit plan, but would welcome the applicants to come visit with the board today about what they would like to do with this project.
Thanks, Madam Director. Before we do that, let me just ask if there's any questions for the staff from members of the board. If there is none, if the applicants want to come forward. And as you begin, if you state your name and for the record.
Yeah, I'm Jared Rex.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair and distinguished board members, we thank you for your time today. I don't know if I'm nervous because I didn't drive through a snowstorm, white knuckled to get here, or if it's because of many sleepless nights over the last 2.5 months as we've prepared to be in front of you today and discuss the weighty measures that are matters at hand regarding this asset that the state owns. With that, I'm going to turn a little bit of time over to my colleague Colton to kind of let you know a little bit more, and everybody that's here a little bit more about who we are and what we're doing. So with that, I'll let him talk for a minute, and then I'll have a few more things to address in front of the board, if that's okay.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Rex.
Mr. Chairman, may I approach and hand out a visual?
Absolutely.
Some maps and then. Like I said, before, my name's Colton Welling, born and raised in Evanston, colleague of Mr. Ricks. Before you is being passed out a map of our proposed Uinta Trade School, as well as a packet with some informational numbers regarding the school inside. My, the slogan that we go by for the school, people build projects, we build people. We'd like to get this going, that we have a letter here. Kind of explains a little bit, trade school exists to prepare students for meaningful hands-on careers in today's workforce. We believe that skilled trades are not just jobs. They are the heartbeat of our communities, from construction and welding to electrical and automotive technology. Our programs are built around practical experience, mentorship, and commitment to excellence. What truly sets our school apart is our connection to this region. Our instructors are not only experts in their fields, they're also mentors who understand the values that defines life here: integrity, perseverance, pride, and a job well done. We work closely with local businesses and industries to ensure that our training matches real workforce needs, helping our students step directly from the classroom into rewarding careers. Beyond the technical skills, Trade School also fosters leadership, problem solving, and deep respect for teamwork, qualities that serve our students for life wherever their path takes them. As we've seen growing through this world in the United States and in Wyoming, the trades careers are in deep shortage. The United States is underfunded through 650 electricians that are needed for the workforce, and over 650,000 electricians and 450,000 welders. We have a severe shortage. The other problem that we have is a lot of business owners, as most of you probably know. You hire an employee, they go to work for you. After 6 months of training, time, material, payment, they decide to leave that and go somewhere else, and it's time lost, time wasted. Our school, we hope to fill that gap. Place somebody in there that wants to be a tradesman, wants to pay for their learning. They come into the workforce prepared and ready to go. And we'd like to foster that. The map that was passed out, like I said, it's color coded. It was explained in the brief intro to show our years and which buildings will be in use as we prepare to get this school going as proposed. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Welling.
Mr. Chair and Board, I want to talk specifically about the main goals that UNA Trade School started out with. This came about to tell a little story. I was building a very elaborate waterfall, retaining wall, and fire pit with a paver patio for a client, a veteran of Wyoming, veteran of the U.S. Army. And he said to me, he says, "Jared, did you hear what's happening with the old state hospital buildings?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they're scheduled to be demoed." This was in 2024. And he said, "Well, actually, there's a meeting that's happening with some representatives from the governor's office of Wyoming and the governor's office of Utah, and that's on June 15th. And they're going to talk about bringing up 2,800 transients from Salt Lake area and housing them in it." And I said, "Well, I don't want that in my town. I got 2 boys that have moved on, but 3 teenage daughters, and they work at the movie theater till 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'm not going to be panicked every night that they don't make it home or something worse happens." And so with that, I started making phone calls and was able to talk to some local leaders and confirmed that that meeting was actually happening. And before that meeting took place, I made some calls and found out that there hadn't been any real proposal since 2012 for repurpose of that state asset, which kind of saddened me, to be honest. And so as a developer builder for my whole career, I started thinking about what we could do with those buildings and with that asset that exists there. And so I got copies of all the reports that had been made over the years, engineering reports that were several hundred pages long, and read through those. And I thought, this is a desperate need, as Colton mentioned, to have more skilled, gifted tradesmen. And so why not start a trade school and use those buildings as the actual training facilities to teach this thing? Every city in our country is faced with that dilemma. Do we fix up these 200-year-old buildings or 150-year-old buildings and deal with the asbestos and deal with the lead and deal with these things? Or do we tear them down and build something new. And so that's something that everyone in this country is facing right now. Every state, county, and city government is debating over, and the costs that are associated with that. I called a colleague of mine from the Las Vegas area who has had a successful trade school for the last 6 years and asked him if they would entertain helping us out. And he said, well, I can't speak for the entire board, but I can say yes for me, and I'm the board chair, so I think it's going to be a yes. And he's one of our founding members. In fact, he was touted by the governor of Nevada as one of the most successful private-public partnerships that's existed in that state. And so we've tried to do that here as well. We want to create a situation that's different, right? Our main goals are to help build people, as Colton mentioned. Our second main goal is to help preserve the historic nature of those buildings. You know, I was talking with Lloyd Larson about the demolition and the situation and what was going on. I was driving past the buildings and had picked my daughter up, who was 15 from 15 from middle school. Her name's Kaylee. And as I talked on the phone after I got off, she goes, what are you talking about, Dad? And I said, those buildings we just drove past, those brick buildings, they're talking about tearing them down, and we're trying to propose and come up with a solution to not tear those buildings down. And she goes, why in the world would you tear down that beautiful craftsmanship? I mean, I didn't incite that or ask for that comment. She goes, every single one of those bricks was laid by hand by a craftsman. Why would you tear that down? And so that really struck a chord with me, that if that generation, the next generation, is concerned about protecting and preserving that type of craftsmanship, that we all should be thinking that way too. Sorry, I don't mean to be emotional. It's been a long time getting here. Almost 2 years now. So as we talk about our third goal, to create a win-win situation between private and public entities. So many times the public feels like the government is in an adversarial position against the public. And we always say, well, it's our money. Why are they so against what we want to do? Why does it create court situations and attorney situations and litigation situations instead of working hand in hand to grow and to develop and to build both people and projects? So I'd ask you to think long and hard about that. How do we create a better way moving forward where private money, public money can work side by side, not adversarially? Not, I doubt that you're going to be able to do this. Not, I want a bond in place that creates teeth, that takes away assets. You pose this question for a minute. If you were to have your appendix removed and the doctor made a mistake, are you entitled to his lifestyle and everything he's struggled for? I would say no. He made a mistake. Contractors are the same way. A bond comes after every asset that I have or that my team has if it goes south. It's not a win-win. The win-win is an escrow account. The state uses those. After funds are appropriated through an appropriations committee, they move things into an escrow account. There are eyes that watch that, accountants that look at it. People get to see where the sources and uses come from. That's what we're asking to happen on this project, is that we use an escrow account, that we show the state we have the funds to do it. We show the state where the funds came from, and we let the state be involved with how we appropriate those funds to turn this into an income-producing asset. You know, builders and developers create income-producing assets for cities and towns and counties. And yet so many times in so many meetings in front of boards, we create these adversarial situations where it's like, we want them to pay for everything. I shouldn't have to pay for a water meter as a developer. The city should say, thank you, Mr. Developer, for bringing us an income producing asset. Now we have a way to pay for that infrastructure moving forward. Why am I burdened with that impact fee? The city should say, okay, we'll pay for those water meters. Thank you very much. That's the same thing that should happen in all situations between state and private groups when it comes to development. The costs associated with this bond, I want to talk about that for just a minute, if that's okay. Because we have to go through certified engineers' estimates on what the costs are. And I don't want to get into a lengthy debate on what that's all about and what those costs are and why those are not adequate or competent, in my opinion. But this is over a $40 million bond. To make the school successful, we've determined that the first 2 phases of this are going to cost over $30 million. So that's a commitment from our team and our group of over $70 million to make this be a success. In the private world, I get to make about 20%, somewhere between 15 and 20% on that money. We are willing to forego that. And think about that for just a minute. It's a lot of money. It's over $17 million in lost revenue annually. Think about the good we could do for education, for schools, for teachers, for people, for communities. And we have to put this money and set it aside and let it be stagnant to cover that bond. The goal is not to demo the buildings. The goal is to turn them into an income-producing asset for the state, to offset the cost that the state has. I believe it's an asset. I believe the state's treating it like a liability. That's why they're asking to demo it and to post a demo bond. So is it an asset or is it a liability? The demo bond says it's a liability. So I ask once again that we think about long and hard about using an escrow account instead of a bond in this situation. We've given proof of funds. We've shown that we can do what we're going to do, and we want to help the state have a win here for the state, for the country. This could become a type and place as an example of how private-public partnerships can happen. Imagine if every single state project was done in the form of a school where people were learning that trade and that craft. Of course, under the supervision of skilled craftsmen, which we have several on our board. Hogan Construction, Aaron Metcalf. They have over 70 years of building successful schools through Wyoming, Idaho, and Utah. He sees this as one of the best ideas he's come across and decided to join it as one of our board members. I appreciate your time today. I hope that we can think about the future. We can think about those students after they graduate high school and how we teach them a trade or a craft and how we can reappropriate these buildings and these assets of the state into something that's beautiful, historically sound, and helps those that are interested in remembering the charm of driving past Evanston and seeing those beautiful brick and masonry buildings on the hill, and they can stay there. Thanks again for your time today. If you have any questions or concerns, I open that up to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Rex. Are there other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, the way I was looking at the numbers there, it's going to take about 34 to demo it. You only got 24. That's not going to happen. Those numbers are disappearing at the end of the biennium. Essentially, we don't have the statutory authorization to do what the proposer wants us to do. I would say that if because nothing's really going to happen till after the biennium anyway, because there's not enough funds to move forward one way or the other. that we could table this, maybe with a recommendation to the legislature to look at this topic and to dispose of it one way or the other, during this session. Because like I say, we can't move forward, we can't move back. And there's 24 million there. I'd rather take the 24 million and do something with it than demolition. But that's not enough money to get it through. But maybe through your office, business council, and some of the legislators, they might be able to come up with something that could move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. And I, just a clarification question, Mr. Rex, your thought is to move the 24 million into an escrow account?
No, we are not asking the state to
Okay,
use their
so
funds at all
you'll
at this
fund
point.
the escrow account.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for being here, and I'm glad there wasn't a blizzard or other disaster in I-80. Some of my questions are going to have to do, let me preface this by saying you might not want to talk about some of this in public, and that's okay, but I'll ask them, and whatever you can tell me, great. Maybe a little more detail about what the funding structure looks like, because I think our board, as a concern, if we were to move forward without the bond, is our asset protected? And some of that is some judgment of whether we think this project is going to be successful. And even just the rental rates, that's a lot of money. Like this is a lot of money. So maybe talk to me a little bit about how many students are going to be there. What is the tuition? What does the funding structure look like? Does this school have to operate in the black to survive? Or are the corporate sponsors that so desperately need these employees making up the difference? Or is there some assurance there? Does that question make sense? Yeah, that's what
Absolutely.
I'd like to know.
And thank you. That's a great question. We set it up as a non-for-profit. So we're not trying to make any money. We are trying to donate to the state and to create this situation where it becomes an asset to us in the future for trained staff. It is a known factor in studies that just to train a Walmart checker costs about $20,000. So it takes them a while before that person actually produces for them. Imagine that in a construction trade like plumbing or electrical. You'll spend 2 to 4 years training an electrician before they actually can produce and help your company make money, which we have to make money to survive, right? And so the structure of this is set up. We went around to high schools in the local area and several businesses and said, hey, if these training classes were available, we went to Associated Builders and Contractors, the Salt Lake branch, because we're so close to Salt Lake, of course, and that's part of our market. If these classes were available, could you see students coming? And if so, how many? And we were able to ascertain that we'd start out with between 40 and 60 students from the day one of our doors opening. And so the anticipated tuition costs are varying, and I can't get into the length of that because if they're just going to get a certification, it costs a certain amount of money. If they're going to come and become a full-blown electrician, that's a 4-year program. That's going to take some time, right? And so on and so forth. So the funds that come in from tuition are allocated primarily to the instructors. We anticipate around 35 to 40% going to the instructors, if that makes sense. We also hope that the sponsors, we treated this kind of like if you did a 40,000-foot flyover of this campus, it looks like a university campus. It doesn't look like a state hospital. It looks like a university campus, which was, if you go back to the history of how this was set up, that's how we used to handle patients and people that had mental disabilities. And so we gave them something to do, right? And then as the 50s, 40s, 50s, and 60s came along, we started using medications more instead of giving them something to do to get their mind off of the thing. And so I don't know if that So then also the structure there is that we have through all of our networks, we have several large supply house businesses, the Heritage Group that owns Colorado Pipe Supply and several others. We've asked them if they'd be willing to donate to the school. And they said, yeah, we would give materials at a reduced cost or even donate pipe that's in our yards for a year because the contractors want the brand new stuff right from the factory. It still qualifies and is good pipe, but they would rather have the brand new stuff. And so we've created those partnerships to help this be a success as well and to help offset some of those costs for the reconstruction. If that helps answer that question a little more.
One quick follow-up. Would you anticipate tuition mainly coming from the student themselves, or is this going to be a company saying, we're sending Susie to come learn how to be an electrician and we're paying for that, and then she's maybe going to commit to work for us for X
Perfect.
years?
Well, as we know, that skin in the game matters, right? So we would like that some of that tuition comes from the student themselves. We've encouraged all of our sponsors as we treated this, like I said, as a college campus. We've gotten sponsors for every single one of the buildings that are going to sponsor the reconstruction and the school within that. And so as part of that sponsorship, they need to make available scholarships for those students that will cover about half of the tuition. That helps you understand that structure a little bit.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and maybe a question more for staff of if we have looked at escrow versus bond here, because, and just want to say first and foremost, I mean, I completely appreciate you guys, putting this together. I mean, this could be a great win-win for the state. I mean, CTE has been something that I'm very passionate about in education. And I hope that bonding doesn't appear to be adversarial, because I've also worked in oil and gas business where it's part of business. And so I think the worry of this board is that 24 million, it's out the door at the end of the biennium. And then if heaven forbid something occurs, then we're left with those stranded assets and have to figure out what to do with them. And so that's the point of it, not to be adversarial, but just to make sure that we're, taking care of those assets. And so so staff, I don't know, has escrow been discussed on this project versus bonding?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, so what we're trying to do with the bond is maintain coverage throughout the entirety of that project. And that includes at the end of those 13 years. We're still going to have those buildings on the property. Maybe all of them are going to be fully remediated of asbestos and lead and all the things that were previously mentioned. But then what do we do after that? Is there a use case to keep those? Do we want them repurposed at that time, or do we need them reclaimed? So it's to make sure that we have coverage for the entirety of that project. Now, when we're talking about escrow, I think the idea, and please correct me where I have this wrong, Mr. X, but I think the idea is to have money in escrow for each individual building as a part of that specific phase. And then once that phase is complete and those buildings are refurbished, then that money reverts back to the trade school. So there would be no money left over in the event that we wanted those buildings reclaimed at the end of 13 years. And so that's a little bit of the difference there.
Please, Mr. Rex, just to clarify that.
In the application, we made it very clear that we're in this for the long haul. We're not asking for a 1 or 2 year lease. We're asking for a 13-year lease. That's a huge commitment on our committee's part and our group's part. That shows you our resolve to stay with this. We also have put in the application that it's our intent to then enter into a 25-year renewable lease perpetually, that this becomes a university of sorts or a community college, and then eventually a university as the state grows, if we decide to grow with our population. So that's really the intent here. And that's why we're willing to commit more than $70 million of private money to make this be a success. We are pursuing some federal money because there are federal dollars. We've got several letters from Senator Brasso's office and him personally being excited about this. But we aren't asking the state for any funds at this point.
Thank you. Any follow-up there? Other questions?
Yes, I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. The money for the demolition, I mean, that's just a legislative appropriation that's going to revert, right? I mean, the only thing that could be replicated as long as the will is there to appropriate the funds in the future, but that's not a question of capital. I mean, that's just a question of politics and getting that through the legislature. So, I mean, just clarify for me, you're talking about legislative funds that are, yes, going to expire at the end of the biennium, but they're also going to revert. It's not like the state's losing any funding broadly.
Thank you. I'm not sure who that question is directed to, Mr. Secretary.
I think the director might understand the structure of this.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, that is my understanding. There may also be representatives from the Department of Health available today that can answer that
Just
question in more
so
detail.
happens that there is. Director, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Stefan Johansson with the Wyoming Department of Health. The funds that were appropriated approximately 2.5 years ago are in a construction and demolition account. There's direction from the legislature to move forward with the demolition project. That's in an account that they use Department of Health funds, essentially our savings or reversions from the previous biennium to fund that account. Secretary Gray is right. Just like any appropriation, if they go unspent, those monies would, unless acted upon, revert, and that's certainly true. Mr. Chairman, just a little bit of history here. So in the development of the new state hospital, which we currently occupy in the Department of Health, run, oversee, and treat patients, that dates all the way back to 2012, 2013, and a task force was formed between the executive branch and legislative branch for all of the Department of Health facilities and really oversaw and directed the construction project. Around 2015 and 16, a lot of public meetings were held about the future of the old state hospital campus, meetings with the county, the city, other stakeholders. And I know we're going back 10, 11 years now, but these discussions were held then, and I think the state, the legislature, the task force expressed interest in feedback, proposals, et cetera, on any sort of acquisition or disposal of the state hospital. At the time, there was none. The task force recommended that in addition to some of the historic buildings on that campus, we have 20 or more what you might call non-historic or less historic buildings there that are in disrepair. The task force recommended to the legislature to appropriate funds or some funds to abate and demolish some of those buildings. Even further in the history lesson, Secretary Gray might remember this, there was one particular session where the capital construction bill failed. So those construction funds, I think it was $10 million, ultimately did not get appropriated to the state construction department. And so then another year went by and additional proposals or concepts were discussed locally and with the state about the future of the old state hospital. Fast forward to 2 years ago, the discussion came up again, and both with local stakeholders, economic development folks, the facilities task force considered proposals for repurposing of the state hospital and ultimately did not recommend to move forward with those either. And so the most recent action has been that appropriation to abate and demolish the majority of the buildings on the old state hospital campus. 2 years ago, the State Construction Department put out a bid for a phased approach, essentially the worst first in terms of demolishing some of the buildings on the old state hospital campus, which we at the Department of Health have abandoned as of 2020, 2021. And the legislature passed a budget amendment that restricted the demolition of approximately 5 of the 10 buildings that were part of that phase. So a rebid was put out. The state did not receive any bids for that. And that's essentially the holding pattern we as the Department of Health and the State Construction Department have been in for the past couple of years. very sensitive to the concerns on demolishing versus repurposing, and appreciate the presentation today. I think the broader policy decision for this board, just from my perspective in the Department of Health, is if the buildings are to be repurposed, if the state retains those assets, what is the master planning beyond that? And to the treasurer's point, we do not have legislative direction to occupy any new refurbished buildings from the old campus for any purpose at the state hospital, which is why this matter comes before the Board of Land Commissioners. As institutional land, if that is not part of the master plan of the state hospital for psychiatric services, then it's a broader policy decision for the state on potentially repurposing or including numerous proposals that have been seen over the years, or ultimately abating and demolishing the campus. So we're somewhat of a middleman in terms of not having a use for those buildings specifically for the state hospital or Department of Health, but certainly recognize the difficulty in the broader policy. Mr. Chairman, that was long-winded. I apologize, but happy to answer any additional questions. There's been a lot of history and development, as Mr. Rex mentioned, since these discussions started over 10 years ago.
And I appreciate that. Director, you know, I personally, as treasurer, talked with originally Zion Bank when we knew things were going to be slowing down, and the director or the owner of Zion Bank was quite interested in sort of doing something about a trade school. That never really emerged. I then went on to talk about Western Wyoming Community College, taking it over as a satellite campus. We worked hard on that. That ultimately didn't come to pass. And I can talk about conversations we've had with Bechtel, who is trying to build some sort of a trades operation. And if you haven't talked to them, I would encourage you to continue to talk to them. TerraPower is building a training center for the modular nuclear plants that are there. And I would also say that we're trying to figure out what to do with the Job Corps building, which is an incredible potential asset as well. For all of these things. The one thing, Mr. Rex, in your comment that I just, or your history that I wanted to sort of be clear on, to my knowledge, at least when I've been governor, there has never been a conversation, and Mr. Johansson, I thought it would be good to have you here, that we've never had a conversation about housing immigrants or anything like that in that facility. There was a private contractor who had approached the state at some point to build a facility on state lands. That ultimately failed. But I just wanted to make it clear that this, we are not a sanctuary state. We don't let people in here, and there was never an intent, and I never had any conversations with the governor of Utah. So I just wanted to make sure that was clarified.
Mr. Chairman, I have a follow-up.
Sure.
Well, first, I just want to say I think the gentleman was referring to the contractor, and that was a big item in I forget the year, but it was troubling and it troubled me, and so I think that's what he was referring to. But my question, I just want to put a bow on this. This is all state funds that are going to revert. There's no match from the feds or any other sort of arrangement, because if that's the case, I mean, I think that it's very important in understanding this demolition expiring, the appropriation for it, whether it's just state funds, because that's just going to revert then.
Mr. Director Johansson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, yes, these are funds that were directed to us by the legislature, directed for us to deposit into a construction and demolition account for the state hospital for the current biennium that we are in. So should the state construction department and the state not move forward with demolition, then those unspent funds would be at the discretion of the legislature. I will say, Mr. Secretary, as you're probably aware, since the funds were appropriated and the original demolition estimates were made, just like all of my facilities and construction projects, those estimated costs obviously grow over time with inflation escalators. So it would create another policy decision for the state down the road on what to ultimately do with the old campus. Mr. Secretary, happy to elaborate if you need.
Yeah,
And-
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, you know, I guess what I'd wonder is ask the question is, during the meantime, let's just say, everything reverts, we say you guys go ahead and go. Are the folks taking over the project, are they going to be responsible for, I guess, cleaning those buildings up, getting the rats and stuff out of them and making them, at least safe so if somebody comes in there, there isn't, something falling down on somebody and keeping them fenced off and, securing the site.
Want me to address that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you,
as
sir.
part of the application process, those questions have been asked and answered from the Office of State Lands and Investment, part of our application process. But to clarify, it is our intent that all the buildings that are not being used in each phase will be fenced around. We've also made partnerships with Safe Space to put in security protocols for the tunnels. It's a facial recognition software. They were involved in the TSA software that we all use when we fly. Out of Nashville. They're really excited to use this campus as a Western training facility for installations for Safe Space International, and we hope to use that, like I said, as a training facility for them. So the buildings will be safe and kept safe. All of the sponsors, meaning either a construction company or a company that has sponsored those particular buildings, we'll have to have proper insurances in place and proper supervision in place to make sure that none of the students enter into an unsafe environment. But one of the things that we've had to clarify on many occasions with some of the local folks is that the students will be doing the work under supervision of a professional and through proper safety protocols. So make that clear. The students will be doing the work. So they will be in work environments that are typical of normal remodels or potential demolitions. There are some buildings as we've gone through. I do want to champion Stefan's efforts to build a new building. Very appropriate. I think that was proper use of funds. As I've gone through these buildings extensively and the tunnels, it wasn't the right way to take care of those patients or safe for the staff. And so that's something that we've addressed wholeheartedly to make sure that we have a safe environment for students and contractors up there.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Yeah, what is the return to the state as far as return on when you get this all up and done, what kind of lease payments or whatever comes back to the state? Because we can't give you these buildings for $1. That would be not in the benefit of the beneficiaries.
As stated, it's our intent to lease these perpetually so that it becomes an income producing asset for the state.
And what is that income? What's that range?
She mentioned that earlier. Director Berry mentioned that earlier, what those numbers are. They go up as we take on more buildings each and every year or through those phases. Ultimately, I believe we're at around a $2 million annual lease agreement in the long term.
2,500. Yeah. Mr. Treasurer, I'm going to give you a follow-up, then I'm going to go to Director Johansson, then I'm going to go to the.
Yeah, I guess if you're not willing to do a bond, are you willing to provide liability insurance?
Absolutely. That is part of the application.
Director Johansson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just for the board's awareness, I wanted to make it clear with the discussion about the appropriation for the demolition, and I believe State Construction is here, could provide additional detail. Money for design of that demolition project for the approximate 30 buildings on the old campus that have been abandoned. Design money has been spent. That's really the large expenditure out of the appropriation so far when it was directed by the legislature to move forward before some of the pauses and halting. So I just want to make it clear with what was appropriated to the construction and demolition account, I believe some of that money has been expended on design and contracting for those purposes.
Thank you. Madam Auditor.
Are there tunnels on this property and how are those contemplated in this?
Yes, the brilliance of this campus when it was built because of the amazing snowstorms that we're notorious for.
I'm familiar.
And they're way different than when I grew up here for sure. But they had tunnels interconnecting all the buildings so that patients and or staff could travel to and from buildings without having to go out in the middle of a blizzard or a minus 20-degree temperatures that Evanston had 100 years ago. And so those tunnel conditions are still structurally sound. In fact, we've got some engineering reports that show that the seismic structure of this facility is better than some of the new facilities. However, so they're in desperate need. They have some mold issues. The steam lines run through those. So there was leaky steam vents that would create moisture conditions. And so there is mold that needs to be remediated, which the students will learn under the direction of Penn Hall, an international company that does mold. And they're the largest in Salt Lake area right now for that, for asbestos and mold abatement. And so they're the ones that are sponsoring those classes. And so they will be taught properly with proper hazmat equipment to go in and abate that mold and then paint those tunnels. We'll put electric gates in front of all of the entrances to those tunnels. Like I said, that will be operated through facial recognition software. So no one will get down in those anymore unless they are allowed to be there. Yep.
All right, thank you. Director, I don't know if Mr. Webb's back there. I don't know if he has any perspective on any of this. No? Okay. So the liability coverage will be there?
That is correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Very good. Well, other questions? If not,
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
what's the timetable on this? So we can hold you to a timetable that if all your plans go awry, then it's a reset and we go to demo.
Timetable to start the school or timetable to do demolition?
Just the timetable to have progress. So we know that, it's a great idea. I think everybody's excited from the standpoint, but if the idea doesn't pan out, then what does that look like and when does that occur? And what timetables do you have that you can say, well, we're not going to make it. We can only do half of these buildings, or there's things happen, and we want to make sure that that if you're not successful at the scale that you can be, when do you get to a point where you're as far as you can go and the rest of them have to be knocked down?
Thank you. Yeah, the group has committed. We went through our first 2 phases or years, which would be years 1 through 3 and then 4 through 6, or 4 and 5. And we determined the dollar amount that was needed for those phases. And we have moved to a private escrow account that money. So it's setting aside and already donated on our part, basically. And so if in year 1 or year 2, this doesn't come together, we don't get the students that we anticipate, it doesn't continue to grow, then I would make it clear that, as I stated before, the state has a derelict building that they want to demo or had appropriated money to demo. If we walk away, they'll have a derelict building that they can then demo. It doesn't change the condition if we are in the middle of reconstruction of one or have completely repurposed it. It's just a loss on our part of the funds that we have donated to the cause.
Thank you. I would also say that there is still a cost of demolition that would have to be incurred by the state. Are there other questions? Either Mr. Rex or Mr. Weller? Is there anyone else that would like to approach the board on this matter? Is there anyone online? I don't see anybody. So with that, what is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move that the board approve the application for the Uinta Trade School. I would like to make sure the motion captures the idea of the escrow account building by building. Can that be, is that okay? Can I do that on the fly? Or
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, yes, more detail is better. So
Okay,
please be
yes.
very clear in what you would like in there.
Yeah, exactly. Just the structure where essentially this, as UTS moves into one building, we are fully protected on that building. During the time, and please shout or go like this if I say something wrong, but we are fully protected on that building during the time you're in that. And then when that building is safe or done or whatever, then moving on to the next one. Am I capturing that structure correctly? Okay.
Yes, that's our intent.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I think one of the things we should put in there is that something we put in most of our contracts, pending successful contract negotiations.
Mr. Chairman, I'm fine with that. I'll incorporate that into my motion.
Okay,
I still
thank
need a
you.
second though.
It's a
Second.
Mr. Chairman, I also would think that we need to have the liability insurance thing in there as well. I assume it's part of the contract, but because they had recommended a denial, I'm not sure it's as clear what exactly this contract's going to look like. So I'd like to add that in there as well.
I consider that done. Consider it done.
So, and Madam Superintendent, I'm thinking this is a work in progress. So
Yes.
when you're clear and finished, we'll read it again, Madam Auditor, and then I'll go for the second.
Okay, so my motion is clarified.
Hold on, I have one question for you, Madam Auditor, if I may, and that is who carries the liability on the other buildings and tunnels?
That
would
would be fall on us because we are asking for the 75 acres and the entire campus.
Right, okay.
The liability would fall on us.
And I thought the motion was specific to the buildings as they were occupied.
The escrow is specific to the
Okay.
buildings as they
Okay.
were occupied, but the entire liability insurance is your
That's correct.
problem.
Okay. Very good.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if this belongs in the motion, but I am still interested in long-term planning. And I don't know if that involves OSLI. I don't know if that starts to creep into State Building Commission, but I do think that should be part of our plan moving forward in the next months.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, should we get the I guess Dell and Dave involved in this and Susan, and that, I mean, I think they're more adept at this than the OSLI as far as contract negotiations and stuff.
So Mr. Webb, is there a chance you can come up and just sort of, because I think you're right, this is not the purview of the State Land Board. This is more the State Building Commission.
Excuse me. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Dave Webb, State Construction Department, Construction Management Supervisor. We have been working with the Department of Health on this for a very long time. Previous discussions were to demo it. We spent about roughly $2.3 million on design and engineering services for this. We've already started taking equipment from those buildings and repurposing them throughout the state. So there's a lot of already, I wouldn't say damage to the buildings, damage to the buildings when we started repurposing that equipment, but there was ongoing as we took that stuff and repurposed it to the prison system is what we did. On another note, I think the superintendent is correct that this would be a state building commission issue and that we'd probably have to go through and discuss this as part of the real estate program that we have for the state building commission, and that we'd have to get A&I involved in that also and have them look at that because they hold that leasing and real estate position in their agency.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. And just because you're there and I know you know this project very well, what I am concerned about, I'm very ambitious. And I said I have been very anxious to see this property repurposed for the very purposes that you've talked about for over 14 years. And it's a remarkable place. So this is not meant in any way as a downer. However, I remember when I first became treasurer going out and touring the old penitentiary. It was still intact. They still had stoves and welders and other things there. That sat there for, it seemed like decades. And finally, it took an enormous amount of effort to sort of dismantle and finally change. So could you just sort of talk about if there's a likelihood that we would have maybe a likelihood isn't the right word, but what the effort would be, because I would think it would be analogous.
Mr. Chairman, so discussing the old state penitentiary, that was an issue with the living conditions. Plus, we had tunnels, steam tunnels that are underneath that facility, if you remember, that were flooding and actually flooding up into the building itself. And that's what caused us to build a new facility, is that there was a lawsuit pending, and instead of fighting the lawsuit, we built a new facility and moved the inmates into the new facility. That facility still stands because it's an exorbitant amount of money to tear down that facility. We still have all that equipment you've seen in there. The only thing we've removed is the stainless steel and the fencing and some other items, but the rest of it still stands, as you saw it last time we visited. So if this were the case here and we had that, I don't want to say, if this didn't come to fruition for 13 years, we would have that demo cost plus the inflation going up to that. So we all know what happened in 2020 with construction costs and demolition. So if we ever have an incident like that again, it could be an absorbent amount. If it goes 13 years and then we get the buildings back, now we incur the cost of major maintenance and maintenance on those facilities as a state property. So you're still incurring future dollars of state funds if that comes back to us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Webb. All right, Madam Auditor.
I will now make the longest motion ever. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I am moving that the board approve the lease as described in the board matter. So that's starting February 1st and going through February 1st of this year, going through February 1st of 2029. I would note that the years 1 through 3, $650K a year, 4 and 5, 1.1 million, 6 through 8, 1.6 million a year, 9 and 10, 1.9 million, 11 through 13, 2.5 million. In that motion, I would like to capture that the escrow situation is squared away so that there is an amount in escrow as they are working in each building, that UTS is also required to manage or to hold all liability insurance for the entire property that they're renting, regardless of whether they're working in a building or not. I would make the motion dependent on successful contract negotiations And I would also direct OSLI to utilize the state construction department to the fullest extent, recognizing that they're probably going to have the best expertise in this area for this contract. And then I would also recommend that maybe the building commission receive updates through as the process progresses.
Okay, I'm assuming you still second that motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Thank you, Madam Director. Any comments? I'll let you speak to it, just if there are any clarifying things. Is that good enough?
Mr. Chairman, I think that this is enough detail to help us, and we will work with partnering agencies to ensure that we get the expertise necessary.
Okay, and I'll ask for discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Madam Auditor.
So I have never been involved in the discussions over the years with the legislature, but I have heard this property discussed for years amongst the legislature. And my recollection of those conversations was every legislator, everyone I've heard has said, we are waiting for somebody to have an idea for this. It could be the nursing school. It could be, you know, XYZ. If only someone had some seed money to come and put in to this and put their money where their mouth is. And I think it's accurate to say there was never a load of appetite to demo, particularly the historic buildings, evidented by the legislature finally put some money in 2 years ago when this has been discussed for over a decade. So that being said, I would agree. I would agree with the secretary's comments that 24 million isn't lost. We also know it's not enough right now, even if there was a robust and unified appetite to demo the buildings. The other thing is I don't see this failing in year 13. I see this failing real quickly, like fairly quickly, or not at all. And so I don't see that we're going to be in a substantially worse place than we are now, particularly with the work protecting each building. And I appreciate state construction's perspective, but the thing is, if they've been here for 13 years, these buildings are not going to be in disrepair. And if they still are in disrepair, then their school would have failed. So they're not going to be here in 13 years with 27 dilapidated buildings. And if at that point they say, okay, we're done, here's your buildings back, we sell them. You know, so I don't know that I don't think that discussing, you know, but then we're going to have major maintenance. Well, but if they're good, if they're operational solid buildings at that point, great, that's an asset. And if they aren't, then we're still back in the place where, okay, well, I guess we can discuss demolition again. So not being a construction expert, but those are my feelings. And that's why even I very much hope more than anything it succeeds, but I think if it doesn't, we have adequate protection in place and we're not going to be in a substantially worse place than we are now.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Further discussion? Further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I want to say a couple things. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a great idea. I really commend the citizen involvement, and I think, I'd like to meet with you in the future. I really think I would like to do that and get to know a little more on your great work. I'm going to support this. I just want to ditto the auditor's comments and really appreciate her leadership here. Everything she said is really correct about the structure moving forward and that there's really nothing lost here. I think that we're just believing in the citizenry that are behind this, and I think it's going to work, and I think it's going to be a great project. And if it doesn't work out, then I think we'll be back and the legislature will appropriate the funds, or we'll look at another idea. But I just really believe in the citizen involvement and trade schools, so I'm going to be voting aye. Thank you. And it's a lot of money too for the beneficiaries. I mean, the rent payments are pretty large, so I think this is great for the beneficiaries.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nays? I will be a nay on that, not because I don't believe in the project, but because I'm worried about what the obligations of the state are. But thank you. Next matter.
Mr. Chairman, next on your agenda is item E13. This is consideration of a special use lease for applicant Blue Spruce Operating LLC. This is located in Sblc County. This is for 9.28 acres for a well pad footprint, which will contain 5 injection wells, each with injected gas allocation meter, small generator, and a distribution manifold. There will also be 2 proposed access roads to the site for both ingress and egress. The consideration on this proposal is $10,000 per year for the initial phase before development, and then $56,000 per calendar quarter, or 0.08 of a dollar per 1,000 cubic feet of all disposed gas injected into the pore space of the property, whichever is the greater. The recommendation of this office is to approve this 40-year term for the lease, along with Blue Spruce Operating being required to provide a bond equal to an engineer's estimate for reclamation of the leased area until such time as the site's no longer being used for full reclamation, remediation, or other appropriate actions consistent with the Board of Land Commissioners' rules and regulations. And that Blue Spruce Operating LLC be required to place a sign on the site identifying the special use lease number.
Very good. Is there anyone from Blue Spruce here? Good to see you this morning.
Good to see you as well, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Andrew Moses, partner and co-founder with Blue Spruce Operating. Available for any questions or discussion you may have. Before we get started, I would like to thank the director and her staff for working with us collaboratively on this particular special use lease application since approximately August of last year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any
Chairman, members of the board, Robert Ferguson, also a partner and co-founder of Blue Spruce Operating with Andy Moses. Good to see you all. We appreciate your time and the various levels of involvement from state lands here through both the production side, the surface use piece here, and we'll be back, I believe, in April to discuss pore space utilization as well. But the project overall, you know, where we've talked, and I think several of you are familiar with the project, approximately a $2 billion capital investment here and a very sizable helium resource, you know, for the state of Wyoming. There are significant helium and methane royalties at stake here. And, you know, I think this development, much to Andy's credit, has been really focused on minimizing surface disturbance. And you'll see that in this exact lease, an existing well pad with existing wellbore on site that Blue Spruce intends to use for additional injection wells to dispose of CO2 primarily. So I think that's the essence of the argument here.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, moved by the auditor, superintendent has seconded it. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Congratulations. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Madam Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on your agenda, we will move to tab G, miscellaneous mineral matters. G3 is the next item for your consideration. This is a request to consider the renewal applications for sand, gravel, borrow material, and riprap. These are 2 sand and gravel leases that are both in producing status that are currently leased to the Wyoming Department of Transportation. The recommendation from our office, given previous discussions with the board, is to do a 10-year term for this renewal. So the recommendation will be for that 10-year term for the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
Thank you. Are there questions for the staff?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just have one question. The usual renewal is 2 years, right? Wyoming citizen who has this sort of lease, they would be getting a 2-year renewal, correct? So this is a sort of 5 times what the regular renewal is.
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's correct. Typically, leases are issued in 2-year terms for sand and gravel.
Thank you. Further questions? Anyone here to approach the board? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I think we sort of wrestled with this a little bit last time. And the secretary makes a super point that I think caused us to sit and think on this a little bit, but then where we've learned a little bit more that it's private operators that are using these pits to get work done. So with that, I would move the director's recommendation.
Okay, the director's recommendation has been moved by the auditor. Is there support for that motion? Is there support for that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I brought up some concerns last go around, recognizing the information that we've learned, but still just a little bit uncomfortable with the 10-year term. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Further discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
No.
No.
I'm an aye. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on your agenda, we will move to tab H, Board Matter H2. This is a previously tabled matter that came before the board at your January 8th, 2026 meeting. This is a request for easements south of Cheyenne. And in working with the two proponents for this project, we bring back to the Board of Land Commissioners a different term than was recommended last time, as well as a different offer from the company. So last month, when the board considered this, the recommendation was a 35-year term at $20,000 an acre. The proponents requested a perpetual term. Our office worked with them extensively to value what a perpetual term in this location would be appropriately, and we determined that $26,000 an acre was a fair market value for that term. Additionally, in working with
And
the
Director, let me just stop you for a second because I think I'm maybe out of order here. I think we need to remove it from the table to be able to discuss it. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, we can certainly do that when the board's ready to do that.
Yep. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move that we remove Board Matter H2 for a roadway easement from the table.
Second.
It's been moved. It's been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
I'm a no.
Okay, that is removed from the, please proceed. Sorry about that.
Mr. Chairman, appreciate it. The thing that I would point out, you'll see in a map that was provided to the board, easements that then would be purchased by the state of Wyoming for access to parcels that are not currently available at this time. You'll see the red indications on the map providing access, which would be in the form of a 60-foot wide easement from Section 4 to Section 8, from Section 36 to Section 6, and from Section 16 to Section 18. So that would be contemplated in the recommendation provided to the board today, should the board choose to support it. I'm happy to answer other questions. I also recognize that the proponents of these easements are available today for questions from the board as well.
Excellent. Thank you. Are there questions for the staff first? If there are none, are the proponents here? Good to see you. Thanks very much for being here.
Morning. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Adam Marsano. I'm the project director for Tallgrass's Cheyenne Power Hub, which is the dedicated natural gas power generating facility servicing the data center being developed by Crusoe at the Switchgrass Industrial Complex. Before you today are roadway easements across state land that will allow us to access our property in a way that minimizes impacts on nearby residents, the broader southern Cheyenne communities, and private property. I'm going to keep my comments short, but there are a few key points I want to highlight up front. First, the combined project, our natural gas power generating facilities and the Crusoe data center, is being designed specifically not to have an impact on ratepayers, public supply of water, and wastewater. The combined project employs a bring your own generation model designed to serve 100% of the data center's peak power requirement and is anchored by our natural gas power generating facility. This approach differs from traditional data center development, primarily rely on public utility supply. I'm not a representative of the local utility, so I cannot comment on their plans or programs, but what I can say is that the purpose of building a dedicated power plant is to ensure ratepayers are not asked to bear the brunt of this development. Second, as you consider the duration of the easement, I want to flag that it matters on our side for one simple reason: financing. Collectively, Tallgrass's and Crusoe's combined investment represent an unprecedented level of capital investment in Wyoming, accounting for more investment in Laramie County than the entire state GDP. And to achieve it, we need to go to the market and secure long-term financing. And financing depends on certainty. It becomes extremely difficult to finance a major infrastructure if we cannot demonstrate reliable long-term access to the project site for the full life of the project. The easiest way to think about this is to think about buying a home. A bank would not give a mortgage if you don't have a driveway or a dependable access to the property. Now multiply that by decades and by hundreds or thousands of workers and deliveries, and you can understand why a single access route via Avenue B is not the ideal long-term solution. And just to note that that road is in the neighborhood to our north, so it's going by homeowners. Now I want to be clear, we do have access to the site today through Avenue B, even without these easements, and the project will move forward. But if we cannot secure these easements, it will effectively leave Terry Ranch Road and Avenue B as the sole route for construction and operations traffic. And that means a very real traffic impacts for our neighbors and your constituents. We're talking about thousands of daily commuters and hundreds, potentially thousands of deliveries each week. The easements before you today represent a negotiated compromise with the community to reduce those impacts. This is precisely what communities ask for: a company that listens, takes concerns seriously, and proactively works to solve problems. That is what is before you today. Our preference and what we believe is in the best interest of the community is to secure access across state land so traffic can be routed in a way that is safer, more practical, and less disruptive for nearby residents. So while we are committed to building this project, the decision before you today directly affects how we build it and whether the traffic will be managed in the most responsible way possible. Finally, I want to emphasize that we have approached this request in good faith. We have negotiated market value consideration for comparable land recently acquired for the easement area. And we have also agreed to grant a reciprocal easement across our property to the state to provide access to currently landlocked state lands. But most importantly, our priority here is securing an easement that allows us to build and operate this project in a way that reduces the burden on the community. It makes life easier for the people who live nearby. That is what is before you today. I appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Marsano. Are there questions for?
And if I may, I would like to introduce Shayla Martin with Crusoe for additional comments before we take questions.
Ms. Martin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for having us here today. Crusoe is the data center developer on Project Jade. Energy is our first deciding factor when we select a data center location. We have partnered with Tallgrass to secure firm baseload power for our project to leverage their natural gas and turbine expertise to provide the reliable electrons for our project. So that's why we're here in partnership with them today.
Very good. Thank you. Are there questions? Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Director, could you go into the easements that we would receive under the proposal, which I think is a great idea. You know, it looks like we have 3 totally landlocked sections that this would provide us legal access to. If we were to ever sell those or dispose of those lands, does that easement follow the sale?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, yes, that's the entire design of why we were interested in working collaboratively with the companies, and the thought being these, as in this recommendation, are like for like. So these are perpetual easements that run with those lands that are granted access to the landowner. So I would clarify that these are not public access easements. These are so that the state could find ways to unlock those parcels and utilize them for purposes that they deemed appropriate in the future. But yes, those would run with the land so that way the access was guaranteed to those 3 parcels in perpetuity.
Thank you.
Further questions? Further questions? Hearing none. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to pass, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there support for the treasurer's motion? Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I just, my comfort level is not with the perpetual, but more with the 35-year lease. And so I don't know if the bringer of the motion would be amenable to that or not.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't know whether we can discuss the perpetual issue or not, or at this time. I'll withdraw my motion so we can actually discuss the perpetual issue, if that's okay with you.
All right.
Okay. So may I have the floor, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Yeah, and I've given this quite a little bit of thought on perpetual because it's something that is a little bit uncomfortable. I think that from my work on in the legislature, we struggled with it, and so we went to 999 years because we thought perpetual was unconstitutional. And then I looked at the perpetual part of it as far as what'll happen in 99 years, and I think of Hong Kong. You know that. Yeah, everything was great for 98 years, and 99th year, things kind of blew up. I kind of think that Wyoming's going to be around here in 99 years. And if you have a good relationship, and you've got an asset out there in 99 years, and then you have a drop dead date on it, then what's going to be the result of that? And, I kind of think Hong Kong would have been better off of a perpetual lease than a 99-year lease in that regard. And the rest of the world would be too from that standard. But looking at that, I think that, if you were going to look at something that was a compromise, I would say it would be 99 with 35-year extensions. Or the 999, which is what we have in our trust law. So, I don't know what the secretary, the superintendent thinks about that, but 35 years is just not enough financing to put together and then decide that you've had enough time with a industrial partner. That is just way too long. It's not enough time for financing. 99 would be, so I guess I'll leave those discussion points on the table, Mr. Chairman, and see what people think.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Further comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess that would be a question I'd have then for the proponent of 35 with renewals, option for renewals, if that would ensure adequate financing?
We would accept 35 years with automatic renewals.
Well,
All right. And then is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I get the impression that was that the public comment? I just get the impression there might be more public comment.
Mr. Chairman, we've been made aware there are others that would like to speak on this matter if the board would like to take more public comment.
All right. If there are others like to approach that'd be great. Commissioner Mom, good to see you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you very much. I'll be brief. I know you guys have a long day. I just wanted to speak in favor of these easements. I think we have an exciting opportunity here. For 7 years, I've had multiple businesses come to me as a commissioner and say, what does it take to have a successful business in Wyoming and in Laramie County? And I say it takes a Wyoming relationship. And I can tell you that both Tallgrass and Caruso have demonstrated their willingness to develop a Wyoming relationship as it relates to this partnership and this project. I believe you'll hear from the homeowners or the HOA that is next to this project and hear about what these companies have done with them. I think Laramie County put in its best effort in terms of our regulatory constraints and working with them to get this project through while protecting the public. And I think now the state has its opportunity to prove itself in this Wyoming relationship with committing to a long-term lease for these easements or a long-term easement that allows this project to really perform to its utmost capacity and fulfill the mission of the administration in Washington, D.C. as it relates to AI in America and our fight, globally and what that means. And it also utilizes Wyoming natural gas, which is not something that we have historically done well. We export a ton of our energy, but the ability for us to use that here in Wyoming is a great opportunity. And I think this project exemplifies that. And so I'd ask the commission's support.
Thank you, Commissioner. Recognize another speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Randy Fox. I represent that neighborhood that was just mentioned. It's called Heinemann Home Sites, and I'm the president of the HOA. So I wanted to just express my support for an easement that goes somewhere not through our neighborhood. And if anybody's interested, I have an aerial photo of the neighborhood, give you an idea where it is and where this Avenue B is that we would like not to have trucks going through. Would somebody like this or?
Sure, thank you. Give it to the deputy.
The neighborhood recognizes the value that this project has to the state and all the way to the national level. It wouldn't be our first choice to put that in our backyards, but we accept that's where it needs to go. But the major concern that we have, and this was presented to the Board of County Commissioners just last month, is traffic and access. We really would not like to have access through the neighborhood. Avenue B is a 2-block dirt road that literally goes through the center of our neighborhood. And that's the biggest concern. So we really would like to have access somewhere else. We understand we're going to have to deal with a lot of traffic on Terry Ranch Road and on Highway 85, but at least it's not going directly through the neighborhood, just next to it. So I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Fox.
Oh, you can keep it.
Thank you very much. And also note that your correspondence was received. Have another speaker?
Mr. Chairman, David Bush with Black Hills Energy. Just wanted to come up and share a little bit about with the data center development and being the local utility that serves the electricity in this area, how we work with the data centers on that. As you've heard several times now, we have our tariff that protects other customers from the data center costs. Some numbers that I like to share. Our tariff is referred to as the Large Power Contract Service Tariff, LPCS. LPCS reduced base rates for other customers in the Cheyenne area by $2 million last year and decreased transmission costs by over 30%. The way our tariff is designed, it benefits the other customers in our service territory here in Cheyenne. So we are working with Tallgrass and Crusoe on this project. We're happy to be partners in it, and also wanted to assure the board and others that we are doing everything that we normally do with these data centers to protect our other customers, and to ensure that the project moves forward and doesn't hurt those folks when it comes to the electricity rates. So,
Mr. Bush, thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Bush? Thanks.
thank you.
Is there anyone else like to approach the? Very good. So we're back.
Question for staff, Mr. Chairman.
Question, Mr. Treasurer.
If we have a 35-year lease, I'm assuming that's reciprocal, and at the end of the 35 years, the state's lease is no longer valid. Is that a true statement?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, depending on the negotiation with the companies, yes, if it were for a 35-year term, then it would expire at that time.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's problematic. And let's say 5 years from now, a housing developer wants to go out there and put some houses on that area, or somebody else wants to go out there. You only have an easement for 30 years. You're not going to get a 30-year mortgage. Or if it's another industrial developer, as that clock ticks down, they're not going to have an easement to actually assure their lender that they can get to their property. And so, to me, that just is really short-sighted, not understanding economic development to go down to 35 years. And I guess what I'll say is I don't think it's the best thing, but let's do a 99-year lease. At least there's some degree of certainty that our lots will be developed out there, and they'll have some certainty that we're not going to get locked out of this thing. I mean, let's not cut off our nose to spite our face, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I'm just going to ask if that is, I mean, you can just nod ahead or whatever, if that's okay for the record, that's okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, we'd accept 99 years.
Okay, thank you. Is there support for the motion? Was that a motion, sir?
Yes, that was a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Is there support for the motion? Is there support for the motion? Is there support for the motion?
Bunch of goddamn idiots.
That motion fails, Mr. Treasurer. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move the proposed easement with the following changes: that the term be 35 years with one 35-year renewal. The additional payment would be $20,000 an acre. So the structure of giving us access and that payment structure would be the same, but with that different amount. And that 35-year renewal would be adjusted for CPI or whatever. And if you could just help me incorporate that language. The point being $20,000 an acre is not going to be the right price 35 years from now. But help me help myself.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, we would be able to do a market analysis and make that determination at that time. So market value for the time.
Okay, subject to a market analysis and rent review, more or less at that time.
Okay, the motion's been made. Let me ask, let me have a motion and a second. You have.
Second.
It's been seconded. Okay,
Yeah, we would accept that.
Okay. Further discussion? Further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nays?
No.
That motion carries. Thank you.
Chuck is a complete goddamn.
What would be our next matter?
Mr. Chairman, your next matter would be I3, discussion on wind leases.
Yeah, we've had a request for a short break. I see it is 4 minutes after 10. So if we can be back between 11:15 and 11:20, if that's okay with the board. 10:15 and 10:20, yeah.
I mean, if you.
No, I don't want an. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Back to order. While I'm chatting, people can come back in. We have the auditor here and the superintendent online. I see the Secretary of State and the treasurer. So I think that means we have a full quorum and we can proceed. So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This brings us to matter I3 on the agenda under miscellaneous matters. This is discussion on wind leases approved April 3rd, 2025, wind lease 1620 and 1625.
very good.
Mr. Chairman, depending on the will of the board, you can certainly take public comment on those, or if the board has an action they'd like to propose, whichever order you deem most appropriate.
Members of the board, this matter we have talked about often. What is your pleasure? I think we have several members of the public here. I think we have proponents of the project. What is your desire? I'm certainly willing to take public comment.
Mr. Chairman, happy to do comment, and I think that's great. I also do have a motion, and so, but yes, I think comment would be wonderful.
Okay. So we're on the matter of I3.
That's correct.
If there's anyone who wants to approach, please feel free. And as you approach, would you state your name and proceed?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Jeff Pope. I am counsel for Pronghorn H2 LLC and Sidewinder H2 LLC. I'm here today because the project anticipates that the motion the Secretary of State mentioned is likely a motion to rescind wind leases WL-1620 and 1625. That frankly comes from the discussion the board had at its January 8th special meeting. So the project has asked me to come and talk to the board about Pronghorn's legal position and what it would do in the face of that anticipated vote. As I'm sure will come as no surprise to the members of the board, Pronghorn's position is that a vote to rescind these leases would be unlawful. And I'm going to walk through a couple of reasons why that is, and frankly, in the hopes of continuing a positive working relationship between the project and this board going forward. So a bit of low-hanging fruit on this issue is that the board has a statutory and regulatory procedure for canceling leases. Chapter 1, Section 8 of the Rules and Regs for the board sets out sort of a three-step process, if you will. It first begins with an investigation by the director of the Office of State Lands and Investments looking into potential illegalities with the leases. Your statutes define those as things like fraud, deceit, or simple breach of the lease terms. Following that investigation, if it is the director's recommendation to cancel a lease, the regulations require the director to file what is called a request for cancellation in the record. That request has to set out the bases for canceling the leases, and that notice then has to get served upon the lessee at least 30 days before the board takes any action. The lessee also has rights in that scenario. Specifically, the lessee can request a contested case before this board and has to do so within 20 days of receiving the request for cancellation. None of that's happened here. The board has, to my knowledge, the board has not requested the director, nor has the director on her own accord initiated an investigation into these leases. There's no request for cancellation that's been filed in the record. My client certainly hasn't received one or had the opportunity to request a contested case. Now, certainly we don't think there's any basis of fraud or any other statutory procedure. So really what we're down to is the leases themselves, because those also give the board rights to terminate. That's the word the leases use. But it's only under very specific conditions. The board has the authority to terminate those leases in instances of default, for example, non-payment of rents, failure to develop the project within a 7-year period, and some other circumstances. But much like the process in the regs for canceling a lease, there is a process in those leases for termination. Namely, my client has to receive notice of whatever it is that is alleged to be an instance of default, and then have the opportunity to cure. Again, we have not received a notice from the Office of State Lands and Investments that there's been an instance of default. We've not had the opportunity to cure any alleged instance of default. So against that backdrop, a vote by the board to rescind these leases would be in direct contravention of the leases themselves and, in effect, a breach of contract and all of the things that could come with that, both from a litigation standpoint, but frankly, also from the reputational harm of the state of Wyoming having to fight with a party because it chose to back out of a contract. It's not good for anybody. Moreover, as this body is well aware, the process that the board has set out is essentially the invocation of the constitutional right to due process. And so not following that also in our mind represents a constitutional violation. So that's the low-hanging fruit. Let me get to some of the more legal, nuanced issues that I think the board confronts. As the board discussed last time, the court, Judge Peasley, has issued a decision that vacated a lease. Now, I don't think that the nuance of a lease versus leases was teased out at y'all's last meeting, so I want to discuss that. The issue before Judge Peasley concerned only one of the leases that y'all issued back at your April 2025 meeting, and that was what we refer to as the pronghorn lease covering lands in Converse County. That lease, of course, was set aside by Judge Peasley. As y'all are well aware, y'all have filed a notice of appeal. Pronghorn has done so too. We anticipate probably in the next 2 weeks or so receiving a docketing letter from the Wyoming Supreme Court that will set our briefing schedule and keep that case moving forward. So the reason I mention that distinction is the discussion that we heard last time at the January 8th meeting was about Judge Peasley vacating the leases. That would be inaccurate. He only vacated one of those. So the Sidewinder lease remains an operational lease and would be subject to those procedures we just talked about. As for the pronghorn lease, there's an additional reason we don't think the board has authority to act in this instance to rescind the leases. Wyoming law is very well settled that when an agency takes an action and that gets appealed to a district court or even subsequently to the Wyoming Supreme Court, the agency who made that decision loses jurisdiction. And there's a pretty easy explanation for why that is. You make a decision, we want the courts to review it. The Wyoming Administrative Procedures Act allows for that review, both at the district court level and the Supreme Court level. If the agency were allowed to then change their mind, change the decision, withdraw the decision, that appellate review process, those statutory rights fall by the wayside. And unlike the trial system in our country where we're presenting facts, we're developing arguments, the appellate system is supposed to be a fixed universe. Whatever happened is what happened, and the court is going to review that for whatever arguments are made before it. So Wyoming law, as consistent with a lot of our other states, says y'all no longer have jurisdiction over that lease once it gets appealed. So taking all of those things together, Pronghorn's position is that an action to rescind the leases would be unlawful. As a consequence of that, if the board were to vote to rescind them, Pronghorn has asked me to explain what we would do to protect those interests. This is frankly just in the interest of transparency. I don't intend to make threats, but just simply explain, as I've explained to the Attorney General's office, what we are prepared to do. Should the board vote today, we will be filing a lawsuit today and also seeking a temporary restraining order and a preliminary injunction. Based on my prior explanation, we're bullish on our chances of success there. Likewise, we'll be filing a petition for review to begin the formal appellate procedure for the board's vote. Now, I and the project are cognizant of the public concerns about the project, as well as the political issues before the board and the desire to find a proverbial win-win, if you will. So I wanted to try to offer that to the board rather than just a lawyer standing up here boring you with legal mumbo jumbo. So here is what I would propose. Trust your process. Specifically, trust the Wyoming industrial siting process. That is a process that I've had the pleasure of guiding a number of companies through over the last decade. And while there has been some discussion about that process in prior public meetings, I wanted to put some fine points on it because a number of the concerns you heard at the January 8th meeting, and frankly concerns I suspect you're going to hear after I'm done talking, relate to things that process is designed to deal with. So for example, we've heard discussion about the project creating a wind wall when looking at the project as well as other wind projects throughout Wyoming. The industrial siting process accounts for that. The project will have to do what is called a cumulative impact assessment, where it not only analyzes its environmental and socioeconomic impacts, but it also analyzes its combined effect with other projects that surround it. And that's not just wind projects. That would be someone would build a data center, a natural gas facility, whatever. Whatever large industrial projects exist within Converse County, Niobrara County, those would have to be considered as part of the industrial siting application. As the board, I'm sure, knows, the industrial siting process also provides a forum for the public to say, we don't like this. So not only can they say it here, but they can say it in front of the Industrial Siting Council and try to persuade them to not grant a permit. And they would have multiple opportunities for that public comment during that process, including the formal contested case procedure that sits at the very end. One other concern I think that process can help alleviate that we've heard raised is what happens if this project goes belly up? You build these wind turbines, they're out there, the project leaves, the state's just going to have these stranded assets. And the board just had a similar discussion about the state hospital on that. The industrial siting process requires the applicant to develop what's called a decommissioning and reclamation plan that goes with its application. As part of that, they have to estimate the full cost to decommission and reclaim everything they build, as well as the cost to restore the land to its pre-project topography and setting. And then that number, whatever it is, and it tends to be in the millions or tens of millions of dollars, the project has to post a bond with the Industrial Siting Division for that full amount. And there are very strict regulations on the form of that bond, who can issue that bond. For example, whatever bonding company they work with has to be listed in the United States Treasury's Circular 570, i.e. it's on a federal approved list for bonding. And then that bond amount is revisited every 5 years. And if it needs to be adjusted upward, it gets adjusted upward. Some instances, depending upon the project, it could go downward, but there is a constant relook to ensure that the state of Wyoming has immediate access to funds in order to protect the public from a stranded asset. The final thing I will say about your industrial siting process is in my practice of helping permit projects, I have also had the pleasure of permitting projects in other states. I've sat on panels where we have done 50 state surveys of county and state level permitting procedures. And I can tell you that Wyoming has one of, if not the most robust state permitting procedure anywhere in the country. And I'll give you an easy contrast. Our neighbors to the south, not exactly known for deregulation, but that's exactly what they've done from a permitting standpoint. In Colorado, there is no state level permitting process. There is no siting board to review projects. There is no cumulative impact assessment required. There's no bonding required. Instead, all of that has been delegated to the counties. And counties are free to pass whatever regulations they see fit, or in some instances, do nothing at all. Wyoming, on the other hand, has a process that requires a comprehensive review of the socioeconomic conditions and impacts of projects, same thing with the environment, and a fail-safe with our bonding process. So to the extent you hear public outcry today, as you did at the January 8th meeting, I would encourage you to remember these leases were step one in this process. There's probably 500 more to come. More opportunity for public input, more opportunity for scrutiny, more onus on the project to demonstrate that it is in the best interest of Wyoming, and more opportunities for independent third parties to say yes or no to the project. I would urge you to let that process play out and keep these leases in place so that, frankly, I don't have to go to court and you and the project can work collaboratively together for the benefit of the state. I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pope. Are there questions from Mr. Pope?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
Mr. Pope, thanks for being here. And I recognize that I'm comparing apples and oranges with this question, but if your client had directed you not to appeal the case, what would you have done?
Not to appeal Judge Peasley's decision?
Correct.
Well, I would have been personally upset about it because I disagree with that decision. Madam Auditor, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I should have said through you. I think I would defer to the project on how that would have reshaped them. I can tell you from conversations, frankly, that are going to appear if we have to file a lawsuit is the absence of the pronghorn lease essentially means the failure of the pronghorn project, that would not move forward. That company as an ongoing concern would cease to exist. And, some very high level back of the napkin sort of financial losses, which frankly, we can't say with any certainty what those would be, but they are astronomically large numbers based upon the projected capital expenditure.
Follow up? Other questions? Other questions? One last time, Mr. Treasurer or Mr. Secretary, any questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I think if anybody wants to approach, please feel free. Yeah, you're the little one. Yeah, there you are.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Apologize if it sounds a little raspy right now. I'm off of a little bit of a cold there got for the little guy. So my name is Gene Van Diest, and I am here on behalf of True Ranches LLC, a multi-generational family-owned ranching operation in Wyoming. Our ranch has operated on both private and state lands for decades. And like many working ranches, our ability to remain viable depends on careful land management, long-term planning, and diversified sources of income. I'm here today to express True Ranch's support for the Pronghorn project. From our perspective as landowners and ranchers, projects like Pronghorn represent a practical and responsible use of state land that can coexist with agriculture while helping ranches adapt to the realities of modern operations. Rising costs, market volatility, and narrow margins make it increasingly difficult for working ranches to rely on livestock alone. We believe complementary projects like this can help provide stability without displacing agricultural use. It is our understanding that the Pronghorn project went through the required review process, received approval, and entered into a valid lease agreement with the Office of State Lands and Investment. Based on that approval, Pronghorn moved forward in good faith and has already invested significant time, money, and effort in advancing the project. For landowners like True Ranches, the approved lease represented a legitimate opportunity to generate future revenue that could help support ongoing ranching operations and long-term care of our lands. As many ranchers will attest to, predictable income matters. Revenue from projects like this help support the day-to-day costs of operating a ranch and maintaining the land in a productive working condition. In many cases, That added stability is what allows ranches to remain intact and family operated rather than being subdivided or sold off. When thoughtfully planned, projects like Pronghorn can coexist with livestock and support the continued use of these lands as working ranches. We understand and respect that not everyone supports wind development, and those perspectives deserve consideration. However, Wyoming has long upheld landowner rights and the principles that lawful land uses should not be dictated by neighboring opposition, especially when projects such as this have met all regulatory requirements set by the state standards. Allowing opposition alone to overturn a valid lease creates uncertainty for landowners and weakens confidence in the state's leasing process. Aside from wind development, this decision likely carries broader implications beyond this single project. If a lease that has been properly approved and relied upon can be rescinded after significant investment, it raises concerns for landowners and developers across many industries about whether state agreements can be counted on. That uncertainty ultimately affects investment, revenues, and beneficiaries the board is tasked with protecting. True Ranches believes that honoring valid agreements, respecting land and lease rights, and recognizing the role projects like Pronghorn play in supporting working ranches are all critical to Wyoming's long-term interests. Decisions like this raise an important question for landowners, investors, and partners across the state. Can the state's processes and agreements be trusted? And can Wyoming be relied upon as a business partner? We respectfully urge the board to consider not only the immediate concerns surrounding this project, but the precedent and lasting impacts that rescinding the lease could create. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Mendez, and I'm sorry about your cold. Would you stand for any questions if there are any? Are there questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Please. Ms. Herman.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board, online and in person. My name is Marguerite Herman, and sorry, I've got a mint in my mouth. I'm here to just put a perspective on this, this wind lease issue. And it's interesting, the comments you've heard this morning about this trust land. It's interesting that the term trust land has not come up yet. So I'll be the first to mention to put it in today's record. These leases are on school trust lands, which were created. The concept was created. It's one of the first things our government did when it was formed after the Revolutionary War. You know, we're aware of our founders' emphasis on public education. And so they designated, well, when we came along, two sections per township for the sole purpose of supporting K-12 public education. Some states got 4 sections. We got 2, 16, and 36. Just as, and along with that was a trust duty on the state to produce revenue from these trust sections for public schools. So having said that, that's my perspective right now is not only these wind leases, but the effect of overturning them, which Mr. Pope mentioned, and the other gentleman, that there are some big issues on the table when you consider these and whether to rescind those leases. First of all, is that from now on is OSLI that negotiates leases in good faith. Then when it gets to the board, issues that are real regulatory issues then become a factor. Is it ad hoc? Do you have any kind of guiding principles here when you decide whether to grant or rescind a lease? Is it the level of political difficulty? Is it the complaints of neighbors? Is it people who are against all renewable energy, which one of your board members seems to be? Is that sort of the overriding principle that's going to drive these things, or is it going to be the best situation that produces revenue consistent with your trust duty for public education. And I'm not going to repeat myself from what I mentioned up in Douglas, but I would just have to say to approach this with caution, that not only does it affect these leases, but I think it sends a message to other earnest people with projects that could come to the state for whatever purpose to make money, to propose good deals for the trust, that those deals can be undone or kind of in an ad hoc. You just don't know what you're going to face when at the lease level. And understanding that there's great scrutiny at the siting level as well, as Mr. Pope described. So understanding that this is just the lease level, regulatory is later, and that there must be some kind of a consistent policy here, I think, imposed, that had not the adjacent landowners complained, and I don't say that the complaints are not without grounds. You know, I'm not opining on that at all. But I will say, I'll just have to say that just proceed with caution on this. What damage you might be doing, or not in damage, but impairment to the future ability of these lands to make money for the schools as your trust duty requires. And just so and let the process play out is one thing I was going to mention, but it's been said well. And I would also just say that you know, I actually would think appealing this to the Wyoming Supreme Court would be good idea. Judge Peasley's decision, simply because it left questions that I think need to be determined by the Wyoming Supreme Court. For instance, the cases that the good judge cited were local land use, county-based zoning land use questions. Is that going to have control over trust lands? It's a question that's been decided both ways. So it's probably good to have the Supreme Court opine on that. The other thing that it would decide is that our good justice could decide who has standing, because that standing issue was sort of a major one, part of that issue. So I would say that it's the state's benefit, to OSLI, to the board's benefit, to have the Supreme Court weigh in on those issues, which then could be going forward. There might be, you know, you may say, well, I don't like that. Then there would be legislative or regulatory fixes for it. But right now we have on a district level, we have opinions. I mean, we have rulings that are completely contradictory, and I think it'd be a good idea to get those clarified at the Supreme Court level. So that's all I have. I just want people, I want you to understand that this is about these leases, but it's about a lot more, and to please weigh very carefully the trust fiduciary obligation you have to make money from these lands. And it's kind of, as I said in Douglas, if not win projects for, you know, is it case by case? Is it completely off the table? Is solar off the table now? You know, I think it's probably good to be very plain speaking going forward in understanding the ramifications.
Thank you, Ms. Herman. Would you stand if there are any questions? Are there questions? Hearing none. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr.
Please.
Chairman, members of the
Yes.
board. My name is Wendy Volk. I'm speaking as a individual citizen and a Wyoming ranch owner. If I may, I would like to present a map, if I may.
Sure, please.
Has nothing to do.
And we'll make these maps available to you, Mr. Secretary, and Mr. Treasurer.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your time, and members of the board. I wanted to share with you a map that I had prepared for last month, and I was sorry I was unable to attend at the meeting. This matter is before you is beyond one project. Wyoming is no longer debating a single wind project. We are confronting a growing industrial corridor stretching across southeastern and the southern half of our state. As you'll see in this map, it goes along Interstate 80 corridor from Rollins to Cheyenne, and from Cheyenne up to Casper. There are several projects that are at different stages of permitting that's not reflected on the map. But right now, you'll see the second attachment shows that there's 1,800 turbines right now in Wyoming depicted on those pink sticky notes. And many of those involved 40-year leases that you might have signed with the state land trust land involved. These projects are, what is concerning me is that these are working lands, open space, and wildlife corridors that have long defined the character of this part of Wyoming. What's concerning is the scale of these projects when they are put together is creating the Wyoming wind wall. And I was pleased to hear another gentleman mention that Wyoming wind wall. I've had people say, Wendy, I don't think you are accurate. And when I started mapping out, this all stemmed from a proposed wind project here in Laramie County called the Laramie Range Project that is adjacent to our family's 153-year-old ranch. And the more I looked into the process, and then I became familiar not only at a county level, but the state level, the industrial siting process that I saw take place in Chugwater, that's on over 50,000 acres, I did comment, and I did see the public comments concerning these projects today, and the ones that are depicted on the map did not make a difference at the industrial siting. The public comments were strong. There was public testimony, but it's not like a county commissioner coming before you. In the industrial siting, unless I petitioned to become part of that process, it is a legal trial. I think the public thought they could stand up and express their concerns, and that there is a real misnomer. The industrial siting, and I did read the 2,400 pages of that application in Chugwater, and they did talk about cumulative impact, but they only mentioned on the Chugwater project, just like this project, they're not depicting the 1,800 turbines. They mentioned the Meta project in Cheyenne, the gold mine project in Cheyenne, and they talked about the possible project of the Laramie Range Wind Project. Those were the only projects that were identified in that industrial siting. And I think we need to look at these 40-year leases that the state is entering into because we are forever changing the landscape. And yes, there are bonds and there's reclamation process, but we are forever changing the landscaping of what Wyoming will look like. I'm 60 years old and a 40-year lease now. I hope to be alive in 100 years, but the future generations of Wyoming are going to be straddled with these impacts of, we are disrupting wildlife migration patterns. We are disrupting the vegetation and the habitats forever. They're not coming back. We're destroying our wildlife that is so pristine, and tourists come here because they're not seeing what Wyoming offers in other parts of the country. I don't want us to look like Iowa, the second largest state for wind production. I don't want us to look like Texas. I want us to continue to look like Wyoming. I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vogt. Are there questions for Ms. Vogt? Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is Bobby Giese. I'm the general manager and chairman of the board of the Magoon Ranch up in Lusk, Wyoming. Wow. One of the people that spoke a little bit before me talked about using caution. Said way too late. This thing has gotten ramrodded, and now we are in one hell of a position. Lawsuits have been started. Lawsuits are being said again, and either way, no matter what decision you make, there's going to be lawsuits. There is going to be lawsuits. And it's because people didn't use caution to begin with. One of the people on this board early on in some of this made some mistakes, but then that person was intelligent enough to go and educate himself and talk to people. He kind of stood with what the people of Wyoming wanted. As the process started into it, I think some other people decided to start getting a little educated and find out, and also saw the way that the people of Wyoming felt about this. And maybe they're changing some of their minds and they're starting to see things a little bit differently, hopefully. Some things have been discussed as an example, fiduciary responsibility. to the state lands and to the education. I agree. And I know one of the other times that I spoke in front of you, I talked about, and this isn't marijuana, but we talked about Oregon and Colorado. And when it turned around and legalized it, it's costing those states far more money than the revenues they're gaining. The responsibility is a fiduciary responsibility, a wise one, a wise decision. I've also stated before, he who doesn't study history is deemed to repeat it. The projects have been around in Wyoming. They started in Medicine Bow many years ago. And that's a good place to look at. If these are so great and wonderful, and they've produced so much money, why hasn't the town of Medicine Bow, has anybody driven through Medicine Bow recently? We're going back 30 years. I don't see any prosperity in Rock River, Medicine Bow. It has done nothing. As a matter of fact, that project doesn't even have one employee in either one of those towns. Not one employee. So the money that they promise is not coming out. I have talked with past county commissioners from Carbon County. I've talked to a lot of ranchers up there. Some are for it, most are against. And they said it just has not worked out. And as I stated back in April, this is a new technology. And I mentioned how it took over 80 years for the automobile to overtake the horse. And that is true. This is a relatively new industry, and we're just jumping in, and we're not protecting the things that have protected us. There's not been a lot of transparency in this whole thing. That's been one of our complaints. And here all of a sudden, and this begs some questions, Judge Peasley struck it down. Part of the reason was to simplify it is that they weren't going to tie onto the state grid, the state electrical grid. So all of a sudden this project's changing, at least in Commerce County. It's just going to be wind now. Wait a minute, I thought the goal of this whole thing was hydrogen. What the hell happened to hydrogen? Why? So it begs a question. Two things. And I speak with a lot of people speak with me, but one of the first questions is, okay, is this truly just about subsidies, period? They're abandoning hydrogen, which was the whole goal of this thing to begin with. Oh, let's throw that out. Another thing that has been questioned, and I hope this doesn't offend anybody, but I do tend to speak from my mind. At the January meeting, Mr. Governor, the Secretary of State asked you to make sure that the Attorney General did not get involved, to stand down. I don't know. I'm not privy, but I find it really funny that he's about ready to go to court and argue on something that it does say in the state of Wyoming law about tying onto the power grid. And now, oh, we're going to abandon hydrogen and we're going to tie onto the power grid. Boy, that sure makes it easy for the Attorney General to fight this in court. But what changed? Why? Was it the Attorney General saying, here's a good game plan? Here's how I can go in and win? Was he asked to stand down? I don't know. But these are the questions that come through the constituents' minds. The second thing is as every single meeting that I have been to on this, we've got 80, 90, 95% of the people that are saying, don't do this. Please don't do this. But yet, it just gets ramrodded down our throats. And the people of Wyoming are not happy about it. Wyoming is what America was. Another saying is that we're 20 years behind everybody else. Is there anything wrong with that? To a certain extent, there isn't. One of the other questions that's been discussed about is property rights. I'll guarantee you that I am just as sincere about property rights and everybody's individual property rights as anybody in this room, if not more so. But we're seeing here that one set of people, and actually a majority set of people, their property rights are being completely ignored for individual property rights, because these types of projects here are affecting far more than just a borderline. Water does not respect property lines. Wind does not respect property lines. View sheds do not respect property lines. And if view sheds aren't important, then why do people spend so much damn money for property up in Jackson Hole? They're buying it for the views. This is not a salvage yard that we can put up a little fence. This is part of what I'm talking about. This is a new technology. We have a new set of problems, and people are moving way too fast on all of this when we don't have the answers to too many things. How do we protect everybody's property rights? And they all do need to be protected. But you see, instead of stopping and taking caution, like should have been quite a while ago, this is just getting ramrodded down everybody's throats. Yes, there's a lot of things that are on the minds of the people of the state of Wyoming. And it doesn't seem to matter what we say. And that's why a lot of us are questioning a lot of things and the motives that some people have. I'm not making accusations. It's just that's what's on their minds. One of the last things is it's kind of funny in all of this, and this is the first time in a long time that I've heard about the Sidewinder in Niobrara County. Everything has been about Pronghorn 2, including the most recent announcement that we're going to stop doing hydrogen. We're going to go to wind. We're going to go from, what was it, like 57,000 acres down to like 16,000 acres, and we're just going to do wind in Commerce County. What about Niobrara County? They still planning to do hydrogen there? Are they cutting that project back? This is part of the problem. There is not transparency. We cannot find out what is going on. And that's where everybody needs to take a deep breath. And we need to assess where we're at on this. And I really hope that the board here will truly represent Wyoming, Wyoming's interests, and the people of Wyoming. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Giese. If you'd stand, I think there may be some questions for you. I think Auditor, you have a question?
Mr. Chairman, thanks for driving again to Cheyenne and/or Douglas, Mr. Giese. Not so much a question for you, but this reminds me of something that I should have maybe asked Mr. Pope. I only know what I read in the Douglas budget about the change in the project proposal. And so that was news to me as well. So maybe, I don't know if somebody from the applicant could speak to that, perhaps at now or at a later time. Anyway, but thank you for reminding me of
We
that.
can do that at a later
Yeah.
time. Are there other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Pope, thank you.
Never good to hear from the lawyer twice, Mr. Chairman. Madam Auditor, I can tell you that what the project has done is attempt to incorporate some of this public comment. So for example, large concerns about the hydrogen facility were about the water, as Mr. Giese alluded to. And so what the project did, as it set forth in its applications for these leases and are set forth in the leases themselves, the project decided, you know what, that is not a viable industrial off-taker for the electricity. And so they are again, as the leases and their applications allow, they're searching for the best economic option, whether that's an different type of industrial customer or to transmit electricity to the grid. But that is flexibility that was built into the leases themselves. In terms of the acreage change, that is a byproduct of what I alluded to in terms of this being step one, and there are hundreds more steps to come. When projects are in this phase of development, they really haven't had a chance to do what is called micrositing, which is to more tightly align where they're going to put turbine locations, solar panel locations, transmission infrastructure. And what ultimately ends up happening for a lot of these projects is they say, okay, let's start big. And then as we figure out where stuff is going to fit and what's the optimal engineering alignment, the project boundary in the area tends to shrink down. So what you saw from the Douglas budget was in large part a result of additional work that the project has done, the micrositing that will take place. And you would see more development in that process when it submits its industrial siting application.
Mr. Chairman, follow up. And I understand you may not be ready to answer this yet, but are there similar changes in the works to Sidewinder?
Mr. Chairman, through you, Madam Auditor, I don't know the answer to that question. I can say generally speaking, again, my experience with wind, solar, and other types of large projects of this magnitude, the initial acreage tends to be, let's start big, let's get everything we need, and then they tend to shrink down over time as the engineering takes place. So I wouldn't be surprised if that happens, but I don't know.
Thanks. Thank you.
I have a couple questions.
Yeah, please, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. Mr. Pope, I've been going through here the contract and the rules, and I'm really not reading. I see in the contract where there's a 30-day notice of the intent to rescind. I do think that there's a strong argument that Judge Peasley's order supersedes that because he's ordered that it's contrary to law. But I don't see anything about an investigation or notice in Chapter 6 of the rules around wind. It says the director may conduct and may recommend, but the board also has the authority to proceed. And I think that's pretty clear with the rules. So I really would push back on your characterizations of what the board's rules say with regard to cancellation.
Response, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, in my line of work, it's no surprise that people disagree with me. I think, I apologize if I gave you the wrong citation, but there is a specific process based on the statute that talks about the legal bases for canceling leases. And then the board has promulgated regulations that talk about the investigation by the director. And off the top of my head, I do not remember if that uses the word may or shall. But I do know, Mr. Secretary, that the request for cancellation, the service of that cancellation request upon the lessee, the opportunity for the lessee to request a contested case, that is all shall language. That has to happen in order for the board to go through this process. And then again, as you noted, the leases themselves do provide a requirement of notice and varying deadlines for opportunities to cure.
Well, Mr. Chairman, would you like to, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pope, would you like to get that citation? Because I'm only seeing the contract, the 30-day notice, Chapter 6, it lays out that an investigation can occur, but it in no way precludes the board taking action on its own. And I mean, in my opinion, if you know, one of the issues we do have here is we have an attorney general's office that is sort of at odds with, you know, where I believe a majority of the board is going. But if you could give me these citations, because it's, you know, I can't just take your word for it, Mr. Pope. I mean, I want the process to be laid out correctly, but I got to have a citation here, you know, and in terms of the rules, I'm just not seeing it.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I'm happy to go grab my laptop. If I can have a few minutes, I can come back up with a citation.
We have others that'll testify, so that'd be fine.
Sure.
Thanks. Anyone else want to approach the board, please? Again, can you press the button to turn the light on? It's the little guy that looks like he's sneezing.
That helped.
Yeah, thanks.
President, Chairman, and Land Board, I come before you today as a fourth-generation Wyomingite and also as the Executive Director of the Conservancy. I've come before this.
And again, just your name too, please.
Ann
Thank-
Brand.
Yeah, thank you.
Albany County Conservancy, and I've come before this board before, and I would like to specifically address some issues today. Now we are looking at renewable energy, specifically wind energy, impacting 9 Wyoming counties. And so the Conservancy has been involved in 5 industrial siting situations. Most recently, the Chugwater Wind. We were brought in as an Eagle specialist. And I can tell you that Industrial Siting Council is not the siting board is not looking at cumulative impacts at all. And that is firsthand participation in a participating party capacity. And so I'd like to point out a few things today. So I'd like to start again with a quote that I referred to when I was in Douglas. What we see is a lot of these developers coming in from out of state, but they're almost like house flippers. This is a quote from Angie Bruce with Wyoming Game and Fish. They do one piece of the process, they do the permitting, and then they sell it. And I'd like to also point out that transparency has been an issue. So I'd like to highlight that the Conservancy over the past 6 years has put in a lot of focus. And when you look, you can find information, as we have seen today with maps that are provided by individual Wyoming residents who can look those things up. And I would like to discuss just in general the background of this type of energy development and how they start larger and they microsite. So in dealing with wind energy projects, both in Albany and Carbon County, the Conservancy submitted a comment letter regarding a project, the Two Rivers Wind Project, 4 miles north of Medicine Bow, Wyoming. We've heard a lot about Medicine Bow, Wyoming today. I would like to address that project, the Two Rivers Wind Project, the Conservancy submitted public comment regarding, and I would like to point out that in that environmental assessment, that project could not count bald eagles correctly. Why this pertains today is Paul Martin worked for Blue Energy Renewables, Blue Earth in Canada for over 13 years. And that was a Blue Earth renewable project and is a Blue Earth renewable project. And it is in eagle habitat. And the Conservancy's mission is to protect, preserve, and promote habitat, historic sites, and wildlife in South Wyoming. And so that gets to, that is what this is. Blue Earth not only was involved in that project, but also the Lucky Star project. A lot of comments were made to the Carbon County commissioners that weren't necessarily correct. And then also Boswell Springs, which is a wind energy project in Albany County, many Conservancy members are dealing with. That project was also a Blue Earth energy project, and it has sold to Interjex, which is in Quebec. And then they didn't have money to build that project. And so I've been told that actually there's a Wyoming wind energy company that owns Boswell Springs. So this is definitely cumulative. And the Industrial Siting Division is way behind the curveball. The public has no transparency. So it is of great concern. You need to take a step back and you need to think about what is unfolding in the state. And you need to know that the constituents in this state are very aware of what's transpiring and what's happening. And so I want to highlight my comment letter submitted through the ACC regarding eagles. we exceed the local area population possibly just by permits alone separately. And this will continue to ripen and unfold. And we're not talking about just a localized population. We're talking a population. We had the highest number of breeding pairs of golden eagles in the lower 48 until wind energy hit Wyoming in the southeast corridor. So this continues to become flagrant. And I point out when I spoke at industrial siting for Chugwater Wind, they don't expect their eagle take permit to even transpire until 2028. Yet the industrial siting approved Chugwater Wind. So there are gaping holes in those permits. There are gaping holes at the county level when they explain that it's a work in progress and they ask their commissioners to approve. I've seen blanks on applications submitted that have been filled in later. There are gaping holes at the state level, and there are flagrant, fatally flawed gaps in the federal level. And I speak on that with knowledge. The Conservancy now has filed 3 petitions in federal court regarding what's unfolding in Wyoming. The first one filed was in 2023. That was focused on the Rock Creek Gen-Tie line, which totally sits on federal land. The Wyoming public was not notified whatsoever, and BLM signed off on a right-of-way, and that is against the law. Then we filed the Rail Tie Wind petition in federal court. We were finally forced to do that after 5 constructive years of consulting party input regarding that project. And we had to step in at the end because of an egregious section 106, 110F federal violation. And we're still waiting for the Department of Energy to produce their legal record. And the district federal court has ruled in our favor regarding a motion asking for the entire legal record regarding that section 106 process. And then on December 4th, we filed a Dead Eagle Data Freedom of Information Act petition against Fish and Wildlife Service in the District of Columbia. So when I hear comments like fatally flawed, and I hear the threat of litigation, and I also hear the conversation about we would have to seek an injunction, that's nothing new to the state of Wyoming. You as our elected officials and appointed, it is your responsibility to look at what's in the best interest of the people of Wyoming and to take into consideration your responsibilities and state statute. And that is why I'm here today, is encouraging you not to just react. I hear a lot, very strong words, but sometimes things have to play out with due process. In this case, they really do. It's long overdue. You have people trying to communicate concerns regarding wildlife. State school trust land is important, and people are identifying that financially these projects weren't in the best interest of people in the state. Our second economic driver is tourism. And so I encourage you to really take a deep dive into this and think about your responsibilities. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Brand. Are there questions for Ms. Brand? Appreciate your comments. Thanks very much. Mr. Pope?
This is hopefully the last time I have to come up here, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I have those citations for you. So the board's authority to cancel leases and the legal basis for those is found in Wyoming Statute 36-5-113. The procedures that I was outlining about the director's investigation, the request for cancellation, those are found in Chapter 1 Section 8 of the board's regulations. So for example, subsection B there says, lease cancellation proceedings shall be commenced when the director files a request for cancellation. Subsection C says the director shall serve a copy of the request upon the lessee at least 30 days before the board acts on that request. Subsection D says the lessee shall have 20 days. So that's where that comes from, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else want to approach the board? Anyone online, Mr. Baum? We have. Okay. We'll go in here and then to online. So.
Morning, Governor and Board. I'm Bruce Romel. I'm the mayor of the town of Glen Rock. I've spoke to you several times. I had concerns about water usage in that area. We lease water and pay the state for water. That's our sole water source out there. It also affects this project affects all of our community in Western Converse County. Please come talk to the people in Western Converse County to ask them what they think of any wind and solar projects. They're not in favor of them. The other thing is, I think Judge Peasley made a correct judgment on what he said about what this project was. They turned around and changed the project in midstream. I think it's time for this board to change their decision and step back and look at this really close, sir, and rethink this, because they changed the game. There's something wrong with this. You guys really need to look at this. It may not be able to be done today, but I think the legal process with the AG and everything else going on, I think it really needs looked at. I think this project needs to go away. We have millions of those, that nightmare up there. It's all on private land. There's enough private landowners that want it because it puts money, it helps those ranchers and whatever. Don't put it on state land. Don't deny us access to the use of public and state land.
Thank you, Mayor Rommel. And I just note for the record that we did have a meeting in Converse County for that purpose.
Yeah, and I was there. I spoke to you there.
I remember that,
yes. But I continue that fight. I have to represent the constituents that put me in office. It's a small town, but I also represent the people of Western Commerce County because they come to us and talk to us about it.
Appreciate that. Thanks. Are there questions for the mayor? Any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming. So we have Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you, Governor, Board. My name's Stephen G. Jacobson. I'm a retired occupational physician. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. You're sitting here as a board looking at the future and trying to understand what's going to happen with your decision. Well, several years ago, I was sitting with my mother. She had really bad COPD. She's on oxygen. She's about to die. She says to me, Steve, if I would have known what smoking would have done to me, I would have never started smoking. And it's interesting because my profession at one time recommended that people start smoking to lose weight. So as you sit here and you listen to these conversations, hope you take into consideration what the future is going to be and the unpredictability of it. I heard Attorney Pope talk about, he's talking about transparency and it's not a threat. But when I hear somebody tell me it's not something, that's exactly what it is. So I heard Mr. Mendoza talk about that they want to have coexisting livestock with these wind turbines. I'd like to know whether he's considered the impact of microfiberglass on microplastics, which are a product of fiberglass. These wind turbines throw off fiberglass. They go into the soil. Your cows eat it. It goes into the water. It goes all over. And so we don't know what the impact of microplastics are. But I do know that maybe in the future, we're going to look back and see maybe you people have made a really good decision to say we're going to back off on this kind of technology. Fiberglass, what does it cause? Well, it helps insulate our houses. It also makes very strong wind turbine blades, but it also causes pulmonary fibrosis. And pulmonary fibrosis is irreversible. Once your lungs go, you're done. So what is the long-term effect on what we're talking about here? I don't know, but I think we need to slow down and think about this. One of the things that we do know is these wind turbines create vibration. Does anyone know exactly what that means? Well, you can hear down to 20 hertz. That's how low you can hear. Have you ever been sitting at a stoplight and all of a sudden this car pulls up next to you and all you do is you hear this bass going whoom, 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 whoom. You're not really hearing that. What you're doing is you're feeling that in your chest as these low vibrations, less than 20 hertz, are pounding on your car and on your chest. The noise impact on people that they can't hear is real. It affects their ability to sleep, it affects their motion, and it has effects on their cardiovascular. And the thing that's so disturbing is that this low frequency vibration, you cannot attenuate it. It'll go through walls as it did through the sides of your car. So I hope as you look at this, you take in considerations that maybe there are a lot of things that people are not aware of. Let's talk about the decommissioning. I happened to get really involved with the Laramie Range project, and I spent hours, days reviewing their the application for the Laramie Range wind project that was produced by Connect Gen. I was appalled, absolutely appalled at the amount of work they had done, including the routes that they had determined that they're going to bring these wind turbines through Cheyenne. And when I looked at it and I said, how did they arrive at these? These routes were determined, do you know how? Nobody drove them. They were determined by Google Map. And so we have a project that where they're determining to take these wind blades to the length of a football field through the city of Cheyenne based upon what? Google Map? This is the detail that is lacking in these applications. And you guys don't look at these. You could never do it. I mean, I spent hours and hours looking to this, trying to figure out what this stuff meant. Decommissioning, go back to the original topography. That's what they're required to do. But when you read it, it says no. They're going to take it back to the original way for the land down to 4 feet. But if the landowner says it's okay to leave the cables and all this stuff in the ground down to 3 feet, that's okay. So your land is never going to be what it was. So let's talk a little bit about the renewability. I heard someone talking about leases and your fiduciary responsibility. What is your fiduciary responsibility? Well, when I go to rent a Hertz car, I want to have one that works and that one that looks nice and one I can rely upon. And that's usually not one that's 35 years old. So I want my car that I'm going to rent to be usable and functional. And these cars are not renewable, and neither is our land if they abuse it, like is being proposed by these wind farms. So I think I would really encourage you to really consider whether this is what we really want to have done and whether it really is renewable. So in 35 years, when these things are supposed to decommissioned, and I heard that, oh, they're going to have all this money put away and they're going to make sure that they're removed. But what are they going to do? They're going to take it back so it looks nice. It's going to be like your walls. You have wallpaper that you put over the defects underneath. But is it really usable? Is the structure going to fall apart? Probably. And let's talk about the respect that these industries showing to our residents. I was involved and I listened to the county commissioners in Laramie, listened to testimony hour after hour after hour. And then on September 16th, 2025, the Laramie County Commissioners denied the site plan to connect Gin for their site plan. The vote was 3-1 against. So that was after hours of testimony. And the reason for doing it was because there were so many unanswered questions, their heads were spinning. And Connect Gin couldn't answer the questions. And I understand this is not talking about Connect Gin, but the point is that they're all the same. They don't have answered questions. They said, well, we'll put up this wind turbine, it may be like this, but if we can't get that one, we're going to get this one. It's like they don't know. They don't know. So what did Connect Gen do? They have now decided to file a lawsuit. So now they filed a lawsuit against the county commissioners and against the residents of Laramie County who testified. Many. I heard maybe 1 or 2 people say, well, maybe it would be a good idea. But most of the people were saying, we don't want this. So what is the respect that this company has shown for the residents of Laramie County? What is the respect that these industries are showing to the residents of Wyoming? What is the respect that these companies are showing you as a board and you as a governor? Absolutely none. They're ignoring it. And the interesting thing is that they now have decided they're going to go to Industrial Siting Commission. And so they notified the county commissioners through the county secretary that they're going to go to the Industrial Siting Commission, which is every right they have. But not in one place in that letter that they sent to Deborah Lee did they mention that that the county commissioners, on a vote of 3-1, denied them their site plan. So there's it's like what Wendy Volk was talking about. There's nobody considering the overall impact of what's going on to the state of Wyoming. And I hope you people can. And I really hope that you would take into consideration what is going on to our state. You have a fiduciary responsibility to the residents of the state of Wyoming. You don't have a fiduciary responsibility to Connect Gin or to the pronghorn H2N. But you do have, I guess, a responsibility that if you get sued, but I do think that it may be reasonable that you stand for the people of Wyoming. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Is there a question for Mr. Jacobson? There is not. Thank you, sir. Anyone else? I think you're on.
Okay.
So, good.
My name is Charlotte Davies, and I'm a Commerce County landowner. I have huge fears of this project. Once they get their one little foot in, it's going to change everything. It is going to make my value of my property go down. I'm going to lose my cattle ranch. I only have 50 cows. My husband works, my children work. We try this. This is what we want to do. In my experience with oil fields and the Rocky Mountain Power right now, they say they wanted to do a new substation on state lease. They already have one there. I said, okay, no problem. My family and I said, we can do this. They paid us a little bit of money And then all of a sudden, this substation is 5 times bigger than they said it would be. At least 5 times bigger. Oh, well, we didn't think it would be this big, but it had to get bigger. It had to get bigger. There has been hundreds of pieces of garbage that I have picked up, that I have taken pictures of, that I have sent all these places to try to get something for them to do. They say it's not theirs. Well, when it says the Deer Creek substation is where it was delivered, I kind of think that's where it went. It says Rocky Mountain Power. It has all these things. I have no anything to get to these people to pick up their garbage. They say it's not theirs. And it's on state land. That's my responsibility. So I'm out there picking up garbage all the time that's not mine. And also these companies say, well, we paid you, we can do whatever we want now. That's Rocky Mountain Power and that's oil field. So this company is going to be no different. And supposedly 2 years ago, they contacted me about my state land and I said, no, I do not want it. It will definitely infect my, my property and my cattle operation. Didn't hear anything about it until last April. And then they said, I spoke to Paul Martin and he says, oh, well, it's not on your property. We don't have it on your state land. You said no. Okay, well, what happens when they get in there and go, oh, wait, we do need your state land now? Do I have a say-so anymore? And then at first they said, oh, well, we'll pay you $1 an acre, a one-time payment, $1 an acre. What is that? And I have the paper at home. I forgot to bring it. And I'm like, that is ridiculous. And how many millions of dollars is this company going to make? And now they say they're going to only have the wind power, not do the hydrogen. I don't know how many kilowatts or kilo whatever, everything that does. I think we have a power plant in Glen Rock that they could start up a unit, add on a little bit more to there. It's not going to increase the footprint of the power plant, and it would create so much more power than the unreliable wind and solar power could possibly do. And then also on the state leases, we have a huge hunting population that comes in for all sorts of animals there. If you have hunting, or if they put wind towers on the state land, are hunters allowed to go there anymore? I have heard that, let's say my state lease, if they put wind towers there, I am responsible for those wind towers. If someone from another state, someone comes in hunting on state land, which they're allowed to do, I believe, comes in and hits one of their wind towers, I am liable for that. How is that fair? And I hate that word fair. And then we also have huge transmission lines right through our property that probably in the 40s or 50s, whoever owned the property, I've owned it for 25 years, thought, oh, we're getting some money, we're going to get through this, it's not going to be a big deal. There have been, and we get zero money from the power company and these huge transmission lines. They come in all times of the year, during haying season, comes right through my hay meadow, and they want to drive out there through the hay and the water to check their lines, to check their poles. I tell them they can't do it right then because they're not going to pay me damages. And I said, you have to wait until the hay is cut. You have to wait until a certain time of year. And sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But I have no repercussions for that either. I cannot go back. They go, well, we have an easement through here that is 70, 80 years old. And there's nothing I can do about it. And you just never know what is going to happen 70 or 80 years from now. You're going to have all of these wind towers. You're going to have all of these transmission lines, all of these things that our children and grandchildren are going to have to deal with. And as far as putting it, the money, less money for the schools for the state lease, I understand that. But I think that more importantly than some extra money going to the schools is the integrity of the state, of the government, watching out for our kids. and standing up for what is right. And in closing, I do not think the state should prostitute its citizens for money. So that's all.
Thank you. Are there questions? Madam
Mr.
Auditor.
Chairman, thank you so much for coming down. In particular, and we deal with the trash issue on a lot of sections of state land, and it's sad, frankly. In particular to the size of the substation, have you lodged that particular complaint with the office?
No.
Okay, I just wonder if it's in violation of their agreement, that's a problem for this board.
And I don't know what the actual size was, but I figured they cleared it through you guys too.
Gotcha, okay.
And I have zero control over that. I am just supposed to fence it, take care of it, and have no control.
Madam Director, I think there were a number of questions that came up. Hunting access is one. I think the liability on, if the tower is somehow hit or shot or something like that, I think is what you were talking about. And then enforcement provisions. I think in the testimony it's being recorded and some others, I don't know if it's within your capacity to kind of resolve or not resolve, but answer some of those questions, because I think they're probably legitimate questions for almost anybody.
Anybody, any
anywhere.
leasee.
So just, it'd be nice to have that understanding, and probably that's a AG kind of question as well, so. Thank you very much. And I sympathize, because we've had many of those same sorts of issues with gathering lines for oil and gas, and I also have PP&L running over my state with it.
Well, and when the
lease.
person said, oh, it starts out big and ends up smaller.
Yeah.
That's never happened.
Yeah. Very good.
So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other? Come on up. Okay, very good. Thanks.
Governor, Board.
Good to see you again.
Yep. You know how I feel. I'm not going to go through it all.
Just identify yourself.
Oh, Mike Stevens.
Yeah, thank you.
And you guys all know how I feel. This is pristine. It's got so much history, this Deer Creek Valley. It's unbelievable. I mean, hundreds of thousands of people travel through there. There's the Oregon Trail, there's the Bozeman Trail, there's the Mormon Trail. There's it's part of the Deer Creek Graze, or the Fort Fetterman Hay Reserve, part of the Fort Fetterman Woods Reserve. I mean, the history is huge. So I'm not going to get too far, but the Siting Council, has the Siting Council ever totally denied a project? So, Mr. Pope, if they deny you, are you going to sue them too? It's a fair question. If they deny your permit.
Well, I'm going to ask that we keep it just to the testimony.
Okay, well, no,
I appreciate that. I appreciate it. The back and forth on this.
Okay, no, I just want to know.
Thank you.
Okay, really, I guess, in closing, it's, what carries greater weight in your decision-making? The risk of litigation from a foreign corporation, or the responsibility to honor and protect our land? That's all I got to say.
Mr. Stevens, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Were there any questions from Mr. Stevens? We do have two people online. Coulson? Ms. Coulson?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you, Chairman of the Board and board members. My name is Rachel Coulson, and I'm here to stand up with my fellow citizens that have spoken out against these two projects that are under question today. And as you've heard, as everyone knows, the plethora of other projects that are also having an impact. Among things, the wind wall, other projects that have come before. Both sides clearly identify this as a critical moment in time, but for different reasons. Out-of-state corporations who may or may not know what it's like to live in Wyoming are here for one reason. They're here for the interests of their stakeholders, for their contract, and for profit. The other side, like myself, and I hate to put this in sides, so we're being respectful here. We're here because this is our home. We're here because there is history. We're here because this is where we raise our families. And inasmuch so much that we want to bring children into the mix and say that we have a fiduciary responsibility to pay the public school system through our trust responsibility, don't we also have a responsibility to protect our lands, protect our homes, protect our future generations' viability in this wonderful state that people from across the world come to visit because we have the rarities, the beauties. Most all of you listening understand this. Mr. Pope understands this as well, even though he's not fighting for it. We have things that we're protecting because we live here. We are under attack in many different ways. And so I mirror many of the other comments. What's more important? The threat of litigation? Because Mr. Pope, that was a threat. And I want that on record. You can act like it wasn't, but it was a clear threat. As a citizen of Wyoming, with my family behind me and the citizens that stand with me, I say go to court. Fine. Go to court and let's work this out. Because we as Wyoming citizens need to figure out what we're doing and what we want and how we're going to do this correctly before it's too late. Before we run out of time. Realign for a responsible approach to stewardship of this land. And let me put it on record now. Stop anything new. Please stop. I know we're here talking about these two projects because this state land is involved. But you've heard so many other related areas and related issues. Please, my voice, add it to the pile. Slow down, stop. There's a bigger worldwide agenda here for green energy, for renewables, quote unquote, for data centers and AI. And Wyoming is about to be taken advantage of, and I want that to be seriously considered. I'm passionate, I'm scared, I'm emotional, but also practical. So if we have to go to court, we have to go to court. Let's pull out the contract and let's see what needs to be done. Outside corporations coming to our home don't care. And you'll hear that resounding across small towns across America. Well, they don't care because they're following the forms. They've filled out their applications. They've done everything from A to Z. So why are you denying us? We have greater reasons. We have the greater good as God is my witness. And to all of you, we have a greater mission to uphold. Educate the public, educate our citizenry, and steward this land. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Golson. Are there anyone else that has questions for Ms. Golson? If not, I'm not sure I can read this correctly, but Iona, is that how I pronounce your name?
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, Joanna.
Yep. Okay, we can.
It's okay. Everybody gets it wrong. No worries.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Joanna Iliesh, and I moved to Wyoming 5 years ago in 2021 from Colorado with my mother, hoping to just have peace of mind. Things were kind of hectic there in the Denver area and more expensive. And we were just shocked that we're in this position where we have to worry about a huge wind turbine farm close to Cheyenne. And I'm worried about vibrations. I want to thank Mr. Jacobson for mentioning those. I have attached some studies to my email in that respect. Not very many appears to have been made, but they have been noted. There is a Canadian study by a university that I attached to my email if you'd like to read that. I mean, there are definitely adverse effects with vibration. I didn't even know about the fiberglass particles that are coming off of blades. that Mr. Jacobs had noted. I want you to think that this is not just about me. I'm not the only one experiences vibrations or fiberglass. You are experiences this too. We're living in Cheyenne, living in South Wyoming. This is affecting all of us physically. And there is physical and mental, it's all related. I happen to have autoimmune issue that caused me to retire early. And I just moved to Wyoming to have peace of mind, to live in a healthy environment, because I felt that more conservative people are more responsible, taking care of the land and the environment. And like one of the board members, I believe, mentioned earlier, there are no borders for air and for water. We are all affected by this. You landing land, the leases are on the land, but it's affected the air that we're all breathing. Those vibrations are in the air. So maybe at the legal level, this kind of argument could be made that this leases for the land don't cover the fact that this air movements affect everyone around. It's not just about the lease, the land, what happens on that land. It's about everybody. So I just, like you can probably hear, I'm pretty nervous, and I'm terrified of these things, and I feel air movements and vibration that affect every cell in our body, and these particles, glass particles that most likely will breathe in if we have, and the size is huge for these projects too. It's like torture. It's like physical aggression. When you put something in the air that affects other people, it's like you hitting them with physically. And you know, we have the right to self-defense. I mean, this is affecting you too. It's affecting your children, your future generations. And I hope you take this into account, because we have no idea what the long-term effects are. And on the research that I did a few years ago, I did the research. I heard about a place in Scotland where they put a lot of these wind turbines, and people were getting sick and their animals were getting sick. Also in Bulgaria, that's close to where I'm from. I'm from Romania originally, but I just saw a video recently and I didn't think to attach it, but I can send it to you, of problems they had over there with the property values go down, but people experience physically very unpleasant effects. Not everybody, obviously, because people are different in their health issues, but these things are real. I mean, people in Bulgaria fought, and they were, you know, people who are outside of the country were trying to take over their land. So there are similar things in different parts of the world. This is a global agenda, and I will send you that video as well if you want to take a look at it. So thank you for your time, and I hope you take the right decision. It sounds like there are enough holes in the way these companies proceeded with their process that legally you can argue that maybe they didn't really follow all the procedures they were supposed to. So I hope you rescind these leases and you fight it legally so you can save us from this horrible situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yates. I appreciate that. Respectfully, if there are others that want to address the board, I'd really appreciate it if we can kind of keep it somewhat to the matters on the agenda. So please come on up. And again, that's just a respectful request, so not trying to limit anybody's testimony.
My name's Kirk Hughes.
Mm-hmm.
I live in Glen Rock, and I moved my family there in 1991. And I remember coming in from western Nebraska and getting on the interstate there at Guernsey and looking at Laramie Peak, and, you know, just made the hair on the back of my neck just come alive. I thought, wow, what a grand view. And as we came up into Glen Rock, just marvelous. And I've watched since 91 the turbines and the garbage that now we look at. And we talk about tourism, has a huge impact for this state. And I'm just afraid that what we're doing here is that I've went through Iowa before, and it's disgusting. And it's disgusting when you go through Wyoming and sections of Medicine Bow. So I don't see the economic value. And I understand the whole deal with the fiduciary responsibilities and generating as much revenue as you can for the state. But you got to ask yourself, at what cost? At what cost is that? And I want to do a shout out to the auditor, your comments in Douglas, where you'd made that, you said, you know what, I had made a mistake. It is so refreshing to hear from an elected official that I got it wrong. I just wanted to thank you for that. It gave me a little faith in my elected officials. Because as one of the speakers talked about here, feel like prostitutes. There's been no community involvement from Pronghorn, not one meeting. And I can only speak to Glenrock. I don't know about Niobrara County. But if community involvement, as Mr. Martin talked, I think in April, in Niobrara County, is going to the county fair and buying a pig, that is not community involvement. And I'm not here to attack Mr. Martin. I'm sure his mother thinks he's a real fine individual. But my concern is fiduciary responsibility, but at what cost to the citizens of this state? The hydrogen has been pulled out of the Pronghorn. There's been a petition signed by over 2,500 people. It's not just hydrogen. And they're trying to sugarcoat it. Well, we're going to pull away the hydrogen so it'll make it more of a win-win. The people in Western Commerce County, they don't want the solar. We don't want the wind. And Governor, you spoke at the university, I think on Tuesday, and you made a comment that the university needs to listen to the citizens. And I'm asking you as board members to please listen to the citizens of Wyoming and what our concerns are. Because when elected officials, public servants, stop serving the public, they become a public liability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Questions for Mr. Hughes? Okay. Are there any other comments? Any other comments? Anyone online? I think we do have somebody coming up.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a super quick point?
Sure.
A couple folks have brought up the Laramie Range project, which was denied by the county commissioner. I just want to say this out loud and make sure I'm correct. That original project had no state lawns involved, so we were not involved. However, it appears that they're putting forward a new project, and it has been published that there will be state lands involved. That application has not been received and not been before this board. Is that accurate? It isn't? Mr. Chairman, I've seen the letter that they sent to all local governments, and it says that that project is going to involve state lands.
So Ms. Volk is approaching, and then we'll have Cody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To address Ms. Racine's question so we did receive the letter back in June from Connect Gen Repsol, and that was originally a 56,000 acre proposed project. 50,000 is private on 2 landowners' property, and 6,100 acres was approximately on state land trust. So what the county commissioners denied that permit. It was not ambiguous. It was due to what they stated was truck haul routes, safety, impact to the property owners. And so that was denied in September. The company then submitted to have a judicial review by district court. I believe it's in Nathaniel Hibbins' review for later this spring in May. And then just recently in May, we received a letter again, an adjacent property owner, along with the county, was notified that they are now changing the footprint of the project to go from 56,000 acres, which was originally proposed with 170 turbines, to 42,000 acres, which would still encumber state land trust. And so that would shrink also from the 56 to 42,000 acres and 170 turbines to 139. So yes, the state land office, I believe, had been in discussions to do a lease with the Connect Gen project, and that has been tabled until I think the decision gets weighed out by, and maybe I'm wrong, Ms. Berry, I apologize, but I think they wanted to see what was happening. But then the January letter we just received said that the company was going to proceed with the state land trust. Again, the company was not transparent in telling us as an adjacent landowner that the permit had been denied at a county level, and we were waiting for judicial decision on that. So I just wanted to give you that update, as both project letters did involve state land.
And Cody, we'll let you do that. Madam Auditor, I think great questions. I am just mentioning that we're sort of broadly talking an indictment of wind.
Yeah.
And that's fine. But I just want to know that we are wandering significantly. So.
And Mr. Chairman, my point was to make sure folks were aware that that was not and has not been before us.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, for the record, we do have an application. It is still in process. It has not been tabled, but still in process.
Okay. Please.
Oh, my name is
I'm
Billy.
sorry for the inconvenience.
Oh, that's okay. I needed to stand for a while anyway. I'm Billy Tillard. I'm from Niobrara County. And I work with a lot of people. I'm a massage therapist. And one thing that I've noticed in our community is how stressful this is all on our community, how it's divided so many of our friends and families against each other. It's almost worse than politics, talking about Republican and Democrats. And I don't think that people realize the stress that it's putting on everyday life for everybody. The not knowing, not having the transparency to know where these things are even going to go. Yet we're supposed to try to fight for that and understand, you know, what we're doing. Holly's hit home to me because I've been around communities where and around very large ranches that have a lot of property. A lot of their property is not even close to where they live. So it's okay, and they're going to make a lot of money, and that's great. And I have family that is profiting, and I think that's fine. But it also is not benefiting the smaller people that are down the line that, you know, you talk about, you know, bringing in money and property rights and everything. Well, some of this opens the can of worms, like Holly was talking about, that comes down the line. And before you know it, we have these wires and transmission lines that have to hook up the grid. And then we have no property rights because they can declaim eminent domain and different things and take away without us even participating in anything. And there's a lot of smaller ranches and a lot of stuff going out of business because they're having to deal with what the effects of these other people that are trying to stay in business too. There's no balance. And like I said, my concern is how it's dividing families and friends and our community and the state. And I also heard on the way down how a lot of, actually heard on the news, President Trump talking about how foreign countries are suffering. Yeah, they're ugly. They don't look good. People don't want to go there anymore, and they're not benefiting. I hate to see us being taken over by foreign companies that really don't understand our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tillard. Anyone else? We have somebody coming up, and I guess we have somebody online.
Mr. Chairman, Gary Brown, representative for House District 41 here in Cheyenne. I just wanted to come up and first of all, thank all the citizens that have come here to talk today. Very important for us to hear from them. And I really thank very much my constituent, Wendy Volk, for the work that she's done. She's done a lot of work and her research is vast. And in working with her, I've done a lot of research on my own as well. And the things that I've found is very disturbing. What I see with these turbines, we talk about them being green energy, about them being safer for our environment than what we've been doing. But I find just the opposite. What I've found is the effects to our migratory birds and our raptors is vast. They kill hundreds of thousands of bats each year, which is part of our system for pollination. What they do to our insects, bees and other pollinators, is they drive them off or kill them. It's just the opposite of what we thought it was. And as we look at what's going on with up in Canada, they have begun to remove a lot of their turbines because it's affecting their aquifers. And we depend a lot on our aquifers here in the state of Wyoming. Without them, it's devastating to our state. And we have got to take more of an in-depth look at this before we continue with what we're doing. We can totally destroy our state with these. And then we look at the residue that's coming off of the blades, the fiberglass and the resins is getting into our pastures. And we're finding now that it's shortening the lifespan of our cattle. It's affecting their ability to reproduce, and the tonnage that we're finding in our cattle is dropping from 12 to 800 pounds. This is devastating to our state. We're an agricultural state. We have got to change what we're doing. I would even recommend, and I know we're not going to go there, but I would recommend shutting down the ones that exist now until we find out more about what's going on. This is devastating. This completely destroyed the state of Wyoming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, or Representative Brown. Any questions? Very good, sir. Thank you very much. I see Mr. Shell online. Mr. Shell, if you're talking to us, we can't hear you, but there you are.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is Jim Shell from Glen Rock, Wyoming. I am speaking in direct opposition to the Pronghorn Wind Project, and I feel very comfortable to say that I'm speaking for the lion's share of the people of Wyoming with my opinion. But you know, the wind companies, these big companies coming out of state, even foreign across around the globe, and they all promise prosperity and for the local communities and the people that are associated who have to put up with them. But like the gentleman that spoke earlier in the day, you can still see the infrastructure of little towns like Medicine Bow, Rock River have never changed. They've never improved. It's only a short shot in the arm for what little local businesses are there. And I would feel that this Pronghorn Wind project would leave Glen Rock in the very same shape. They bring nothing to the table for the locals in the way of long-term income from the project or the construction or the operation. The wind farm producers and companies bring in their own out-of-state workers and management. And, it never does result in anything but an eyesore for the locals and the people that have to live there for the rest of their lives and raise their children and their grandchildren there. And in this case, the project, the Pronghorn project, the only landowner have any financial gain would be the true ranches and the out-of-state investors, the people of Glen Rock, Converse County, and the state of Wyoming, and the people that come through here with tourists that put millions and millions and millions of dollars into our economy every year. We'll have to continue looking at more and more of those eyesores across the state. And I can just say that I don't believe that there's any Wyoming residents, even the people that actually put them on their property, there's not a one of them that could stand back and say, boy, that looks good. I sure do like that. And there's only one reason in the world that they would do it, and that's for financial gain. And I do understand that the private property rights is a very important thing, but when it affects everybody visually and what it does to this state's just the over outlook of the state and the citizenry does not want it. I believe we need to really take a long look at it, and we need some real soul searching on here and how we move forward and with energy related projects in the state. I just hate to see more of it, and certainly across the Front Range of the lower foothill mountains here in Glen Rock. It's just not something we want.
Thank you, Mr. Shell. Is there any question for Mr. Shell? All right. Anyone else? Anyone else? We do have somebody coming down. Thank you. There's a little guy, it looks like he's
Okay,
sneezing.
Mr. Chairman and the board, think you can hear me. I'm Jane Osborne and would just like to represent some of our friends and family from Laramie County and even Platte County. And as far as the children of tomorrow, I just want to mirror some of the comments that what kind of legacy we're leaving for the children. And I understand that the state land assets and revenue from the state is important, but maybe they're better off getting a little deduction in their revenues than some of the downsides of the that we all know about, from fire mitigation and water and the eyesores and blinking lights. I mean, we've all heard of all of this ad infinitum, but as ranchers for 35 years in Wyoming, we understand the problems that ranch owners have with their infrastructure and their economy of scale. And we have actually contributed with running cattle and sheep on state lands and understand tourism and how important that is to our state. And so I'd just like people to remember the legacy that we're leaving our people. We live right underneath where there's going to be gigantic monstrosities right behind our house of huge, we'll probably be displaced by windmills, so we're a little emotional about it ourselves. I've known, been personal friends with the B.B. Brooks Company and the Suckenhoffs, and I doubt they would really think too much of these huge wind farms going in on any state lands that they ran cattle on in the past. And I know it's under different ownership now, but just please do consider the voices of the people, and they are many, the people of Wyoming that would vote against this if we could have a vote today of the people. I don't think it would be a landslide in direction of the funds that these companies bring in, and it should be well considered before making ultimate choices. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Osborne. Any questions from Ms. Osborne? Mr. Shell, it seems you still have your hand up. I didn't know if you had other things to add or maybe not. Is there anyone here that, any additional people? Yep, come on up, Representative.
Good afternoon. This thing go? Is that working? Thank you. I appreciate your guys' time very much. And I just wanted to fall back on fiduciary responsibility and remind you that as far as fiduciary responsibility, I would like you guys to take into consideration our rare earth elements that we don't know if they are or are not on those lands. But by committing to a 50-year commitment to these wind projects, we're isolating ourselves from those elements. And then I wanted to quickly reiterate what everybody has said in the fact, as in the form of fiduciary, that while we're looking at what these projects are going to bring, I would really hope that we factor into what we're going up against. I keep hearing tourism, and that is our #2 revenue generator, and that is our #1 source of jobs. So when we're adding all this, we need to look into what we're hurting as a fiduciary consideration. Thank you guys very kindly for your time, and I'd stand for any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions for the representative? Hearing none, thank you. Please come on up.
Hi, my name is Billy Johnson. I was, I don't know, third or fourth generation Commerce County. My grandpa was sheriff of Commerce County at one time. And I had a question for Pronghorn, I guess. I know say they're bonded and stuff like that to tear them down, but where are we going to put them? And are they taking everything, or is it just ground level? I've heard that. Are they going to dig down and take the whole bottom out, or they're just going to leave this? And where's the landfills? I mean, I think one of them would fill up a pretty good landfill. Does anybody know where they're going to go with them?
And yeah, again, I'm trying to avoid getting a sort of back and forth kind of thing. I think it's a question that you have that's a very good one, and it certainly deserves to be answered. So,
all right, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online? Madam Auditor, I see you have a light on.
Mr. Chairman, I just have an open question that I don't necessarily, in regards to public comment. I believe all 5 of us have received dozens of emails from an email address, yocomments@gmail.com, and they appear to be in support of these projects. And I just am wondering if anyone is here who would claim those. Because I think everybody who's come today and came in Douglas showed up and said their name, and I just was wondering that. And like I said, Mr. Chairman, I don't necessarily expect to get an answer, but I'd be real curious who that might be.
And we'll leave that question open. It would be nice if somebody claimed those. In this day and age, it's always fun to receive emails. Please, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative,
and,
good to have you here.
Thank you very much. I was listening to all this very, very valid.
And for the record, I'll note this is Representative Pepper Ottman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. So I'm just here for a few comments. I've listened to all of the valid things, the fiduciary responsibilities, and then all of the fears and concerns. I'd just like to add to that while we're talking about the aesthetic and the operational, the nuisances, the shadows, the flickers, the potential interruption of radio and radar, so that would put, that could very well put our state at risk. Also, the during the operation of these, the interaction that they have with one another as far as things. The wildlife, we're all avid people about wildlife and how important that is to our state and to our economy. But I'd like to just add one more thing, and that it's the potential for some of the high-tech industries that we're soliciting to come into the state, that whether or not these types of activities will drive up the cost of energy. And that would not, it would almost be combative to what it is that we're trying to do, along with all of the other concerns that we have up and down our state amongst our citizens. So I'll stand for any questions. I just wanted to make a brief comment.
Yes, thank you, Representative. Are there any questions for the representative? Thank you very much, Representative Ottman. So I'm going to ask one more time here and online. Anyone? All right. Members of board.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. I have a motion here Based on Wyoming 8th Judicial District Court Judge F. Scott Peasley's decision that wind lease number WL-1620, which was approved by the board on April 3rd, 2025, be reversed and resolution be vacated for the reasons set forth in Judge Peasley's decision and order dated December 5th, 2025, specifically finding that the board's approval failed to follow the board's own rules on wind energy leasing and was therefore unlawful. And this decision declaring that the board's decision was unlawful, having the full force and effect of law, I move that the board direct the director to initiate the process to cancel and rescind wind lease number WL-1620 issued to Pronghorn H2 LLC due to Judge Peasley's decision, which would include the director carrying out the process to issue the required request for cancellation.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Is there support for the motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank everyone for coming out today and in many of our meetings to express public comment. I do think that we got the decision in April wrong. I should speak for myself. I know that I did. I've long been opposed to wind industry and development, being that my career was spent in the coal industry and oil and gas, and seeing the unfair advantage that's received there. I've tried to balance that with my fiduciary duty and with private property rights. But at the end of the day, as we've discussed today, that fiduciary responsibility is in perpetuity. It's a long-term fiduciary. It's not just today, what we receive today, but over a long period of time. And at the end of the day, this board is made up of elected officials that are beholden to the voters. And that's important because that makes sure that we hear the voices of the public, which are critically important. And so, based on what I know now and the subsequent wind leases that have come before this board, I've been a no. And so that makes a big difference. And I think we've heard a lot from folks that this is a loud minority, and I don't believe that it is. I think this is the majority of people in Wyoming. I think that this motion is distinct in a lot of ways because we've heard too that this is, just pandering to the public. This is a breach of contract, or this sets terrible precedent. But there's a really important distinction here, and it's that there's a judge's ruling that has taken place that has identified that we are in conflict with the law. And so that's a really important thing because I do not want this board to be characterized as setting a bad precedent, that we're not open for business, that our word is not worth anything, because that's not what we're talking about here. There's a really fine line, and that's important that we have this judge's decision. And so it's not just based on opposition that comes to this board that we, go with the wind, no pun intended, but it's really off of a decision that's been made, and that's really important. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
I do believe it's a breach of my fiduciary duty because it's a constitutional duty. If you want to change the law, these things are legal, and the place to do that is in the legislative process. And that's the place for it. There are already, appeals to the Supreme Court. And I do agree with the young lady earlier that said, let's get this to court. Let's move through the process because we are a nation of laws. Now, we forgot about those laws during the Biden administration. We had something called ESG, Environmental, Social, and Governance, in which that we basically turned over our rights as citizens to the United Nations and the Paris Climate Accord. And that, ladies and gentlemen, that costs this state $500-600 million a year. And to let you know that, that I'm not against energy, and I'm not for wind energy. I want to say the governor put on just a very, very excellent program up at the Rochelle Center the other day, and where I got to speak with one of the head folks from J.P. Morgan. And you probably know this because you've been following wind energy, is that President Trump has vacated like $30 billion worth of wind energy. And the discussion I had with the gentleman from JP Morgan is that, let's take that $30 billion and let's build mouth of the mine coal-fired plants in Wyoming and in the West. And so I think that we have an energy policy at this point in time, is that we put all of our energy ideas in the center, we circle around it, and then we say fire. And we're going to have to figure out how to do this. Because, folks, Japan has 2.5 times the nameplate generating capacity as we do, and we are basically ahead of Japan at the beginning of the Paris Climate Accords. We gave away 400 gigawatts of dispatchable coal energy and put on these renewable things. And so we haven't gained an inch, and they have surpassed us. So, this is a national security issue that we have to get our energy structure in order. And I understand the concerns that you have, and I think that a lot of them are valid. And we have to address those. Those has to be really have to be addressed, through the legislative process. They got to be addressed and looked at from the standpoint of what we do know, what we think we know, and what we would like to know. I believe that we are going to have a problem with this in the courts. I think we're not gaining any ground whatsoever with voting this thing and trying to move the process along to cancel these things. That essentially it's gonna end up in a situation where we are going to have some blowback on this. And it's not only on this; it's on every lease that the state has. This crosses every lease. So I hope that you would go to Article 18. There's 6 sections in there, and that tells you exactly what our fiduciary duties are and how we are limited and how the legislature is limited as to what we can and can't do. And then when you think about that, and you think about how we're paying for education, and you're thinking about all the property tax relief that we're going to get that goes to education, I can tell you that the Treasurer's Office, we are doing all we can to make sure that education is paid for and your taxes are low, and we've done a darn good job on that. But in these situations here where I think the Constitution is pretty clear, I feel I don't have any choice because of the problems that we're going to have that can participate in this situation are as severe as the ones that I think that you face out there. And you know that I've looked at some different things to mitigate some of the effects that happen in these areas here, because I think you do have real problems. And I'm going to continue to do that because everything is just plus and minus, ones and O's. It's a binary basis. You're either right or you're wrong. And we don't have the opportunity, I think, to get in there and actually sit down and talk about things that can happen. And a lot of these things there, yeah, we might get rid of state leases, but you're going to see the windmills out there anyway. And tell me, why should you take money out of the children's pockets if you're going to have the windmills in your backyard anyway? So you got a bigger problem with that. And that really you have to look at is what, as you say, what do we want to have? What do we want to live in? But you got to start really with the legislative process. And then you got to say to yourself, well, if I don't like windmills, am I going to stop, a gas fire plant or a coal fire plant up in Gillette? Those are things that you guys ought to go to bed tonight and think about how we can work together instead of how we can basically try to tear it all apart. Because we're not in this world alone, and we're way behind China. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Further discussion? Further discussion, Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, the quote that I know we all love is the best time to plant a tree was 50 years ago, and the next best time to do it is today. I see this a little bit similarly. I, again, for one, can say I wish I knew everything 6 months ago or a year ago or 7 years ago that I know today, but I didn't. I will say out loud that I have the utmost respect for the Attorney General, and I don't denigrate his decision at all. What I did learn in this process, and this is none of your all's problem, but it is something for this board that I think I have learned that he doesn't work for me. That's not his job. However, that's something that this board has had to grapple with, because I think there's not been this disagreement on an appeal, at least not in my term on the board. And that's something I've learned and will figure out how to deal with moving forward. So anyway, I just wanted to say that out loud.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to vote aye on this motion to begin the process of rescinding these leases pursuant to rules in the contract. Said it a lot, but these wind leases are inconsistent with our values. They're inconsistent with our fiduciary duty. And they're wrong. And that's why I voted against this back in April of last year. I want to cite here for a second Title 36, which Mr. Pope actually cited. And I find this statute fascinating. 36-5-113, cancellation of leases. The board shall have the power and authority to cancel leases procured by fraud, deceit, or misrepresentation, or for use of the lands for unlawful or illegal purposes, or for the violation of the covenants of the lease upon proper proof thereof. And we have a decision saying that this is an illegal purpose. The pronghorn lease violates the rules of the board and is unlawful. And that's what Judge Peasley has ruled. So you look at Title 36, it's very clear that we shall have the power to cancel these leases. Thank you.
Thanks. Further discussion? Mr. Treasurer, I wanted to thank you for bringing up the legislature. I remember back when Governor Dave Friedenthal was in office, Cale Case started talking about the fact that we would perhaps lose our vistas, lose that wonderful landscape that we saw. He recommended creating a tax, which of course the legislature did not like, because we never like to raise taxes. But his point was, we're going to lose one of those assets that's just as valuable as our coal or our oil or our gas. And he thought there should be a severance, because in fact we do sever the view. I just note that has been in front of the legislature for now, probably 20 years. And so I think it is maybe a time that the legislature can consider that. With that, if there is no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
No.
I'm a no. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, quick question. Just to clarify for the record, that's just for lease 1620, not for both leases.
That was the matter we were discussing. We kind of roamed broadly,
Wanted
but
to make sure.
yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I have another motion with regard to the appeal.
Okay.
I move that the board direct the Wyoming Attorney General's office to withdraw the appeal currently pending before the Wyoming Supreme Court, because the board did not consent to the appeal.
Is there support for the secretary's motion?
Second.
It's been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
No.
I'm a no. That motion carries as well. I will convey that to the Attorney General. On to
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I feel it's problematic when a state board takes it into their hands to be the legislature, the court, and the executive branch all at one time. And I feel that's, more or less what we got done on this last motion. We totally bypassed any type of due process. I'm not sure whether or not we even had the authority to tell the Attorney General to tie his shoelaces, let alone stop an appeal. This man is one of the most, I think, talented, respected jurists in the history of this state, and I have every, unqualified respect for the man to do his job and to do it the way he should.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to point out, I don't think this has anything to do with the utmost level of respect I have for the Attorney General. I think this brings to light a significant issue that we faced, is that we do not have counsel for this board that's not conflicted in this situation. And even earlier this morning, we had conflict counsel for a contested lease, but we haven't in this circumstance. And so with failure of our own independent counsel, I just think that has to be recognized in this situation.
Well, Mr. Chairman, there goes my point. We have became our own counsel. And as everybody knows, a doctor and a lawyer, if you're your own doctor or your own lawyer, you have a fool for counsel or a fool for a lawyer.
Yeah, well, we could
There
go
we
on
go.
for
Let's
a
move
while.
on.
The matter's been settled. I think we can move on, please.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I do think that brings up a good point, which is that I think we should request conflict counsel as this proceeds. I mean, we do need to carry out the process pursuant to the contract and the rules of the board. So I think as this proceeds, I guess there's sort of this assumption that we're going to get it here. I mean, I'm willing to have a conversation before there's a motion, but I think we got to get it. And I think we're very clear we're at the crossroads. And so, do the other members of the board think that we're okay without a motion and we'll get it? Or do we need to request conflict counsel and proceed in that way today?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think the
Leave that
Secretary at this point in time, it's one thing I agree with him is that we probably should flesh that out a little bit.
All right, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, on that note, I think based on what I know, it's required that we would have conflict counsel. I'm not even sure it would be. So I guess my point to the Secretary's question, I don't think we need a motion specifically regarding conflict counsel.
It's up to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I respect that. I think we can let it proceed. And I will say, I think we probably should have had it preceding this meeting, but I appreciate the auditor's comments and we can allow this. I think we'll get it here, hopefully tomorrow.
Yeah. I think the Secretary in that case, I think we should have had it before we made a vote on something that can affect practically every lease in the state of Wyoming. It would have been good to have for conflict counsel.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. The matter's been settled. We've talked about it. Unless there's a motion to that effect, I am going to recommend that we move on. I don't hear a motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Auditor.
Sorry, this is a motion on a separate.
Okay.
Okay. Based on Wyoming 8th Judicial District Court Judge F. Scott Peasley's decision that when lease number letters and numbers WL 1620, which was approved by the board on April 3rd, 2025, be reversed and resolution be vacated for the reasons set forth in Judge Peasley's decision and order dated December 5th, 2025. specifically finding that the board's approval failed to follow the board's own rules on wind energy leasing and was therefore unlawful. And this decision declaring that the board's decision was unlawful, having the full force and effect of law. I move that the board direct the director to initiate the process to cancel and rescind wind lease WL 1620 issued to Sidewinder. And do I have that number? 1625, sorry, 1625, issued to Sidewinder due to Judges Peasley's decision, which would include the director carrying out the process to issue the required request for cancellation. Essentially, those leases are the same. If lease A is in violation of the law, I'm saying lease B also is in violation of the law. So that would be my motion.
Motion's
Mr. Chairman?
Is there a second? Let me ask if there's a second.
Second.
Did I hear you second that, Mr. Secretary?
I'm happy to second it. I think the superintendent did as well, but second, yeah, I think she did as well.
The superintendent did? Okay, thank you. I missed that. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, let's walk this through. Let's say, that this thing is appealed and it's reversed. Peasley's is reversed at the Supreme Court. I guess it would be up to the Supreme Court to stay Peasley's in and vacate can the Supreme Court vacate our motion here to reverse the lease? Is that how that works? I guess I need counsel, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Peters or Ms. Gamble?
Mr. Chairman, Jim Peters at the Attorney General's office. Given sort of the posture that we're at here procedurally, I'm not sure that it would be appropriate to provide advice in this public forum. Happy to do so in an executive session if the board desires, but I don't believe that'd be appropriate at this time.
It's not necessary, Mr. Chairman. I'll take that counsel in executive later.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion before us. It's been moved, it's been seconded. Is there any further discussion? If there is none, all in favor signify by saying aye. That's an aye from the secretary. Is that correct, Mr. Secretary?
I thought, aren't we on auditor's motion?
Yes, we are. Did you vote aye on it?
Yeah, I didn't hear anything else, but yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the Sidewinder one, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Aye.
Okay, that ayes, there are 3. Nays?
No.
And I'm a no. Madam Director.
Are no further motions. You have exhausted your agenda for your Board of Land Commissioners.
Okay. Thank you. Let's take a break. It's 1:15. And
Okay.
we'll be back around 1 o'clock. The good Secretary of State. I think we can proceed with the second part of our meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, you are now convening as the Wyoming State Loan and Investment Board. And the first thing on your agenda is tab A, minutes approval of the December 4th, 2025 board meeting minutes.
Members, you've had a chance to review the minutes. Are there corrections or comments? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of December 4th.
So moves, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Is there a second?
Second?
It's been seconded by the auditor. Now, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The meeting minutes pass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next is tab B, reports. These are informational, but staff is available to answer any questions the board members might have on the reports.
Are there any questions on the matters under tab B? Any questions? There are none. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having briefed each of the board members individually, we have some items that appear to be amenable for treatment on a consent list for this meeting. And that recommendation would be items E1, F1, and F2.
So members, I would entertain a motion for a consent list of E1, F1, and F2, unless of course there's any of those matters which you would not want to have on the consent list.
Mr. Chairman, I would move a consent list of items E1, F1, and F2.
Thank you. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That consent list passed. I would now entertain a motion to approve the director's recommendation for the matters on the consent list, E1, F1, and F2.
So moved.
It's been, I'll call her and you can second, auditor. So there we are. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nays? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That then brings you to tab G on your agenda, mineral royalty grant matters. First is item G1. This is for consideration of an application for Chapter 3 Emergency Mineral Royalty Grant for the town of DuBois. This, the situation for this matter is there is a bridge known as the Sawmill Bridge, which goes over the Wind River. This summer, YDOT found in a critical inspection finding that there is a structural deficiency in this bridge that requires immediate action to ensure public safety. The staff did an analysis on this request and found that the bridge was not actually in failure at this time, but upon high water would go into failure. So the recommendation from the office today is to defer consideration of this item to G2 with all other mineral royalty grants before you today.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Director, so is the only change here, when we grant it as an emergency, they're able to have 100% funding versus a 75, or what is the difference between just putting it in with the grouping today?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, traditionally the board has treated emergency applications and funded them differently. The board does not specifically allow for 100% funding, but historically the board has used their discretion to fund at a higher level than the typical 75% allowance for regular MRG requests.
So, Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Director. And so that 75% threshold, is that per rule? I mean, or we have authority beyond that? That's.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, that is through statute.
One more follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So how in the past have we been able to go beyond that?
Mr. Chairman, if I might defer to Ms. Gamble on this matter.
Members of the board, Chairman, Madam Superintendent. So just to give a little bit of context here. So under statute, as well as the board's rules, Chapter 3 rules, which cover all of MRG funding, the statute, so 94604, as well as Chapter 3 of the board's rules, allow when an applicant is eligible, the rules and statute allow for up to 75% funding. Again, that is contingent on if the applicant is eligible and meets certain requirements, they can get up to 75% funding. However, neither the statute nor the rules specifically allow for above 75% funding. Everything in it just caps it at that 75. So my understanding, and this likely predates my time here, but what I've been able to gather since I've been here is that it has been the practice of the board to fund at 100% in the event of an emergency application. Again, the statute nor the rules provide for that. However, the board has done that in the past.
And I can put some perspective on that. It depends on the matter of the emergency and what people bring.
Mr. Chairman, that's my understanding that, depending on the circumstances, some situations do require, the board has decided require more funding than what is necessarily specifically laid out in authority.
Mr. Chairman, I suppose I'm just concerned if we're going beyond the statute, if that needs to be changed within the legislature.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, just for my own clarification, are you saying that you're concerned that the statute only allows for up to 75% funding?
Correct. And I'm concerned if this board goes above that, then we're breaking the law.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, I think that's a legitimate concern. I wouldn't necessarily go so far as to say breaking the law, more so just it seems like in the past, the board has exercised its broad discretion to award in excess of 75%.
Further questions? Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, do we need to make an explicit motion if we wanted to move this into the entire pot?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, yes, that is what you see as the director's recommendation at the end of this board matter.
Gotcha.
And I'm assuming that we may have people here wanting to address the board.
Mr. Chairman, I believe there are project proponents available.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, the board. I think you summed it up.
Can you identify?
I'm sorry, Matt
Yeah.
Bowers. I'm the town Du Bois engineer. I have with me Mickey Harrington, who's the public works director. We, as the town, deemed it an emergency because we have a bridge that we're able to use now. We have two piers that are severely compromised. We're concerned that once we get high water, we're not going to be able to use them. So we are currently have a project designed. We're bidding now. The intent is to get the project done before the high runoff season hits beginning of May. We deemed it as an emergency, which is why we put it in as an emergency request. We have no problem if the director wants to defer to the other funding. It just in our eyes, it was an emergency. That's where it stemmed from.
Thank you, Mr. Bowers.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, it seems to me, we're not just handling emergencies today, we're kind of doing them all together. And so I guess for me too, it doesn't really make a difference if we need to make a motion. I mean, does it make a difference if we deem it emergency, if we just move forward with it first in line?
Mr. Chairman, not necessarily. You can make a motion for funding on this to what your desired level is, or you can move it into the next board matter to consider with the group.
Emergency just means that they're considered separately than the normal grants. So is there further discussion on this? Is there a motion to be made?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation, which would be just to move this in, and then we can consider everything together and get a full picture of what we're going to do today.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Mr. Secretary, is that an aye? I think you're
Yeah, is my volume having a hard time? I said aye. Aye.
Hey, it did skipped. I think it's a connection issue.
Aye.
Mr. Treasurer,
Yep.
You're an aye as well?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That then takes us to board matter G2. These are the mineral royalty grant applications that are before the board for consideration today. There are 19 applications that have come forward, and the total of the requests in all of those applications totals $7,817,403. Remaining for the biennium in mineral royalty grant funding for the board to utilize is $11,870,558. After evaluation by the Office of State Lands as well as partnering agencies, we have put together a slate of recommendations for funding totaling $5,783,621. You will see first on your full funding recommendation, there are 10 entities under full funding. As a reminder, full funding indicates the full funding for their.
You don't want to be, I got the
Mr. Treasurer, can you mute? Thank you.
Yeah.
You turned your camera off, but maybe not your volume. Okay, please.
Full funding indicates the full amount eligible and up to that 75 or 50% threshold that entity might be eligible for. You will then see following a list of 9 entities with partial funding recommendations. The staff in OSLI endeavored to find workable amounts to help projects move forward for communities and entities that had applied with partial funding offerings, and there are no funding recommendations today. I know there may be project proponents in the audience for some of these projects as well, but that contains our recommendations for both full and partial funding for these mineral royalty grants.
Okay, thank you. Members of the board, what is your desire here in terms of how we approach it?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I might recommend that we just start working through them and see if there's public comment and handle them in order of the list presented.
So on the full funding list and then move to the partial funding?
That'd be my recommendation.
Okay. If there is no objection to that, we will do that. Don't hear of objections, so Mr. Bowers, Matt, good to have you back up and we can talk about your project.
Perfect. Again, Matt Bowers, Town of DuBois engineer. As we stated there a little bit ago, we have a bridge that is the only way we can access our wastewater treatment plant. And it's also the only access to the DuBois rodeo grounds. We are using it now based on the fact that we've got about one pier that's probably 60% undermined, where there's none of the concrete touching the bottom of the river. And then we have another one that's about 30%. This happened fairly quickly. We had a YDOT inspection, I think 2 or 3 years ago. That didn't show up. It showed up here in October. We've been really active on, like I said, we've got a project ready to go. It's kind of for us, it's a very big public safety issue because if we can't access our wastewater treatment plant, that's a very big deal. So if we can't get this done, high water, we probably won't be able to use the bridge during high water, and then we really won't be able to use it till we are able to inspect again to see how much worse the problem's gotten. So that's essentially where we're at. So wasn't in our budget, and now we're scrambling. So
thank you.
Yep,
Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
So with the recommended amount is 75% of the project, which was not the original request. That comes out to $281,250. Is DuBois able to pitch in the rest?
We are gonna make it work. The project has to happen regardless. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Further questions? All right. If there are none, further discussion, and if there is no discussion, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Or were you thinking about? Okay.
I think that's good.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, I would move MRG funding to the town of Du Bois to repair the bridge over Absaroka Drive in the amount of 281,250.
Second.
It's been moved. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Mr. Treasurer? Motion carries.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Number 2 is the town of Manville sewer infrastructure replacement. Is there anyone here from the, Mr. Ladkey is here?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Richard Ladwig. I'm the mayor of town of Manville. And I have with me Jordan Crane is our engineer on this project. First off, I'd like to give you some good news. About two and a half years ago, I stood in front of you asking for some ARPA money and so on and so forth. And day before yesterday, we turned the pumps on our new water project in the town of Manville, and we're being serviced by a complete new system. Thank you.
Thank you. That's awesome.
Thank you. Today, I'm here asking for $1 million because we're starting in on a sewer project because we have the same problem with our sewer that we had with our water. Is it 100 years old? It's mostly clay tile, 100% pretty much clay tile, and it's starting to reach its end of life. We have a USDA loan and grant of $6,845,000, which is about, what is it, $1 million something is a loan that we've assumed for that. We also, because when we were doing our water project, we were going to run both the projects and we couldn't get enough to do it, but we did some sewer development under that project, and $153,000 was already expended on the sewer development that we don't have to repay again because it's already done. And then we have unused budget of $400,000, which brings us to $7,398,000 for our project. In the process of developing this project, we brought in the engineers brought in a camera crew that run cameras through our sewer, and they saw things that were really nasty. One of the biggest one is that everything, including the laterals going to people's houses, were that old clay tile, 3-foot sections of old clay tile. I saw pictures in a place where there was no trees within probably 200 yards of the tile, and the tile was 6 foot in the ground, and it had grass roots growing through the seams every 3 foot. So much grass growing through them that machine could not go through it and take pictures. So that was what we're living with, and that didn't count the tree roots that we've seen that were as big as my forearm and things like that had broken into this tile. So the whole system needs to be replaced. So that's what we're asking for. The extra money from the is to provide the service to the people's houses, which we did with the water also. We got permission to give service to their houses also so that we could have a complete system. And that's what we're asking for today. And we would really appreciate full funding.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here. Can you talk a little bit about kind of dynamics in the community, what current population is, or are we growing? I only ask, we just have limited money, and since we did that really large project for Manville with the COVID dollars, just want to make sure we can justify another extra full $1 million.
I believe we have 54 sewer hookups in the town. We're probably, the best way to explain it would be we're a static population town. We hope to grow a little bit. There's properties available in town. I'd have to say we're pretty static, which basically Niobrara County is pretty static, really. Can't seem to get ahead of things, but if we don't redo this, we're going to have, if we put just the new mains in, we're going to have problems with the old laterals growing into our new mains and causing problem inside our new mains, because those roots go wherever there's water, and they're really can be raise quite a havoc. So I hope that answered your question.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Monitor.
kind of on a similar vein, did you say you had a USDA loan in the amount of $1 million?
About $1.5 million.
$1.5 million?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
guess, and again, I'm confident I'm oversimplifying the issue, but that's $28,000 a tap that has to be paid back already, or $16,000 a person. How does that get paid back?
We are also the recipient of a specific purpose tax assessment, which the county and the town of Lusk and the town of Manville passed somewhat 3 years ago to do sewer projects and water projects with. Our portion of that averages out on sales tax income. We based our input that we would be somewhere above $1,500 a month because of sales tax. And I'm proud to say that right now we're probably averaging somewhere between $3,500 and $4,000 a month income from the sales tax that we can use to pay the loan off in the next 40 years. That's how that will be paid.
Thank you.
Okay. Further questions? If there are none, I would entertain a motion. Is there a motion? Is there a motion?
I move the director's recs.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We'll try on a second. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, and Madam
Mr. Chairman.
Superintendent. And discussion.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think these are just tough because we have limited dollars and it's a lot of, we love our small towns in Wyoming and we want to maintain those, but it's really difficult for that kind of money for that number of people. And so, I mean, I'm willing to support this request, this go around, but just that's what's tough with limited fundings and these type of amounts.
Thank you.
Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, and I'm just curious that sorry, I know I should have asked this question earlier, that spet tax that has to be renewed,
Pardon me?
correct? The spet tax, would that have to be renewed?
It is good until we collect $500,000 million, which is going to take about 40 years.
So
it will be removed somewhere in the way future. I probably won't even be around when it's removed because it's out that far out. Because with the town of Lusk, the Niobrara County, town of Manville, town of Van Castle, it come up in the 20-some million dollars on spec tax. And of course, we got our share, our percentage, which is about $2.5 million over the next, and we estimate it's going to take $2.5 million to collect that, or 40 years to collect that $2.5 million. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
And I think you raise an interesting, but there just isn't a lot of tax revenue in Niobrara. There's just none. So
I'm surprised at the average of about $4,000 a month, actually, because we bet on 3.
Yeah.
So we're doing pretty good.
Yeah. Very good. And thank you, Richard. I guess we need to vote. So all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries on my count. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I made a change on my audio. Is it better now?
It is better. Yeah. For some reason, when you come off mute, it just was delayed. So we'd hear the very last.
Yeah. No, I got you.
Thank you.
I would like
Sorry
to
about
say,
my confusion on it.
I would like to say the town of Manville, the people in the town of Manville and the staff in the office and the council and the mayor appreciate this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 3, we have the radio project for Johnson County Fire. Do we have anybody here from Johnson County? I think we do.
There's somebody.
Oh, there is somebody online. Okay, very good. Ms. Rule, Tanda, good to, we'll recognize you.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for having us. I'm here with Fire Chief Colby Richin, Mechanic Justin Heller, County Fire Warden Tom Camino.
Yeah, and we're all in danger now, right? So, very good. You want to just talk a little bit about the project?
Justin?
So our handheld radios are the P150s that are unfixable anymore. And if we can find somebody to fix them, they're super expensive. So we need to upgrade to the 5000s for our firefighters. The truck radios are 20 plus years old and out of date and unfixable. And they're 50-watt radio, and they're kicking out between 25 and 35 watts per radio. The new radios are 150 watts. And as we all know, the radio is rough around in the wild country anyway. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. Are there questions?
I'm just impressed with the 150 watts, Mr. Chairman.
You know, we have a lot of iron in the hills out there, and it is hard to get radio coverage. If there is no further discussion, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move director's rec of $95,054.
It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Very good. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you guys very much.
All right, now we have Memorial Hospital of Carbon County elevator upgrade.
So did you get what you asked for? Yeah, we got full rate.
Can
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Board. So our proposal is for a matching grant that our Carbon County, I am Kerry Ashman, by the way. I'm the CEO of the hospital there in Carbon County, in Memorial Hospital of Carbon County. The proposal is for matching funds of $250,000 that our county commissioners, and I'm hoping I'm not speaking beyond what I'm able to for them, but that they have committed to also help us with an elevator. As you guys know, many of our buildings in areas of Wyoming are getting old. Our hospital is 54 years old. Our elevators, the majority of them are about 45 years old, and so they're way beyond life. But as such, with this grant, we would begin the process of replacing those elevators one by one. And this would be our first one. And so we are hoping to be able to do that for our community, to be able to move patients around easier and better throughout the hospital and safer so that they don't get stuck in elevators. If anybody's ever been stuck in an elevator, it's not an experience you want to have, but we want to avoid that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Are there questions? Discussion? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move director's recommendation of $250,000 to Carbon County for the Memorial Hospital of Carbon County elevator upgrade.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. I hope it was worth the drive. Very good. Thanks. Next, we have the Wildland Type 6 brush truck, Cheyenne Fire and Rescue.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam.
as they come up, can I just, a question for staff? one of the reviewing agency evaluations was low on this one. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Governor, members of the commission, when our partnering agencies reviewed these applications, both the fire marshal and forestry division, they did rank this as low in the need, and they are here to talk about that. While they ranked it low, it still ranked out high on our priorities.
So we'll hear from them. And I saw Byron here earlier, but please come on up and.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Andrew Dykeshorn. I have the honor of serving as the fire chief for Cheyenne Fire Rescue right here in our capital city. Before you today is an application requesting funds for the purchase of a Type 6 wildland brush truck. We are seeking $187,500 along with a 50% match from the city of Cheyenne for that same amount, bringing the total project cost to $375,000. As you know, wildland fire suppression is no longer a seasonal challenge. It is a growing and persistent threat to our community and across Wyoming. Every year, we see fires start faster, spread farther, and threaten more lives and property. Time is our greatest enemy in these situations, and this project will give us the ability to respond immediately with the right equipment to stop fires before they escalate. This truck is not just a piece of equipment. It is a critical asset that will protect homes, ranches, and livelihoods. It will allow our firefighters to deploy quickly and effectively, not only within Cheyenne, but across the state and even nationally when called upon. Over the past 4 years, we at CFR have invested heavily in building a highly trained wildland team because we take this risk seriously and want to be a part of the solution, not just the response. Your support today is an investment in safety and preparedness and resilience for our community and our state. Together, we can ensure that when the next fire threatens Wyoming, we are ready, not reacting, but responding with strength and speed. Thank you for your time and consideration today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Dykeshorn. Are there questions? Yeah, are there questions? If not, Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Chairman, Byron Matthews here, Wyoming State Fire Marshal, Director of Fire Prevention, Electrical Safety. I'd stand for question, just a brief on the rating. Based on the funds available, looking at the projects we had in the list, this was lower in priority based on those other projects in front of us.
Thanks. Is there anyone here from Forestry?
Yeah, that's right.
That's you. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chairman, Board, I'm Brian Ott with State Forestry.
Yeah.
And this is my first time reviewing these and kind of wasn't sure on the scoring part for my part. So it was with the other items on the list there was higher priorities in my eyes. Like the radio project was higher and whatnot.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks very much. Further questions?
Move Director's Rex, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, that's been moved. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
That motion carries. All right, great. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members.
And thanks for what you do. So hopefully you have nothing to do this year. So and next we have a land fill compactor for Uinta County. That's item number 6. Good to have you here, sir.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. We're here.
And just to identify your.
Oh, Uinta,
Yeah.
Eric South, Uinta
Yeah.
County Commissioner, Uinta County.
there.
Where did Amanda go? And Amanda.
Yeah, she's over there.
Oh, she's over there. Okay. I thought she.
Please.
Hutchinson County Clerk. So she's our money. She handles all the paying the
right.
bills. So.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner.
I think we just want to start with saying thank you for considering our project. It is something that we
really need. It will help us be more efficient with our landfill, which will help us to set money aside for future liabilities, which are the scary part with landfills. So we appreciate the consideration, and I think mostly we just want to stand for questions if there are any.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks for driving over today too. So, are there questions? Any questions? Okay, if there are none, I would entertain a motion.
Move
Chairman?
Director's Rex, Mr. Chairman.
Oh,
Second.
all right, we'll do the treasurer as a second and the secretary is the mover. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for the
Molly.
drive.
Yep, you're
And
welcome.
and Amanda, I think we've talked to you on Zoom before, so it's nice to actually see you. Thanks. Yeah. Now we have Yoder. And Wildland Fire.
Good afternoon, Justin Burkhart. I'm the fire chief of the Yoder Fire Department. We're here to request 75% of a new brush truck for us. That brush truck responds to approximately 80 to 85% of all of our calls. And we have reserved our 25% share with the federal fire program that we do, and that's how we've saved up money to pay for our cost. And I stand for questions.
Are there questions?
Mr. Chairman, a comment, the Yoder guys are renowned for their firefighting skills, I think all over the country.
I appreciate that, Secretary.
And they can probably get there a lot quicker now that they have a truck instead of just a cat.
There you go. I'd move Director's Rex, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries. Thank you
you,
for what
Governor.
you do and congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Thanks. Now we have the North Bighorn Hospital District and the carpet replacement. Is somebody online? Peyton Gambill will recognize you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for considering both of our grant applications from North Bighorn Hospital District. I'm here with our CEO, Eric Connell, and we just appreciate the consideration and are happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions? Madam Auditor, and then I have the superintendent.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, thank you for tuning in. So since you have two projects before us and one of them has been ranked higher through some of our metrics, and then your other one is recommended for some partial funding, would you prioritize those the same way?
Yes, we would.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
if you could share just a little bit about the need for this, the carpet replacement is just a little bit different than some of the other requests we get. So if you could just discuss that a little bit.
Sure. We have a hospital that was built in the 80s and most of it has carpet. And so over time, it has just become more difficult to keep that clean and mitigate infection control risk for our patients and staff. And the recommendation is healthcare grade non-porous flooring in hospitals. So we just feel that that's an important upgrade to continue to provide quality care to our patients.
Okay. Further questions? If there are none, I'd entertain a motion.
Move Director's Rec.
Second.
Has been moved and seconded, moved by the secretary, seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I just feel a lot better about that we're not buying carpet.
Thank you. All in favor?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have one comment.
Sure, please, go ahead.
Thank you. Did take a tour of this facility and I think it has, it's very well run. There's a huge need there, and I was just really impressed with what I saw. But there are some upgrades that they need, and I think this is warranted. And I went up there in October and looked a little bit at these two requests. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nays, that motion carries. Thank you. Congratulations. We are moving on to long-term care integration from the South Lincoln Hospital District. Thanks for making the drive all the way over again.
I feel like we're old friends. So, Mr. Chairman, and the board, Dave Ryer, CCO of South Lincoln Hospital District. Obviously, you're very familiar for our project and the direction that we've been trying to get some funding at this point to help convert our long-term care space over to hospital-based space, which would enable us to continue that service in our area. So that's what the request is today. Ultimately, would be to help assist with some of the engineering costs to begin that project at our organization.
Very good. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam
Just
Auditor.
just very brief update on the whole picture of your funding and if you're going to be able to get this.
Yeah, it's a great question. So certainly with the Rural Health Transformation Fund, that's a large unknown, but there's some potential avenues that we have been exploring in our state as well with the Department of Health. And so that's something that we're obviously hopeful and optimistic for. Potentially that I've heard the earliest those funds might be available would be this fall. We still don't know the application process or how that would actually flow at this point. But that would be the hope that we would have those opportunities. And then in parallel with that, we continue to still seek a potential waiver option for our facility. And if that's still something that would be able to be accomplished or not, but we are working forward at this point with two parallel tracks, one that would fund the project, one that would potentially help alleviate the need to spend the money.
Very good. Further questions? Well, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move director's recommendation.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded, moved by the superintendent, seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks for your trip over twice. Next, we have the town of Opal, retaining wall and erosion control. Thank you for being here. You also have a long drive.
You betcha. Mary Hall, Mayor of Opal. I'm also thankful that I did not drive through the white knuckle snowstorms because typically coming across the state in February is usually that's what we see. So thanks for that. Opal currently has a 30,000 gallon holding tank that we pump into, and then we chlorinate there, and then we move it up to the hill to the big tank. This last year, we put in our new RO system that Slib helped us with. And what happened is we had our old pump house, and then we have our new pump house. And the new pump house, it has some erosion in between from the 30,000 gallon tank behind the first pump house. And so we're really looking at putting in a retaining wall to hold back the earth from going and possibly damaging the new pump house. It's been eroding for some time. I was mayor before, and we addressed it then, and we just keep throwing dirt at it. And so we would like to build a retaining wall and then also replace that earth and do some erosion mats so that you have a more long-term effect. So that's what we're looking for, is just kind of to protect the new building and also take care of the erosion on the 30,000 gallon tank.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Are there questions? I have one. I remember we've done a couple of things, the RO system, and then also we relined your water tank. How is that holding up?
Excellent. Yep, excellent. Yep. We've being as small as we are, we just don't have a whole lot of funds. And so we really appreciate the opportunity to come before the board and request these funds and have them considered because it's really hard on a town of 64, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good. I would entertain a motion.
Move director's recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, that carries. Thank you very
Thank you
much.
so much. Appreciate it.
And just, it is the season to throw dirt, and we're all running for office and.
Okay, sounds good. Thank
All
you.
right. Now we move on to partial funding. Thank you, Madam Director. Is there anything overall you wanted to highlight in the partial funding list, or?
Governor, members of the commission. So as we worked through the partial funding, these are in ranked order, and we did look at on their applications whether they could utilize partial funding and at what amount that partial funding would be helpful. And the majority of these indicated either an amount lower than we were recommending even at the partial funding. And there was two where the difference in what we had originally recommended based on how we were reviewing them was just slightly lower than what they utilized and requested as partial funding that they could use to make the project go forward. And we did move that amount up to accommodate that minor amount of request. There were a couple that, as the director had previously mentioned, that had indicated that partial funding would not be acceptable to them, but we still thought that it was our recommendation to bring forward that partial recommendation and then allow them to justify that as opposed to putting them on the no funding list.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
would you be able to tell us the ones that maybe said they would not be or not able to move forward with partial funding?
To not get there based on the partial funding amount was the city of Newcastle. They had requested a 50-50 match, so they had requested $30,000 and had indicated that partial funding would not be helpful to them based on some cuts, as we all know, property tax cuts and what their community could support, but we did recommend $18,000.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Mr. Treasurer.
if we give them the 18,000 and it's there, can it just sit there until they find some more or we find some more? Or would that be a poor use of funds? What do you guys think?
Somebody who's familiar with this process is just coming up to approach. So from Newcastle, Beth. Good to
Members
see
of the
you.
board, Beth Blackwell, grants and loans specialist for the city. We never received any notification of the partial funding. Partial funding is acceptable to us. As I stated when I met with you all, 18 is better than nothing. And so if there's any money left on the table, we'd be happy to take the additional $12,000. However, 18,000 would help us.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. All right, let's start. Right,
Mr. Chair,
Madam Superintendent.
Just one other point too, I think for project proponents in this list. I mean, of course, we still have money left over for the final MRG meeting, which will be in June. And so I would say to keep that in mind as well, because we don't know what requests might come in, but that might also lend itself to higher funding than the partial amount proposed.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. So I'm going to start with Bighorn County, the Red Gulch Bridge replacement. From Bighorn County, I think we have somebody online. Mr. Bridges.
Mr. Chairman, this is William Bridges. I'm the county engineer for Bighorn County. We came before you in October with an emergency grant, and it was deemed not to be emergency. And so we're back now hoping to get some funding for this project. I apologize for not being able to be there in person. We've got some COVID in my family, and I didn't feel like I wanted to share that down there. But we appreciate what funding you can give for us. I think that if you remember, YDOT had done an inspection on this bridge and requested that we close it immediately due to some failing stringers on the bridge. It's a old wooden bridge. We have done that, and it's been closed since that time. And we need to be able to move this project forward to be able to get that bridge back in and get our county road system back in shape. We're funded, or we're being recommended for funding for 60% of what we ask, which we appreciate, but I would request that maybe we move that up to the 75% that we're eligible for. I think that it would help the county with the tight funds that we're under to be able to get this project moved forward and done. So we'd be happy with whatever you can consider for us, but we would make that request to move it to 75%.
Thank you, Mr. Bridges. Questions from Mr. Bridges? Questions? If there are none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Mr. Treasurer.
That's not that much money in the whole size of things if it'll get this bridge back in there. So I guess I'd ask staff what the difference is and move it to 75%.
Second.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. Ms. Turing, do you want to tell us what that is? And then we can have a remainder that we.
Members of the board, 75% of their project total is $602,873.
Yeah, that's a couple $100,000 more. I think it's reasonable, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, that motion is on the table. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, question for staff, and I am probably just being forgetful, but we went through a period of time where all the MRG money was gone. So but in that, and there was some left over, or where we had very small amounts, I think even before that, okay, Beth is nodding, so I'm on the right track. Okay, we had very small amounts of MRG money. And so we eliminated the normal MRG meeting, which we are doing right now. And when under that structure, which worked pretty well, there was a deluge of applications in June because it was everyone now. And so I'm just wondering if maybe where we're back on a traditional cadence, I guess I would say, that I'm wondering if maybe that June meeting won't have quite the massive bubble that we will maybe have had the last couple of years. Maybe I'm just being optimistic. But in terms of conversations with communities, do you feel like you're being overwhelmed, or do you feel like we're picking up a lot of the need in this meeting right here? And the reason I'm asking that question is, just trying in my mind, figure out how conservative I want to be with holding back for June. Some of these meetings we've had $10 of request for every $1 that we had to give out.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I can't predict for you what that will look like. I can tell you we already have one application for the June meeting, so it is starting, and that there may be impacts that counties are seeing or communities are seeing that may have any number of applications coming forward in June.
Okay. Further comment? Further discussion? Back on the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nays? That motion carries. Thank you, Bridges. Now, in Hot Springs County, we have a water cistern system for county airport hangar.
Start your video. Hello, I'm Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Tom Ryan. commissioner here in Hot Springs County. And with the other two commissioners, Paul Galvich and Bob Aguilar, we're asking for money for a cistern for our airport. We're wanting to build a new hangar, and we are asking for money for the cistern for the hangar.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it, Commissioner Ryan, Chairman Ryan, and other commissioners. Are there questions?
Mr. Chairman, just confirming, you've been recommended for a lesser amount than what you requested. That gets you off the ground?
It does. We would appreciate the 75%, but this gets us off the ground. But this is part of the whole bigger project for a county hangar that we're going to build, but the hangar is not eligible for MRG money. So, it's about a $3 million project. So anyway, it gets us off the ground. We appreciate whatever you can do.
Thank you. Further questions, comments? Okay, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the recommended amount of $202,000 to Hot Springs County for the water cistern system for their county airport.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. It's been seconded by the Superintendent, just a little bit ahead of you, Mr. Secretary. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Treasurer, did you vote aye? If motion carries in any case. So we'll move on to City of Newcastle.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
Hi.
Ms. Blackwell. Yes, thanks.
Beth Blackwell, Grants and Loan Specialist for the City of Newcastle. I have with me Greg Stump, the Public Works Supervisor. We're requesting $30,000 for 50% of a community service officer vehicle. In the past 5 years, the city has spent over $230,000 replacing 4 police vehicles on their own. They've also spent $325,000 moving the police station from a county building to a city building where they had to do rehabs and modifications to the building. They've also paid all the money necessary to increase their tasers, their radars, and all of their other equipment to a total of more than $1 million. So the city is doing things. We felt like this additional addition to the police force is important. It helps with stray animals, helps when there's public disturbances. And so it's just a great addition to the police department and to improve the safety of the city.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Are there any questions?
Does Greg get to talk?
Greg Stump, I'm the Public Works Supervisor. The police department has spent quite a bit of money in the last few years. The upgrade to the building, plus they had to replace all their dispatch equipment to the tune of about $400,000. So they've been without a CSO for 5 or 6 years now. They finally found somebody, and we're trying to get them into a decent vehicle so they can do their job.
Very good. Thank you. Any further questions? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move an amount of $30,000 to the City of Newcastle for their CSO vehicle.
Right. Thank you. That's been seconded. So that is upping the recommended amount.
Mr. Chairman, it is, and I can't understate my appreciation for that, but given that the difference between partial and full is such a small dollar amount. Yeah,
That's fine. I'm just noting it.
yes,
So
that was my intent. Yeah.
Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, just for clarification on the record, with your funding recommendation, would you also please include the conditions in the director's recommendation for the procurement of the vehicle?
I would.
Thank you.
Including all the, yes.
All right, for the seconder of that motion?
Second approves.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm the seconder.
Yes, you are.
Okay, great. Seconder approves.
Very good. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you.
very much.
Yeah, thank you. We are now moving to the Platte County Hospital District and the replacement of the heating and air conditioning ventilation system. Is anyone here from Platte County? Thank you.
Chairman and committee, my name is John Watson. I am chairman of the Platte County Hospital District Board. I have with me Logan Lehman, who is the administrator of Legacy Home, and Scott DeWitt, who's our maintenance manager, and Brandon Lawson from Train for any technical things you might need. Our board is the board of directors for Legacy Home as well. We're a hospital. And so I'll let Logan tell you about the heating system.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Logan Lehman, as mentioned. I serve as the nursing home administrator at the Platte County Legacy Home in Wheatland, Wyoming. Our organization provides skilled nursing care, inpatient rehabilitation, outpatient therapy, and assisted living services to our residents in Platte County and the surrounding Wyoming communities as well. Today, we're presenting a grant application to replace our aging HVAC units located in resident rooms and common areas. Our current units require increasing maintenance, operate nearly nonstop, and are no longer energy efficient. These units have costed the facility roughly $25,000 in repairs costs in the last 3 months alone. They're also noisy and frequently fail to maintain requested and required temperatures, which directly impacts our resident comfort and care. As a skilled nursing facility, we're required to provide a safe and comfortable, as well as a home-like environment, and replacing these units is essential to meeting that expectation while improving efficiency and long-term sustainability in Platte County. Thank you again, Chairman and members of the board, for your time and consideration today. We appreciate the opportunity to present this request and are happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much. Any questions or discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I would have sworn that we replaced this HVAC with CARES money, but I must be mixing it up with different.
No, I don't believe.
Was it an incinerator, perhaps? I'm mixing apples and oranges, I think.
Not aware of any of those. The Legacy Center was built in 16. Unfortunately, when you build new buildings, sometimes you get products that are the end of their life, and these are no longer getting repairs available. And so that's where we are.
Thank you.
Thanks. Further discussion, further questions? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move director's rec of $159,451.
Thank you. Is there it's been seconded by the treasurer, I believe. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, that motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep. We have the City of Casper fiscal year 26 priority water main replacements.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for having me today.
talk about this project. My name's Ethan Yonker. I am the Water Operations Officer for the City of Casper and active or interim Public Services Director. Just to lead into this, I guess, the City of Casper provides water service to about 60,000 people in our community. We do that through 382 miles of water main. That's about 2 million feet of water main. 104 miles of our water system is non-PVC pipe that's over 40 years old. So that's ductile iron, cast iron, and some other select materials that were a new strategy at some point, but didn't pan out. We have seen that there's a much higher frequency in water main breaks in metal mains over 50 years old. It's mostly due to the soil conditions in specific areas that promote corrosion to those pipes. We've started to see a significant increase in the number of main breaks we see annually. In the last 2 years, it's been 66% higher number of main breaks than over the 15-year average. Industry experts like the EPA and the American Water Works Association recommend that a minimum of 100-year replacement cycle be achieved for water systems. For the city of Casper, given that we have 2 million feet of pipe, that's about 20,000 feet of water main that needs to be repaired. The average number of feet that water main that has been replaced by the city of Casper over the last 10 years on average has been 6,900 feet per year. Well below that 20,000 feet goal. This average has gone down after 2020. The average after 2020 is about 3,300 feet of pipe that's been replaced per year. And that's mainly due to the increasing costs of the construction projects to install this pipe. Prior to 2020, the average over the 5 years prior to 2020 was about $190 per foot to replace this pipe. After 2020, it's about $335 per foot. Currently, we're estimating around $350 per foot for these projects. Casper City Council has taken a brave and important first step to begin to align our capital replacement plans with the needs of the water system by adopting this 100-year replacement strategy and increasing water rates for our customers by 8% this year and again 8% next year, with further plans to make further rate increases over the next decade. This particular project comprises 3 sections of water main within the city of Casper. 1 ductile iron main and 2 cast iron mains in relatively heavily trafficked areas. The Poplar Street portion is ductile iron that was installed in 1970, so it's 55 years old. There's a residential cast iron that was installed in 1955, so it's 70 years old and barely holding together, I should say. And then there is another section in Yellowstone Highway, which is cast iron that was installed in 1971, which is 54 years old. In total, these 3 project locations comprise 4,800 feet of water main. Our total capital plan this year is just under 10,000 feet of water main. Some of that's going to YDOT projects through cooperative agreements, things like that. So I guess my request to the board is that they consider fully funding this project. Partial funding would allow us to move forward with 2 of these project locations, but not all 3. I would just close out by saying that programs like the Mineral Royalty Grant Program are very important and appreciated opportunities for Wyoming municipalities to partner with the state to help ease the burden on the ratepayers of those Wyoming communities. So on behalf of the citizens of Casper, I thank you for your consideration of this request.
Thank you, Mr. Yonker. Appreciate that. Any questions? I particularly appreciate your comments about how important these grants are. It's sometimes forgotten. People seem to think it's great to go out and cut ribbons and that's just campaign stuff, but the fact is it does real work on the ground. So thank you. I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move Director.
Mr. Chairman.
I already recognize the superintendent. Sorry, but I'll have you right afterwards.
We're good.
Superintendent. Oh,
Would move
the
director's-
director's rec is moved, and I'm assuming a second from you, Mr. Secretary?
Yeah, I'll second this and then we'll do the next 400,000. I was gonna try to do the million, but we'll do this first. So second.
Okay. All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Okay, that motion carries. And Mr. Secretary, I assume you want to follow up or do you want to wait till the end?
I was just gonna do it now. I'd move the difference, which I believe is 400,000.
Okay.
Give you two.
If staff is correct.
All right.
Is the difference 400,000? Could I ask that of staff?
I think the difference is 400,000. Is there support?
Okay,
for-
so that's my motion.
Okay, is there support for the secretary's motion? Is there support for the secretary's motion? Is there support for the secretary's motion? Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry to say it failed for lack of a second, but thank you for the effort. And thank you. Mr.
Chairman, if
Thank
the
you.
secretary makes one for 200,000, I'll go with him.
What's the pleasure?
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, it's
I'll
been
second
moved.
that.
Raise the 200,000, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Secretary seconded it.
You all understand the motion. It's been seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Noes?
I'm a no, Mr. Chairman. I just want to save a little back for June.
All right, thank you. That motion does carry.
We'll add that on Caspers for the next one. They're negative 200. Madam Auditor.
Yeah. We're now looking at the town of Marbleton, Seal Town Streets, Phase 2. Thank you for making the trip over as well.
Of course.
And you've had a sunny winter too.
It's been balmy,
Yeah.
Very warm.
very unusual.
Yeah.
I'm
Please.
Shannon. I am the clerk treasurer for the town of Marbleton. This is Jeff McCormick. He's one of our town councilmen.
Very good.
Thanks for having us here and for considering our application. We are working on a 3-year plan for chip sealing town roads with the understanding of just maintaining what we have, of course, as a drop in the bucket compared to replacement. So the first phase we completed last summer and it went very well. We got a lot of positive feedback from community members. It makes a huge difference in our town and we're ready to do the next section with plans to complete it the final phase next year.
Very good.
We got a plan.
Yeah.
Yep.
Any questions? If there are none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation of $138,015.
Thank you. Is there support for that motion? It's been seconded by the superintendent.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nays? That motion carries. Thank you for the travel over.
Thanks, everyone.
Yep.
And
Thank you
hopefully you
guys.
get some winter.
We need some snow.
Yeah, you do. Okay, North Bighorn Hospital District, we have shell space completion. Is North Bighorn online or anybody here? Online? There's Ms. Gamble again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. This would be our second project before you today, completion of the upstairs in our outpatient clinic, and we are happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions? Any questions? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Move director's recs, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, just a point of discussion before we move, make a motion. Just wondering if, since this is a second recommendation from the same entity, if it's worth moving to June. So just for discussion.
Okay, point of discussion, Mr. Treasurer, I think you had made a motion. I'll just recognize you for whether you want to continue or.
Yeah, I think it's only 20% of the slib. You know, hopefully they won't come back in for another bite of the apple on this, but if they do, we'll remember it.
Okay, well, I'll recognize that as a motion and ask for support of that motion. Is there- It's been seconded by the secretary. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll probably just vote no, just not because of the project, but just because I know we've got another June meeting and we don't want multiple entities the same bite at the apple.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Noes?
No.
I'm an aye. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Sheridan Area Water Supply, Gulch Road 8-inch water line. Thanks so much for driving down today.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Christy Haswell, Sheridan County Commissioner and SAWS board member. Third time's the charm. I did bring it down a couple maps with me today, just as a point of reference, and I apologize to the two other members, I didn't get these emailed sooner, but so you'll see Gulch Road on that map. The reason this project is possible, or at least more financially viable, is because of that backward C shape that you see on the far right side of the map. That's the story house development that the city annexed. And because of the northeast transmission line that went to that development, we are able to tie in these residents on Gulch Road. And Mr. Governor, you had asked last time I was here about Nelgy's property.
Yeah.
So all of that was annexed when the city and the business council put in those business parks up there where Weatherby, Kennan, and Vacutech are. We also recently have a subdivision, a large subdivision up there, and then maybe a point of interest, the city-county joint attainable housing project is just north of the interstate right there. So just as a point of reference, Gulch Road is just kind of pinched off right there within a stone's throw of the city. I had a couple comments to make. We were one of the other groups when asked if we could do this with less, and we requested full funding. Unlike, the City of Casper's project, there isn't a way to phase this. We are also asking for $300,000 from the USDA Rural Development Fund. And the landowners, I would note, are putting in $43,000 of their money towards this. And I do also understand the caveat about the audit. We are just cleaning up some things with the city on some water rights work between SAWS and the city. I wasn't going to reread Mrs. Hoxie's letter that she sent with me talking about plumbing issues, issues with appliances. It's just terrible water. I do have a stinky water sample I can pass around if you'd like to get a sniff. I have, again, the letter from Mr. McKenzie's vet saying, don't give this water to your animals. They're all hauling water. They're trying to keep filters going. This is just really critical for those folks. And I do believe we have some of those landowners on the line if you had any questions for them.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Haswell. Is there anyone online that wants to address the board?
City Sunday, so.
If so, just raise your hand.
Maybe they weren't able to make it.
So let me ask if there are any questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Honor.
Or maybe they were on at 9 a.m. Oh, there's someone. Real quick question for
Yes.
the commissioner, though. So did I understand you to say that 120,000 does not
No.
enable you to do the project?
No.
Okay.
It looks like Kimberly Solberg will recognize you.
Thank you. I am one of the homeowners on Gulch Road and we have just been listening in. And we're very hopeful and optimistic that the water conditions on Gulch Road will be considered and part of the appropriations for the future of the community and to make the lives of those who are in this area much, much better.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions? Anyone else that wants to address the board? If not, I entertain a motion. I think it would be appropriate.
Question, Mr. Chairman.
Uh,
I see that that's supposed to cover the contingency and engineering costs. What's that difference? How much contingency are we talking about?
Commissioner is looking at her notes.
The 26,000, Mr. Treasurer?
Oh, the contingency is just 26,000, huh?
Yes, sir.
I thought it might have been more.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I really want us to get this project done. I just want to clarify here. What is the bare minimum required, Commissioner, to get this done?
The project costs are at 600,000, Mr. Chairman, through you. So we'll have to find additional funding if we don't get our ask today.
Got to get back to that.
And their ask was 300.
Yeah, so you got 6,000 contingency. I can go with the secretary on this one, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I'll move 300.
Second.
Is that a second for you, Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah.
Okay. Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nays? The motion carries. Commissioner, 3 times the charm.
Thank you so much. I was prepared to come back in June. Absolutely.
Well, we're glad we don't have to see you here for any reason.
All right.
I'm silly. There we go.
Now, we have the 3rd Street culvert replacement, City of Sundance, Mr. Brooks. And you've been over there talking to Tom, and it's a little bit scary.
The fact of the matter is, he was a mayor and he's from your county by influence, but in fact, he's a mayor, so that didn't fail. My voice isn't much improved, although I was going to share kind of an amusing thing. I used to drink in a bar in Beulah, Wyoming, and the guy sold it. And then he talked to me without my voice, and he said, if I'd known you were losing your voice, I'd have never sold the bar.
I see.
Anyway, I am back again. This culvert is failing. We are experiencing growth. The rare earth thing is coming alive, and we're plugged. I mean, we don't have a vacant house in our town. We don't have a vacant apartment. That creek runs through the town. There's currently 3 crossings, 3rd Street, 5th Street, and the highway. 3rd Street is failing. This year it sunk another, the dip is about 4 inches deep. We filled it up with asphalt at 1 inch, so it looked flat, but now it's dropped another 4. We need this culvert about as bad as we need anything.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions? And I have the one question I would have, Paul, is does this get you closer or does it get you there? I mean, I know you asked for more, but
we asked for more because this is the absolute end. our county went against spot tax, so we don't have that. And we'd always use that for our infrastructure matches.
Yeah.
During, we had some pretty good years, and we had some CDs, but we've drawn them to zero. This will draw the city of Sundance to zero, which ironically is the way I received it in 2010.
Yeah.
We had zero savings then. We're going to be zero savings as of the time we start this culvert. If there's an overrun, I don't know what we do. We tried to raise the rates because we can see what's coming. We immediately had a rate study. Community pushback was unimaginable, and truthfully, the rate study that we submitted to the state, the council voted to repeal that, write their own rate study. It appears to me by looking at the books that we're underwater on garbage already, so we're probably going to have to do another increase there. It's everybody wants growth. I always wanted growth. When I was the president of WAM, I learned something very valuable. When a city hits 2,200 people, they're self-sustaining. That became my mandate to try to grow Sundance to 2,200. I know there's people that disagree with the amenities that we've done. I know people don't like our walking paths. There's a lot of things they don't like. But I have a mandate from the state that says I need to get to 2,200 so I can live without direct distribution. And that's where we're headed. Little crises like water line failures and this culvert failure, they impede the progress of dealing with that. But hear me out. That B2B project in Rapid City is starting. They don't have the housing for it, and it's moving our way. At the very same time, I have the rare earth, which people are telling me is years ahead of anybody else in the States just because they're up and going. And then at the same time, we're talking about Gillette, which is 60 miles down the road, which doesn't have an abundance of housing, and the mini reactor thing is starting up there. So we're in a crunch, and we're going into it with no money because we've had failing infrastructure for all these years. So I ask with all my heart that you guys fund us, and if you could find your heart to give us a little bit more, I'd sure take it, because I don't want to operate without cushion.
And I appreciate that. The other question I guess I have is how many people shop in Sundance?
The problem with sales tax is, this is the biggest misnomer in the world. Sales tax is not based on Walmart. The towns that have sales tax offload from the railroad. That's where the sales tax is. You look at Wamsutter, and I'm just picking on them. They have money in the bank because they're a sales tax place. That's where the stuff gets received. When all that Johnson County was doing all the gas, the coal bed methane, Buffalo was big enough to do it on their own. And the sales tax, because of point of delivery, paid them off. Our neighbors in Upton get a little bit of that off of that rail yard, and hopefully more when their rare earth takes off. The only two viable sources I have for sales tax is the Decker's Market, which has been immune because we don't charge tax on food, and our John Deere dealership, which was granted, we don't charge sales tax on farm machinery. So I have the only two people that could potentially make enough money to backfill my discretionary needs without the 6-cent tax is, they're exempt from the tax, so they really do nothing. And that's not to say that they do nothing. Obviously, people come and they eat there. Obviously, when you're in a small town, you look at it different. When I look at a project, whether it's your project, my project, or the project down the road, I know for a fact that there is some float because there's engineers, and my town's nicer, they stay there. There are consultants, my town's nicer than they stay there. There's a lot of things that bring ancillary money in, but not direct money. At the very same time, and nobody really wants to ever delve in this, and then I'll quit. But I have Spearfish, South Dakota right across the line, which is a beautiful city, and a city that will do one thing that we won't do in Wyoming. They'll vote themselves a tax to improve their town. The thing, my wisdom says, one of the problems, I love the fact that we have the trust funds. I understand their purpose and I love them. Truthfully, running a ranch when you got a little money behind you is a heck of a lot easier than borrowing it all. And that's why I like that money behind us. But the negative side of that is it is really hard to tell somebody, please vote for an additional tax when they look at you and say, well, the state's got billions, just ask them. Well, they don't understand the restrictions and all that. So it makes it difficult for us on the front line.
You bet. You bet.
So I would ask for our ask, and if you guys feel Christmas-like, please, I've always loved Santa Claus.
No snow though. So
Anyway, thank you.
all right, thanks. Paul. Any other questions? If there are none, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move $700,000 to the city of Sundance for the Third Street culvert replacement.
It's been seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries. Madam Director, do we have any more in front of us? Thank you, Mayor. Yeah. See you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That leaves the board with $5,193,603 for your June MRG meeting. The next item on the agenda is tab G, Board of Deposits.
Sorry, could you see that number one more time?
$5,193,603.
Did you say tab J?
That's correct.
Yep.
Okay. All right, guys. Hopefully Carl is in the room. Is Carl in the room? There. Okay. I'm going to introduce Carl Chang. Carl joins from Wyoming, from the Oregon State Treasurer, where he served as the head portfolio risk and research. Spent 15 years in Oregon, overseeing risk, asset allocation, and research across more than $140 billion in assets, over a dozen investment pools, including $95 billion in public retirement. Carl's investment consulting roles were at RBK and portfolio managing positions in Barclays and UBS. Earned a Bachelor of Science in Material Science and Engineering at MIT. Holds a Master's of Science and Engineering at UCLA. Master's of Business Admin and concentration in finance from USC Marshall School of Business. Carl's a CFA, CIA, IA, and a FRM charter holder. And I just want to say, I've enjoyed the time that I've spent with Carl. I think he's going to be a heck of an asset to our office, to the state. And I think you guys are going to enjoy the area expertise and understanding that he has, you know, for the job set before him. So Carl, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. For the record, Carl Chang, Chief Investment Officer, State Treasurer's Office. It's only my 4th day on the job, so really all I can say is happy to be in the state of Wyoming, happy to join the Treasurer's team and help to continue the success of the investment program. And I look forward to working with the board. Yeah.
Very good. Welcome. Great to have you here. So, Mr. Treasurer.
Yes. Did I see Josh sit down there?
Yeah, you did, but I think we have a Board of Deposits matter beforehand.
Oh, do we have Kay here? Oh,
Yeah,
okay. All right. I'll catch Kay here. I don't think I've got anything up behind my K. Do I? Oh, there it is. All right. Approval of time deposit and open accounts interest. Okay. Our good old friend every quarter. Okay. On a quarterly basis, you guys know the story. We we sit down, we figure out what the TDOA rate is, and it's established by using a 1-year treasury bill average for the full calendar quarter. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll just make the motion. I think everybody understands that the state treasurer requests that the board accept its recommendation, the TDOA rate to be established by using the 1-year treasury bill average yield for the full calendar quarter preceding this meeting, October 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2025. The rate of 3.6% will be for the fourth quarter of TDOA contract year 2025-2026 to be effective April 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there support for the motion?
Second.
Been seconded by the auditor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries. Now we're on to Josh.
Okay, our consultant report, that's Josh. And away you go, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Josh Keevan with RVK. It's great to see you. I'm here today to cover two things for you. One is the performance update as of the end of December. And with that, I'll talk a little bit about the full year results for 2025, as well as the first half of your current fiscal year. The second item I have for you is going back in time a little bit to the end of your last fiscal year. Every year we do put together a survey of how some of your other peer funds that have state level school land funds and severance tax funds, how they're investing those funds and how the performance stacks up from state to state. Starting with the first item we've got on page 2, just a couple comments I'll make on market returns. Very colorful quilt chart on the left-hand side of the page. I point you to the very right-hand column that has the title CYTDE. That's a calendar year to date as of 2025. And we've just lined up from best performing to lowest performing asset classes. And the best performer by far in the past 12 months has been non-US equities. Non-US equity, the index has been up 32.5% over this period. And you've actually benefited from this in your portfolio, because if you look at your global equity structure relative to the market, you've got an overweight to non-US, and that's been somewhat intentional based on what's been observed in valuations. Second best was large cap US equities, 17%. But you can see the gap between first and second was pretty significant last year. That has continued into this year. Just in January, the emerging markets were up another 9%. And you are seeing some sell-off here in the last couple of days. In particular, what you're seeing weakness in is some of the best performers of the last couple of years, sort of tech-oriented, large cap US growth in particular. But year to date, if you just kind of look at the good January and the first couple of days of February here, the S&P actually, I think today just went a little bit negative on a year-to-date basis. So we're pretty flat markets in the US so far this year. Non-US is still quite positive. The lowest performer last year was real estate. This is the private core real estate benchmark. We're just thankful to see some positive returns for that index. It's been a couple of years. It has returned to some low positive returns. Where that leaves us now is we are in our process, as we do every year, to update our forward-looking capital markets assumptions. In fact, when we're done here, we're meeting with the Treasurer's Office staff to go over those assumptions. And we'll be meeting with the IFC in March to do the updated look at strategic asset allocation, and then looking forward to a meeting with you in April to share those results. Just to give you an early indication of what we're seeing in our forward-looking assumptions, generally when an asset gets more expensive, it lowers the potential for that asset to produce future returns. And so for things that did really well, you'll tend to see us pull back a little bit on our expectations. So for equities, generally, we're going to see those come down a little bit. One of the only asset classes that we did improve our outlook a little bit for is actually real estate. And so that'll be going up just a little bit this year. If you go to your portfolio on page 3, you have the pie chart that shows you the different funds. That's grown to just under 33.4 billion at the end of December. And just to remind on the use of color coding here, the green shaded funds are what have historically been referred to as the sort of long-term focused total return permanent funds, largest of which is the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. The blue is what's historically been referred to as the income-focused fund, the largest of which is the Common School Permanent Land Fund. Now, we're going to have to merge these colors at some point because you have approved aligning district allocation of these. And so over time, it will take some time, but over time, we expect that the asset allocation will actually align between these groups. Yellow is your workers' compensation fund. You've got Pool A, the LISRA, state agency pool. If we go to page 4, you've got the performance for the total fund. And this is everything that you saw on that pie chart on the prior page. And it includes funds with very different time horizons. You've got very long-term permanent funds, and you've got very short-term liquidity management funds. What's probably most helpful on this page is just, this is probably the sort of one place you can look to assess, are we adding value relative to our benchmarks across these funds? And that's where you look at the total fund versus the state total fund index. That's just a roll-up of all of the underlying benchmarks of the different funds. For the full year, you outperformed that with 11.8. That was about 30 basis points ahead of your index. On the fiscal year-to-date basis, though, you can see you had a little bit of softness in relative performance, about 30 basis points. If you look out over the last 3 and 5 years, looking over some longer time periods, you've experienced some pretty strong net returns above your benchmarks. Just drilling in a little bit on the chart on the bottom half of the page, this is showing you each asset class and lining up the performance that you've experienced in that asset class on a fiscal year-to-date basis versus the policy benchmark for that asset class. You can see that, fiscal year-to-date, the performance has come from equities, but fixed income has also been positive for the most part. Best performance has come from small cap and international. On a relative basis, what are the main drivers of that 30 basis points of underperformance? 2 things we would point to. One is the hedge fund portfolio, the absolute return strategies. Now, that portfolio is still up significantly relative to the benchmark on a year-to-date basis. Over the past year, it's outperformed by 250 basis points, but it had really strong performance in the first half of 25 and has given some of that back in the second half of 25, mostly from an underlying manager in that portfolio that had some pretty early and large exposure to CoreWeave, and that investment has sold off. The second driver of that is small cap. You've seen really great returns from small cap, but it has been, many would say, a bit of a junk rally, so lower quality. And you have some managers in your portfolio that are really looking for higher quality companies, and they have not participated to the same degree in that rally. Long term, you have seen good performance from your small cap book over the past 5 years on an annualized basis. You've exceeded the benchmark by about 160 basis points. And just quickly, I will point you to pages 7 and 8 in this deck. You can see for each of the different funds, the return versus their benchmarks over different time periods. Fiscal year-to-date, Permanent Mineral Trust is up 6, and for the full year in 25, up about 14.1. That's pretty consistent with what we're seeing for a lot of endowments and foundations over that time period. The Common School Fund doesn't have quite as much in the risk assets as Permanent Mineral yet, but it's catching up, and it was up 5.5 and 13. Workers' compensation, 4.5 and 10.4 for the full year. And as you know, you've got that subdivided into 2 portfolios, one that is matching the liability profile and the excess that is invested pretty much pari passu with the long-term funds. The LISRA, which in total was up 10.7 in 2025 and is made up of the long-term reserve and the short-term reserve. Pool A was up 11.4. And the long-term liquid funds, this is the policy that was approved for the reserves. And it's also the same asset allocation policy that Pool A and the long-term reserve for LISRA are also moving towards mirroring. But most of the money that's represented by these returns, I believe, are the reserve funds for the permanent funds. And you can see that, you know, that was up 12.1% last year. And if you think about how reserves used to be invested, they were invested in cash. So you're already seeing some benefit from just getting those reserves working for you. I'll go ahead and pause there on the December performance report. Happy to answer any questions before I move to the peer review.
Great. I unfortunately am going to have to leave to be at an appointment about 3. So I'm going to turn this over to you, Madam Auditor. And just thank you, Josh. Welcome again, Mr. Chang.
Thank you, Governor. Shall we move on to the
Yes, thank you.
peer review? Okay, so the second document in our packet is the, again, going back to the end of the fiscal year that ended in June of 2025. I'll point you to page 6 to start. This is just showing you who we have in the peer survey. It is what we would consider to be your closest peers, other states that have both land grant school funds as well as severance tax funds. You can see just ordered by size on the bottom half of the page. Alaska remains the biggest, followed by Texas. New Mexico's growing substantially. You've probably seen some of the headlines in terms of the income that they're seeing these days. And then the combined assets of the PMTF and the Common School Permanent Land Fund at $18.2 billion. I would remind you that these funds, although they all have what we would consider to be a high degree of similarity in purpose and source of capital, they all operate in their own very unique statutory environment and have different constraints on their portfolios, whether that's from the Constitution, from the statutes, or in the case of the school funds, even back to the Act of Admission. That has had a pretty big impact on how assets are allocated. And as you've relaxed those constraints in Wyoming, it has allowed you to embrace a risk profile that's more appropriate for the long-term nature of the portfolio. But you will see in here, if you look at page 8, focusing on the right-hand side of the page, there are a few states that are still much more constrained by the laws in their states. Montana, most notably, can't invest their trust funds in equities, and Oklahoma has a statutory cap that limits equities to 40%. You can see how the asset allocation stacks up for the 2 Wyoming funds. You're not yet at your full policy targets. You've been on a journey to pace into private market allocations that are a bit higher than where you are today. When you're at full target, though, your policy targets that you're moving towards, if you look at the Texas Permanent School Fund and the Alaska Permanent Fund, it's not exactly the same as those, but those are the closest on this page to where your targets are moving to. Second thing I would point out here is there's a group of funds on here that have embraced and stayed with a much simpler public markets only approach to investing. And you can see Idaho, Arizona, and Minnesota, and to some extent the North Dakota Legacy Fund, they don't have private equity. They have a lot more public equity. And I only point that out because public equities have done very well in the last 3 years relative to private equity. And so that'll explain some of what you're seeing on the more recent return ranks. And then lastly, I'd take you to the performance slide on page 11. Your funds ranked well in the 1-year period. Both were above the median for the peer group. And in fact, they are among the better performing funds that are as diversified as you are. Some of the funds that performed really well really embrace those higher public equity, simpler asset allocations. That's particularly true over the last 3 years. You can see Idaho, Minnesota, Arizona, their to public equities is really driving their performance. PMTF is actually the highest performer over the past 3 years of the funds that doesn't have as large of an exposure to public equities. Over 5 years, PMTF is well above median. The more conservative profile for Common School is still weighing down those returns over some of these longer term periods. And you're starting to see, for a long time, the 10-year returns, even for PMTF, were below peer median. They hadn't really been at the top of the stack since the financial crisis, when your more conservative profile really helped you. But the migration of your asset allocation to embrace, the long-term time horizon that you have for these funds has really benefited you over this period, and we think will benefit you for the long term. So happy to answer any questions for you on this report.
Yeah, Josh, we've added a few new peers, but I don't recall when those came on.
Mr. Treasurer, I think it's been at least a couple of years.
Has it? Yeah.
Years we've been and we'll look to expand this as well. There are more funds out there. Most of the ones that aren't here are pretty small though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions for Josh? It was a long one that you chose to come to.
Well, Josh, thanks for coming up to Wyoming again.
Always good to be here. Thank you, Treasurer. Thank you,
Yeah.
Board. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And Carl, thanks for being here. Is there anything we can do to make your transition here any less hard?
Madam Auditor, no, I mean, everyone's been super welcoming and friendly, and it's been nonstop drinking from a fire hose of information and just trying to get up to speed and make sure, we're performing well going forward.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Madam Chairwoman, you have exhausted your agenda for the State Loan and Investment Board for today.
All right. Does anyone have any other matters to come before us before we adjourn?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, I want to apologize for trying to be a little too disagreeable. I think we can disagree without being disagreeable. Sometimes, by God, my passion just gets the best of me.
I think that's what we most appreciate about you.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. All right, guys. Well, we'll all get there. I'm serious about we need to work together on this energy because China's just kicking our tail. They really are.
Move to adjourn.
All right. Is there support for the motion?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.